Chapter 401 Muyu's Strongest Disciple. I will win. Obito was very confident. Shisui, the legendary undefeated in the Civil War, is a thing of the past. He has undergone many transformations in various accidents. Obito is confident that he can defeat Shisui, who is 2 years younger than him. Shisui opened his Sharingan earlier than him, but he reached the 3 Megatama first, which is the proof that he has surpassed Shisui. Obito is already thinking about who will be his opponent in the second game. Obito and Shisui walked to the open space together and set up their positions to form the seal of opposition. Begin! Nohara-rin shouted after seeing the two of them ready. As soon as Nohara-rin finished speaking, the two of them concentrated their breathing to improve their physical abilities and rushed forward with the body flickering technique. Bang bang! The two of them exchanged fists and feet, making the sound of flesh colliding, and it was hard to tell who was better for a while. At this moment, Shisui suddenly switched from offense to defense and seized the opportunity to use the body flickering technique to distance himself. He knew his own strengths and weaknesses. Because of their age, Obito was taller than him. It seemed like a stalemate, but if it lasted, it would be Obito's advantage. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito did not choose to chase immediately, because he knew that Shisui was very good at the instant body movement technique. If he chased blindly, Shisui would wander around and might be exposed in the end. A large amount of chakra gathered at Obito's throat, and then all of it was instantly transformed into fire attribute chakra and sprayed out in a breath. Whoosh! A large amount of flames quickly formed a huge orange-red fireball up to 5 meters high and smashed towards Shisui. As an Uchiha who often uses the Great Fireball, Shisui is aware of the various characteristics of the Great Fireball. In order to save chakra, Shisui did not use ninjutsu to offset it, but used his flexible movement to dodge. Under normal circumstances, Shisui's chakra is sufficient and does not need to be saved, because he is an Uchiha who has opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan, and his chakra is much more than that of ordinary ninjas. But this battle was different. Shisui's opponent, Obito, was also an Uchiha who had opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan. If he wanted to use the armament haki to break the situation, he had to reserve some chakra for the armament haki. Seeing that Shisui did not use fire style to offset the great fireball but dodged, Obito immediately launched a fierce attack, first throwing out a large number of shurikens and then using the instant body technique to attack with various swift physical techniques. When using the Great Fireball, Obito prepared 2 attack plans. If Shisui used fire style to offset, he would immediately use a stronger fire style to suppress it. Obito was very confident in his fire style. After all, he could enter the flame-breathing chakra mode. If Shisui did not fight hard, then Obito would take this opportunity to consume more of Shisui's physical strength and cause some minor injuries to Shisui. Facing Obito's swift attack, Shisui calmly opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan to enhance his ability. Obito also immediately condensed chakra to open the Sharingan and continued to maintain a suppressing posture. Sure enough, I am stronger now. Obito thought in his heart. He speculated that he was stronger based on the previous battle between Kakashi and Shisui, but because it was a long time since that battle, and Obito had not sparred with Shisui during this period, so before the battle, Obito only despised Shisui in strategy, and he was not 100% sure of winning in his heart. After these waves of collisions, Obito was sure that Shisui's strength was not as good as his, and he had surpassed Shisui by a lot in comprehensive strength. After the test, Obito concentrated his breathing to the extreme and entered the flame-breathing chakra mode to defeat Shisui in one breath. The flame-breathing chakra mode can not only greatly improve the ability of nature change and enhance the power of fire style, but also improve the body to a higher level. Except for the excessive consumption of chakra, there is almost no disadvantage. Obito felt the power surging in his body, and couldn't help but smile on his face. After entering the flame-breathing chakra mode, he released fire style without seals and it was still powerful. What could Shisui use to fight him? Fire style, Fanfiction fire technique. Obito clasped his hands together and opened his mouth to spit out a large number of small fireballs at Shisui. Shisui quickly retreated and moved his hands quickly, and finally successfully used the ninjutsu when a large number of fireballs were about to arrive. Fire style, Fanfiction fire technique. Although they used the same ninjutsu, because Obito had entered the flame-breathing chakra mode, not only the number of fireballs was greater than Shisui's, but also the size was much larger. With the same nature change, or even the same ninjutsu, it is natural that the stronger party will win. Obito's fireballs offset Shisui's fireballs with a crushing force and continued to hit Shisui. Faced with such a large-scale attack, Shisui could only try his best to use chakra to protect himself and then move frantically. But the distance was too close, and Shisui was inevitably injured. Obito's Sharingan could clearly see Shisui's wound. Shisui, although I am your brother, I can't let you win in this matter. Obito thought the victory was certain, and felt a little guilty. When he thought of the many questions he would have to do if he failed, the little guilt in Obito's heart quickly disappeared, and he burst out chakra and attacked Shisui directly. Before the injury, Shisui could barely fight him on equal terms with his normal physical skills. Now that he has activated the flame-breathing chakra mode, and Shisui is injured, it is 90-10. In fact, Obito thought it was 100-10, but he thought it would be a bit arrogant, so he gave Shisui 1-1. Obito condensed chakra in his palm and quickly transformed it into fire attribute chakra. Fierce flames bloomed in Obito's hands, and his fists and palms carried high-temperature flames. Facing such Obito, Shisui seemed unable to resist and could only dodge, but he was injured because of Obito's rapid large-scale fire escape, and the balance of victory gradually tilted towards Obito. Obito seems to be winning. Nohara-rin felt that Obito had a great advantage. Compared to Shisui, Obito is not only in an advantageous position, but also has no injuries on his body. Not necessarily. Kakashi shook his head and then expressed his own opinion. Shisui should not be suppressed like this. Even if Obito wins, he can't win so easily. Kakashi didn't see what Shisui had hidden, but Kakashi was sure that Shisui must have hidden something. Obito fought too smoothly in this battle, so smoothly that Kakashi felt that Shisui was acting. Is this the bond between close friends? I think so too. Might Guy laughed and gave Kakashi a thumbs up. Might Guy felt that Shisui was deliberately showing weakness to the enemy, and sometimes he would rather get hurt than use ninjutsu. Fire style, Flame Fist. Obito clenched his fist and condensed a large amount of chakra, preparing to use fire style ninjutsu to make the final move. The flame-breathing chakra mode is really strong, but the consumption is also really high. Obito found that he had consumed 2/3 of his chakra without realizing it. But something he didn't expect happened. The fire fist he swung out was actually caught by Shisui's palm. To be more precise, it was caught by Shisui's black palm. Obito was slightly stunned, and immediately realized that this was the armament color secret technique that Miyu had taught them before. Obito immediately wanted to use all the fire attribute chakra condensed on his fist. He burst out. Just now, he thought Shisui was going to lose, so he didn't use too much strength. However, Shisui predicted Obito's thoughts and immediately threw Obito to the ground fiercely. The huge force stirred up a cloud of dust and fallen leaves. Obito had no time to care about the pain in his palms and back. He condensed a lot of chakra in his throat and then opened his mouth to spit out a lot of flames at Shisui. While Shisui was dodging, Obito quickly climbed up. But soon Shisui moved forward again. As long as Obito dared to use ninjutsu, he would definitely be hit by Shisui's armed color iron fist. Obito could only fight Shisui with physical skills again. Although it doesn't need to form a seal, it takes a little time to release ninjutsu. Obito now lacks just this little time. The situation reversed, and Shisui pressed Obito to fight. Obito, whose right fist was injured, could not beat Shisui, who used armed color in physical skills. It turns out that he has mastered armed color. No wonder he uses this tactic. Kakashi understood. Shisui's previous injury was not only to paralyze Obito, but also to save chakra to use armament haki, which requires a lot of chakra. I've already lost. Kakashi had foreseen Obito's failure. Overall, Obito's overall strength is still stronger than Shisui, even though Shisui has learned armament haki. Obito lost because of intelligence and carelessness. If Obito's strength was given to Kakashi, Kakashi would have a 75% chance of defeating Shisui. As Kakashi expected, Obito lost quickly. I lost. Facing the black glowing flame kunai in front of him, Obito admitted his defeat. Shisui won. Nohara-rin announced the winner of the first battle and went to the two to treat them. After the battle, Shisui felt relieved. He didn't have to accept punishment after winning a game. Obito in the flame-breathing chakra mode was stronger than he thought. If he fought normally, he would almost certainly lose. We need to focus on the training of breathing techniques. Although he won, Shisui felt more urgent. Obito has the chakra mode of breathing with fire, Kakashi has mastered the transparent world, and although Might Guy has not mastered the advanced ability of breathing techniques like him, he has a powerful 8 gates. Although his armament haki is strong, his chakra at this stage cannot allow him to use armament haki while using other ninjutsu at full power. It's just a loss of a battle, it's nothing, just try harder next time. Seeing Obito lowering his head and not speaking, Nohara-rin comforted him softly. Ahaha, indeed, it's just a battle. Obito raised his head and pulled out an ugly smile, I don't care. Lies, Obito cares so much that he wants to cry. He said harsh words before the battle and then lost to Shisui, who was weaker than him. All kinds of emotions in Obito's heart burst out, which was really shameful, annoyed and regretful. He even wanted to travel back to the battle and give himself a big slap in the face. Why was he so confident? He became the strongest among the weak. No matter how sad he was, he still had to pretend in front of Nohara-rin. This was his last stubbornness. Looking at Obito who seemed to be about to cry, Nohara-rin hesitated to speak, and finally chose not to speak, thinking that this might be better. Obito took a few deep breaths, trying to calm down, and then he became angrier and angrier. But he was not mad at others, but at himself, mad at himself for underestimating Shisui during the battle. Don't be sad. Kakashi patted Obito's shoulder. Obito was a little surprised. He didn't expect Kakashi to not taunt him at this time, but comfort him instead. Kakashi, you. Before Obito finished speaking, Kakashi continued, if you are sad, just think about the test paper and questions you will have to do next, and you will be even sadder. Obito. Obito eliminated the gratitude in his heart, and he couldn't hold it back and cursed. You are laughing at me now, but you will laugh more when you lose later. Kakashi's face remained unchanged, my loss to Kai doesn't mean anything, Kai's strength is not weaker than mine. Obito's face flushed again, but he couldn't refute Kakashi because he was not confident enough. Seeing that Obito was speechless, Kakashi nodded with satisfaction. It was only by such a severe humiliation that Obito could learn his lesson. In practice, carelessness only meant some punishment, but in a real battle, carelessness might mean death. No matter who the enemy is in the future, as long as he hasn't defeated him, he must not underestimate him. Obito thought fiercely in his heart. He definitely didn't want to experience such humiliation by Kakashi again. Then Kakashi and Might Guy consciously walked to the open space and set up their positions. My dear friend, let me feel your growth. Might Guy looked excited. Let's fight, why do you say it so strangely? Kakashi couldn't help but complain. 1 minute later, Nohara-rin announced the official start of the second battle. Youth, burn. 8 gates, open, open. Shu gate, open. Might Guy roared and opened the 4th gate of the 8 gates, and his chakra and momentum surged. Facing Might Guy, who opened the fourth gate and entered concentrated breathing at the same time, Kakashi did not dare to be careless, and immediately concentrated his breathing and entered the state of the transparent world. Might Guy in full power state is extremely fast and powerful, and Kakashi cannot make mistakes. Konoha Great Cyclone. Might Guy's chakra exploded, and he ran towards Kakashi at a high speed with a strong amplification, bringing up a cloud of dust. Because of entering the transparent world, Might Guy's Kakashi saw through his body movements, which allowed Kakashi to easily dodge the first whirlwind kick. Kakashi did not rush to counterattack, but just threw a few shurikens at Might Guy. He wanted to test Might Guy's current strength. Konoha hand knife. Might Guy condensed a large amount of chakra on his palm, and then chopped towards the shuriken fiercely. A transparent air force was generated at a rapid speed, which bounced the shuriken and chopped down a big tree. Then Might Guy continued to attack Kakashi with undiminished momentum. Konoha strong power whirlwind. This time Might Guy's attack was stronger and faster. Boom! All the big trees around Kakashi were broken by Might Guy's whirlwind kick. Due to the excessive power, the strong wind caused by the kick made the surrounding leaves rustle. This time Kakashi used lightning chakra to strengthen his legs and increase speed, and still successfully dodged. My physique has become much stronger, but there has been no qualitative change. Kakashi compared Might Guy with the last time they fought. There is a chance to win. After the test, Kakashi prepared to turn defense into offense. If Might Guy can't open the fifth gate, then he still has a lot of hope of winning. Kakashi said that losing to Might Guy was nothing, but if he could win, Kakashi would definitely want to win. If nothing else, the punishment for losing is really uncomfortable. Obito would jump like crazy that week. My dear friend, how about we have a move to decide the winner? Might Guy suddenly said. Might Guy wanted to see Kakashi's strongest attack in a state of complete victory. He was worried that if it continued like this, neither side would be able to use their most extreme moves. Okay. Kakashi thought about it and agreed to Might Guy's proposal. It's not because it's faster, but Kakashi thinks it's good for him. With the progress of lightning breathing and the change of the nature of lightning chakra, Kakashi can strengthen most of his body at the cost of more chakra. If he uses Thunder Flash in this state, the power will be greater than that of ordinary Thunder Flash. Under normal circumstances, Kakashi would not use this move, because it is too risky to bet so much chakra on one move. Since Might Guy took the initiative to make a suggestion, he would not be polite. Might Guy smiled. Since he dared to take the initiative to propose a one-move victory or defeat, he naturally had the confidence. He has been practicing Golden Skyline hard for the past few months. The good news is that Golden Skyline has become more proficient, and Might Guy can use more 8 Gates chakra to strengthen it. The bad news is that it is too strong. After using it once, the 2 fingers will be useless for a day. Although Might Guy does not make hand seals, the fingers of a physical ninja are also very important, so he thought of simply deciding the victory or defeat with one move. Might Guy took out a nunchaku, wrapped the chain around his index and middle fingers, and put his right hand on his waist to make a sword-drawing gesture. Golden Skyline. Might Guy poured all his strength into the 2 fingers, then gathered a large amount of chakra in his body at his fingers, and finally swung his fingers in a rapid charge. Tsit sizes. The dazzling yellow lightning enveloped Kakashi's body. Under the illumination of the lightning, Obito and the others could not even see Kakashi's face clearly. Kakashi clenched the white fang short blade in his hand, and a large amount of lightning attribute chakra flowed into the blade along Kakashi's arm, extending a lightning blade for the short blade. Thunder Flash. Boom! A thunderous roar exploded, and Kakashi rushed out like a real lightning, leaving a charred mark on the ground. Boom! The lightning slash collided with the golden thin line at a high speed, causing a huge explosion, the ground cracked, and a strong wind was set off around. Nohara Lin squinted her eyes and looked at the battlefield. The distance between her and them seemed like an endless road. Although Nohara-rin tried very hard, she still felt a little emotional every time she saw Kakashi and the others fighting with all their strength. So strong, but it shouldn't be a move that can be performed casually. Shisui was a little surprised to see the two people's attacks so terrifying. The strongest ninjutsu that Shisui can use at present is still a distance away from them. Come on, Kai! Obito stared at the battlefield and kept cheering for Might Guy in his heart. If Kakashi also lost, he would feel much more comfortable. Bang! The lightning blade extended by the white fang in Kakashi's hand was broken in the collision. At the same time, a stream of blood splashed on Kakashi's body and he fell to the ground. And Might Guy's two fingers were covered with bloodstains, and they fell powerlessly after the lightning blade was broken. I have to learn the armed color domineering as soon as possible, otherwise I can't use the white fang to fight Kai in the future. Kakashi glanced at the white fang short blade in his hand and thought to himself. Just now he almost thought that the white fang left by his father was going to be broken by Might Guy, but fortunately he used chakra to strengthen it. Akai wins. Nohara-rin announced the result of the battle. From Nohara-rin's perspective as a medical ninja, Might Guy's finger problem might be more serious than Kakashi's physical injury, but Kakashi fell to the ground, which meant Might Guy won. Akai, you fought well. Obito was instantly overjoyed. He was sad that he lost the battle, but Kakashi, who mocked him, also lost, so Obito was happy. Neutralizing the two, Obito is now half sad. Kakashi was about to mock Obito, but when he thought of his punishment, he shut up silently. It's been a tough week. Kakashi felt that the punishment he gave himself was a bit too harsh. Without hearing Kakashi's response, Obito was a little confused, but he immediately thought of Kakashi's punishment. Kakashi left just when Obito was about to attack him. Aren't you going to practice? Obito stopped Kakashi and asked. Nothing, just asking Miyu teacher for some questions. Kakashi replied calmly. Obito's smile froze, and he immediately went from half sad to 75% sad. Originally, Shisui wanted to postpone the third battle for one day. After all, Might Guy's fingers had not recovered to their peak after treatment, which would have a certain degree of impact on his strength. Let's do it today. I also know the information about your armed color, Shisui, so it's even. Might Guy rejected Shisui's proposal. In addition, I don't only have these two fingers that can use the golden skyline. Might Guy laughed with 2 rows of white teeth. In order to deal with more situations, Might Guy deliberately trained his little finger and ring fingers so that these 2 fingers can also use the golden skyline. Although not as powerful as the index finger and middle finger, it is also quite powerful. Shisui thought about it and accepted Might Guy's proposal. Might Guy's words do make sense. Even if the first opponent is not Obito, Shisui is confident that he can catch Might Guy or Kakashi off guard. It's hard to say whether he can win, but it's okay to give them some armament haki shock. Looking at Might Guy who made the opposition seal, Shisui took a deep breath. If it was Might Guy in his peak state, Shisui thought he had almost no chance of winning, but now Might Guy has 2 fingers that have not fully recovered. This is Shisui's chance. The battle begins. Hearing Nohara-rin's command, Shisui immediately focused his breathing, opened the Sharingan, and rushed towards Might Guy with the instant body technique. With the blessing of armament haki and the 3 Megatama Sharingan, he may not be unable to gain an advantage in physical skills. 8 gates of ninjutsu, wound gate, open. Might Guy laughed fearlessly and went forward. He was just about to test the strength of armament haki. Bang bang! The two fought at high speed. The 2 unrecovered fingers seemed to have no effect on Might Guy. His physical skills were still smooth and powerful. Shisui was extremely surprised. Even in this situation, Might Guy's physical skills were still not inferior. Although it was a bit unfair, Shisui still chose to seize every opportunity to win and deliberately attacked the fist of Might Guy's injured finger. But Might Guy's performance was a bit beyond Shisui's expectations. He couldn't catch Might Guy's flaws with his Sharingan. Shisui immediately changed his attack method. He shouldn't use physical skills to fight Might Guy, who only practiced physical skills. This was underestimating the physical skills that Might Guy worked hard to practice day and night. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. Shisui concentrated his chakra at his throat and spit out a large number of small fireballs at Might Guy. Might Guy had the full concentration of rock breathing and the fourth gate of the 8 gates. The average speed of the fireball had almost no effect on Might Guy, so Shisui chose the Phoenix Fire technique with a larger number. Then Shisui used both ninjutsu and taigen, forcing Might Guy to dodge everywhere. Kakashi, who returned with the test paper, nodded. They, ninjas with balanced development, should flexibly use their advantages. But Shisui still has too little experience. Although Shisui's performance was very impressive, Kakashi still believed that Might Guy would win. Shisui's hard power was indeed a little worse than theirs, not only because of physical development problems, but also because of life experience. Kakashi and his friends had to go through several life and death crises to have their current strength. Obito's flame-breathing chakra mode and Kakashi's transparent world were all realized by the potential explosion between life and death, and the same was true for Might Guy's 8 gates of ninjutsu. The battle developed as Kakashi thought. Although Shisui could gain some advantages to a certain extent, he could not defeat Might Guy. On the other hand, Might Guy seized the opportunity to use the golden skyline again with his little finger and ring finger, defeating Shisui in one breath. Akai wins. Nohara Lin announced the final winner. Ha ha ha. The victorious Might Guy laughed out loud, and the severe pain from his fingers did not affect his excitement at all. I am the strongest disciple of Mr. Miyu. Shisui clenched his fist unwillingly. This title belonged to him for a long time until he was defeated by Kakashi after the Chunin exam. Next, practice more armament haki secret techniques. Kakashi increased the practice time of armament haki, striving to master armament haki as soon as possible. The ultimate lightning sword technique plus armament haki, Kakashi did not believe that this could not break Might Guy's golden skyline. If this still didn't work, he could only ask Miyu. Obito looked at the complacent Might Guy, and then looked at the unwilling Shisui and the lost Kakashi. Next time, I must win everything. Obito did not want to be one of the lost in 3 months. He hoped that he would accept Nohara Lin's blessing with a big smile, and then Obito thought about how to defeat Might Guy. If he wanted to win in 3 months, Might Guy would be a strong opponent. The 3 defeated people all thought about how to deal with Might Guy. P.S. I was much better today, but I was still a little sleepy when writing. I wanted to write 8K, but I stopped at 7K. I will try harder tomorrow. Chapter 402 Rain, the legendary teacher in the country. After dinner, Shisui and Obito went to Uchiha Fugaku's house to invite Uchiha Itachi to take a walk together. In order to prevent Uchiha Itachi from going to extremes and becoming a future genocide, Shisui wanted Uchiha Itachi to have a normal outlook on life. But the influence that strangers can give is limited, so Shisui is trying to become Uchiha Itachi's friend. Uchiha Fugaku's family had just finished dinner. For these 2 geniuses in the family, Uchiha Fugaku was very relieved and did not stop them. Itachi, do you know Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara? Shisui asked with a smile. Uchiha Itachi thought about it, then shook his head in denial. He was still young and had not received Uchiha education. Senju Hashirama is one of the founders of our Konoha and the first generation of Hokage of Konoha. Uchiha Madara was once the patriarch of our Uchiha and one of the founders of Konoha. Shisui gave a brief introduction to the 2. During the Warring States period, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan were mortal enemies. Shisui explained the history of Hashirama Senju founding Konoha while walking. Before coming, Shisui specially communicated with Obito and asked Obito to reduce some communication with Uchiha Itachi, and let him come this time. Uchiha Itachi listened very seriously. Although he didn't understand it very well, he thought it was a wonderful story. Considering Uchiha Itaka's age, Shisui didn't talk too much, but just roughly talked about the difficulties and efforts that Hashirama Senju encountered in establishing Konoha. Itaki, do you have any thoughts after listening? After speaking, Shisui looked at Uchiha Itaki. Do you think that the first generation and Uchiha Madara are very powerful and can do so much for peace? Obito, who was still thinking about the test questions, subconsciously looked at Uchiha Itaki. I didn't understand much, so I don't have any thoughts, but brother Shisui, you talked very well. Uchiha Itaki answered honestly. He is just a 1-year-old child. He knows that it is not good to snatch the lollipop from the old lady, but it is difficult for him to understand war and peace. You are too young. It is normal that you don't understand. But you can write it down first. If you have any ideas in the future, you can tell me. Shisui smiled and touched Itaka's head. He didn't expect Uchiha Itaka to understand. The reason why he talked about Senju Hashirama and the founding of Konoha was because these were positive enough. He wanted to make Itaka yearn for people like Senju Hashirama by telling these histories, and then learn from their qualities. I will tell a story too. Obito had a flash of inspiration. Material 1, in the early days of the ninja village, Konoha captured the tailed beasts in the ninja world. Itaki, why do you think Konoha sold the tailed beasts to other ninja villages, and what impact did it have? Uchiha Itaka looked at Obito with a confused face. Is this a story? Why can't he understand it? Shisui looked at Obito speechlessly. It was okay to let a 1-year-old Uchiha Itaka do history questions. Just be a human being. Obito might have felt that he was a bit too much. When he walked to Konoha Commercial Street, he bought some 3-color dumplings and treated Uchiha Itaka to a bunch. This made Obito's image in Uchiha Itaka's heart a little better. From a big brother who liked to bully old ladies who couldn't understand what he said to a big brother who would treat him to dumplings but liked to bully old ladies who couldn't understand what he said. Looking at Uchiha Itaka who was eating dumplings immersively, Obito smiled complacently. The child was too easy to control. The land of rain. 2 ninjas activated their chakras and hurried on their way. Is there really a chance to obtain ninjutsu? There won't be any conspiracy, right? One of the ninjas said with some concern. Kuroda, you think too much. No matter what conspiracy he has, he doesn't charge money anyway. If you can't obtain ninjutsu, just leave directly. Chi Chong also said indifferently. They were wandering ninjas hanging around nearby. They heard that there was a ninja teaching ninjutsu in Ozu village, so they came to see the excitement. At first, Chi Changjai, like Kuroda, thought that there must be some conspiracy, and that charity was not done this way. But the ninja that Chi Changjai knew had obtained ninjutsu, and he was not calm. Kuroda thought about it and felt that what Chi Changjai said made sense. Since they were here, if they could really obtain ninjutsu, wouldn't it be a loss for them to retreat at the last minute? There are many types of wandering ninjas, including ninjas who rebelled from ninja villages and ordinary people who accidentally obtained ninjutsu inheritance. The latter lacked systematic ninja knowledge. Kuroda and Chi Chong belonged to the latter. A good sea-level ninjutsu was very precious knowledge for them. After entering Ozu village, the two quickly found the person they were looking for because he was too conspicuous. On an open space, a brown-haired man in a white long coat stood on a temporary low platform, and below him were dozens of listeners of different shapes and colors sitting on the ground. The two thought they were already teaching ninjutsu, so they sat down to listen to the class, but they found out that they were not teaching ninjutsu, but talking about peace and ninjutsu. The Six-Path Sage founded the ninjutsu to create a peaceful world without war. Chi Chong also realized that there was an ordinary person among the dozens of people listening to the class. It was not that he could sense ninjutsu, but that person looked like a farmer who had just finished his work. Didn't you say that you can learn ninjutsu here? How can you learn ninjutsu? Chi Chong interrupted and asked directly. He didn't come here to listen to mythological stories. If he couldn't get ninjutsu, he would have to continue to find ways to make money to buy training resources and ninjutsu. The next moment, Chi Chong regretted it a little, because everyone's eyes were on him, and some of them looked dissatisfied. The lecture was interrupted, and Mu Yu didn't showing displeasure. She smiled and answered Chi Changjai's question. Ninjutsu is a reward for those who perform well in class. Although he felt a little numb from being stared at, he asked anyway, so Chi Changjai continued to ask boldly, "What kind of ninjutsu are there? If I can't learn a ninjutsu, it's useless. Ninjutsu itself is a kind of resource. If you can't learn it, you can sell it for money." However, Chi Changjai also thinks that if you sell ninjutsu obtained in this way, it will offend people unless you get permission. Then you can listen to the class with peace of mind. I know a little about ninjutsu of each attribute. Mu Yu replied with a faint smile. For this plan, Mu Yu specially developed a lot of C-level and B-level ninjutsu. However, it is called development, but it is actually imitation, because these ninjutsu have no special features of their own. Chi Changjai subconsciously felt that Mu Yu was bragging. How could anyone know all the ninjutsu of all attributes? Even those extremely powerful top ninjutsu of the 5 major countries generally only know 2. Then what can be considered as excellent performance? Chi Chong did not refute it immediately, but asked the last question. He didn't believe that Mu Yu knew so many ninjutsu, but he thought that Mu Yu should have something, otherwise she wouldn't be able to attract so many ninjas. Chi Chong was also ready to give it a try. If he could get water attribute ninjutsu, he would make money. If not, he would leave. Write down your thoughts after the class, and I will select the best thoughts. After answering, Mu Yu started the class again, telling the history of the 6 Path Sages' pursuit of peace. Chi Chong and Kuroda also listened carefully to what Mu Yu said for the sake of ninjutsu. Mu Yu didn't mind bringing some good changes to the residents of the Rain Country when she was making profits for herself. But change needs a foundation. The current Rain Country has not reached that foundation. Directly moving the knowledge of the previous life is just empty talk, which doesn't make much sense. So Mu Yu just told the existing peaceful history of the ninja world and let them think about the existing history. This was decided after Mu Yu analyzed the intelligence of the Rain Country. The Rain Country, which has been in war for many years, yearns for peace and stability more than ordinary countries. After the lecture, when Chi Changjai wanted to communicate with Kuroda about writing his thoughts, he found that many listeners gathered together. Chi Changjai immediately pulled Kuroda over, and when he found that he couldn't squeeze in, he asked the people next to him. Because Chi Changjai interrupted the lecture, the people next to him didn't want to answer, but they couldn't stand Chi Changjai's thick skin and kept asking, so they told him. His name is Nan Yu. At that time, when the first lecture of the Medical University of China began, no one believed that he could teach ninjutsu. Only Nan Yu wrote his thoughts after listening and submitted them, and then he got a fire escape ninjutsu. He is also the only ninja who has obtained 3 ninjutsu from the Medical University of China. It's so easy to get 3 ninjutsu. Kuroda was shocked and envious. How long does it take to afford 3 ninjutsu? No wonder so many people are asking. It turns out that he has won 3 excellent awards. Chi Chong also showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Chi Chong also noticed a detail. The man used the word learn instead of obtain, which means that the other party even promised to teach. Chi Chong also felt that this was a rare opportunity. He patiently squeezed in and listened to their discussion. In the end, he wrote a speech overnight to brag about the 6 Path Sage. Unfortunately, he was not selected when the outstanding candidates were selected the next day, but Chi Chong was not too upset because no one was selected as an outstanding candidate this time. This shows that it is not just him who has problems, but everyone is not good enough. Although I am telling the history, you should look at the current Rain Country. Mu Yu gave a hint. He did not have much time, so he could not train slowly. He arranged a 2-month training plan for his disciples and left Konoha with the shadow clone using the Flying Thunder God. These 2 months were the time Mu Yu set for himself. Originally, Mu Yu would have had less time at his disposal. After all, the shadow clone could not refine chakra by itself and had a limited existence time, but his yang seal had a small breakthrough. After the shadow clone was separated, the main body transferred chakra in the yang seal of the clone, which could make the shadow clone last longer. Although it did not have much effect in the battle, it was indeed of great help to the busy Mu Yu. In fact, Mu Yu had a faster way to make his name, but it would make the people of the Rain Country suffer a little. If Mu Yu did not set any conditions and directly taught ninjutsu in the Rain Country without restraint, he would become famous quickly with his ability. But what those wandering ninjas who had improved their strength would do was not something Mu Yu could control. So Mu Yu set a threshold. The first threshold was the impression of the class, which eliminated some people with bad intentions. But some people have strong disguise ability, so Mu Yu has a second threshold. The heart-turning technique can transfer what is in your mind to others. Mu Yu uses this method to teach ninjutsu and take a look at the learner's memory. For those who have committed minor crimes, she will try to see if they can be reformed. If they cannot be reformed, she will seal their memory and throw them away. For those who are extremely evil, she will send them to reincarnation. For those who are not problematic, Mu Yu will immediately teach them ninjutsu. With Mu Yu's reminder, the situation on the third day was much better. A speech about the cause of the war in the Rain Country was selected as an excellent work by Mu Yu. After checking that there was no problem, she taught him ninjutsu. After witnessing someone being rewarded with ninjutsu and successfully learning it, Kuroda and Chi Chong were more motivated. But on the fourth day, Mu Yu stopped teaching. How many days do you have to rest after the fourth day? Chi Chong also asked respectfully. He thought Mu Yu didn't want to teach anymore, so he wanted to rest. Chi Chong could understand this very well. Before I had the strength, I worked hard to make money and become stronger. After I had the strength, I could rest as much as I wanted. When 100 ninjas gather here, I will start teaching again. Mu Yu stated his conditions. He wanted these ninjas who attended the class to go out and recruit new people to accelerate the spread of his fame. Is it possible that the fourth day is not a famous person? Chi Chong also tried to figure out Mu Yu's character. Some of the first listeners were not surprised. They packed up and left to go to a farther place to help Mu Yu promote. This was not the first time Mu Yu asked for publicity. This was Mu Yu's remedy for setting a threshold, which could speed up his fame to a certain extent. Although there is no reward for attracting new members, some people have been writing their testimonials for more than 10 days. They will definitely not give up the opportunity to obtain ninjutsu. However, not everyone is like this. Some people will choose to give up, but this part of people is relatively small. The effect of dozens of ninjas working hard to promote together is very good. After all, everyone has their own interpersonal relationships. If they spread the word to each other, it can even spread to the Rain Ninja village. In order to attract more people, Chi Chong also spared no effort to brag about Mu Yu. He said that Mu Yu was a hidden boss, a strong man comparable to a demigod, who mastered all the changes in chakra properties, could use hundreds of ninjutsu, and was very happy to pass on his skills. He also gave Mu Yu the title of Ninja Master. If Chi Chong was the only one who was bragging, it would definitely not have caused much impact, but when Chi Chong was bragging, there were dozens of ninjas who were also promoting Mu Yu, so the credibility was high, and the title of Ninja Master Luna spread all over the Rain Country in an instant. Yahiko, who wanted to recruit Mu Yu, immediately led his men to Ozu village upon hearing Mu Yu's name. He did not doubt the rumors. After all, Mu Yu was a strong man recognized by Nagato. The Akatsuki organization is no longer a nobody, and their actions undoubtedly spread the rumors about the ninja master further. Hanzo also noticed the rumors about the so-called ninja master, so he sent the Rain Ninja to Ozu village to check the situation. Such a strong man suddenly appeared in the rain country, and he must find out the situation. A large number of wandering ninjas went to Ozu village with the idea of trying their luck to see if they could learn ninjutsu. So the publicity effect this time exceeded everyone's imagination. It seems a bit too much. Seeing that everyone was discussing Ninja Master, Chi Chong felt a little guilty. Before the publicity effect came out, Chi Chong never thought that someone would believe his exaggerated words. If there was a strong man like Hanzo in such a small place like Rain Country, he would have been famous long ago. There is another chapter later, it will be late. Chapter 403 Ninja Master on Par with Hanzo. Chi Chong finally did not run away because of his guilty conscience. He asked Kuroda to wait on the spot, told him to run directly if there was any movement, and then went to Muyu's temporary residence. Why don't you stay out of the limelight? Some people have promoted you too much and put you on the same level as the demigod Hanzo. Now not only the ninjas from the ninja organization have come, but even the ninjas from the Rain village have come. Chi Changjai said to Muyu solemnly, with a hint of regret on his face, as if he was sad that he couldn't listen to Muyu's lectures next. Is that so? Who do you think is promoting it too much? Muyu smiled at Chi Changjai. Muyu's eyes that seemed to see through everything made Chi Chong feel a little guilty, but his expression did not change, and he still looked like he was thinking about Muyu. Write down your views on war and peace and give them to me before I leave. Muyu said and walked towards the entrance of the village. No matter what Chi Changjai's purpose was, in terms of the result, he had exceeded Muyu's task. Knowing that he would notify Muyu to run away after making things worse, he still had some conscience. So Muyu was willing to give Chi Changjai a chance that could affect the trajectory of his life. Muyu sensed their breath before those ninjas approached Ozu village, and Muyu had already observed their strength with his white eyes. Most of the wandering ninjas were low-level ninjas who could not pose a threat to him, and then there were some ninja organizations and the middle-level ninjas of the Hidden Rain village, and there were even fewer jonins. In addition to the Yahiko trio, there was only one qualified online ninja from the Hidden Rain village. Are you really not considering avoiding the limelight? I see that some ninjas look like they are here with bad intentions, as if they are looking for trouble. Chi Changjai reminded. In fact, your publicity is not too much. Muyu gave Chi Chong a meaningful smile. With Muyu's current strength, it is not false propaganda to be on par with Hanzo. This made Chi Chong, who was about to run away, a little hesitant. Muyu looked really confident, but Chi Chong was also worried that Muyu was blindly confident and overestimated his own strength. Forget it, let's see. Chi Chong also thought for a while and decided to stay. Anyway, with Muyu's current performance, he will definitely not be liquidated. When something goes wrong, he and his good brother can run away together. Isn't the ninja master teaching ninjutsu? Is this a scam? This is an ambitious wandering ninja. Dare to put yourself I am on par with Hanzo-sama, I want to see how capable you are. This is Hanzo's fanatical fan. Because there are too many ninjas gathered, the scene is very noisy, and the ninjas who have been listening to the class for a while before are unable to maintain order because of their lack of strength. Nagato frowned, he didn't like this noisy environment. Yahiko was like a fish in water, and introduced the great goal of Akatsuki to the ninjas next to him who didn't know him. Brother, have you heard of Akatsuki? I have heard of it, but I don't want to understand it. The ninja next to him declined. Don't worry, you will get to know us again after I finish telling you the dream of our Akatsuki. Yahiko's enthusiasm was unabated. Yahiko, you are not going to recruit that. The wandering ninja couldn't hold it back and said. The main goal is 3/4, but there are so many ninjas here, it is a good opportunity for Akatsuki to strengthen its strength. Yahiko turned around and said to Konan. Just when Yahiko was about to continue to promote the great ideals of the Akatsuki organization to the wandering ninja, Yahiko found that the other party had gone away after just a turn. Hello everyone, I heard someone seemed to be looking for me, I am Kagami. Then he introduced himself. Instantly, everyone's eyes were focused on Miyu, looking at this audacious ninja master with curious eyes. They can only use the word audacious to describe it. In the Rain Country, comparing themselves with Hanzo is equivalent to saying that they are 50-50 with Senju Hashirama in the Fire Country. You are Kagami, the ninja master who compares himself to Hanzo-sama. The ninja with orange hair walked out with a bad face and asked. I am indeed Kagami, but the title of ninja master is not something I took for myself. Miyu nodded. The point is that you actually think you can be compared with Hanzo-sama. The orange-haired ninja said with an extremely dissatisfied look, and then burst out chakra and stepped on the ground, and the powerful force instantly cracked the ground. The ninjas near the orange-haired ninja showed surprise and kept a certain distance from him. This was obviously looking for trouble, and his strength was not weak. Chi Chong also saw this and pulled Kuroda back a certain distance to protect the ninjas in front of him. You want to think so, it's your freedom. To everyone's surprise, Miyu did not rush to defend and refute, but acquiesced to the orange-haired ninja's statement. The Rain Village ninjas in the crowd frowned, too arrogant, their Hanzo-sama is a strong man recognized by the entire ninja world. If the orange-haired ninja had not shown strong strength, the Rain Village ninja would definitely stand up to test Miyu's strength. Since someone is willing to do it for him, the Rain Village ninja is also happy to watch the show. Let me see how strong you are, Ichigo Kurosaki. You dare to compare yourself with Hanzo-sama. Ichigo Kurosaki snorted coldly and burst out his chakra, and his aura spread to the surroundings. The Rain Village Jonin felt the oppression from Ichigo Kurosaki and showed a surprised expression. He was much stronger than him. As expected of Hanzo-sama, there are admirers of this strength outside the Rain Village. The Rain Village Jonin admired Hanzo even more in his heart. It's almost time for class, so let's have a practical teaching. Miyu accepted the invitation calmly. This Ichigo Kurosaki is not a ninja with the same name as the protagonist of a migrant worker comic, but Miyu's shadow clone. If Miyu wants to show his strength, the best way is to let a brainless villain jump out of the crowd and be beaten by him, which can show his strength and establish his prestige. But there are not so many brainless people in the real world, so Miyu directly let the shadow clone start the show. In order to prevent Nagato's Samsara eye from seeing it, Miyu's shadow clone also used transformation to pinch his face. Because the ninja with information consumes more chakra to transform, and it needs chakra to maintain it, the shadow clone can't withstand this consumption at all, otherwise it would be better to directly choose a ninja from the Rain Country to transform. That guy looks strong, shouldn't we help him? Zionin asked softly. Zionin was not present when Miyu went to see Nagato, so she didn't know what Nagato thought of Miyu. I believe that since he has admitted it, he must be no worse than Hanzo. Yahiko chose to believe that Miyu could handle this matter. In order not to affect the villagers of Ozu village, Miyu changed the battlefield to the large open space outside the village. If you have no problem, we will start by counting down to 3. Kurosaki Ichigo took a fighting stance. Miyu nodded to indicate that he had no objection. 3, 2, 1. The moment the two counted to 1, they all moved. Earth Style, Earth Spear. Ichigo Kurosaki quickly formed seals with his palms, and many thick rock spikes immediately flew out of the originally flat ground. Each rock spike was taller than an ordinary person and extremely sharp. Most of the wandering ninjas had never seen such a powerful and terrifying ninjutsu, and they subconsciously stepped back a little to prevent being affected by the fight between the two. And Miyu seemed to have expected it, and with a whoosh, he dodged the large-scale rock spike attack with the instant body technique. What a fast speed! The Rain Village Jounin noticed this. Just now, he didn't react to how Miyu dodged Ichigo Kurosaki's earth-style attack. The Rain Village Jounin was glad that Ichigo Kurosaki took the lead. If he brought shame to the Rain Village, Hanzo would definitely punish him. Sharp lightning can break through the hardness of the soil. The change of lightning attribute chakra restrains the change of earth attribute chakra, so it is best to use it to deal with earth escape. Lightning. Escape. Mu said as he formed a seal. Lightning escape, false dark. Mu gathered a large amount of chakra in his mouth, and spit out extremely sharp lightning and strong sweeping. Boom! The terrifying lightning spear instantly destroyed all the rock spikes on the ground, and the gravel flew for a while, and continued to shoot towards Kurosaki Ichigo with the remaining power. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't seem to expect that Mu's lightning escape would be so terrifying, and he was very embarrassed to deal with it. It's so powerful, which means the rumors are true. A wandering ninja clenched his fist and showed an excited expression. If he could learn such a powerful ninjutsu, he wouldn't have to hide and rob ordinary people to maintain his training. He could get rich by taking bounty missions in the black market. He was not the only one who thought so. Many ninjas felt that they had come for nothing. So what if you can restrain my earth escape? I don't only know earth escape ninjutsu. Ichigo Kurosaki reluctantly formed a seal again. This time he used fire style, and a large amount of flames were spit out by Ichigo Kurosaki, quickly forming a huge fireball and smashing towards Mu. The best choice to deal with fire style is water, which can put out fire. Mu continued to explain. Water style, waterfall technique. Mu condensed chakra and spit out a huge water ball, which not only put out the attacking fireball, but also drenched Ichigo Kurosaki. Don't think you are the only one who can use water style. Ichigo Kurosaki seemed to think he was humiliated, and his face turned ruddy. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Using the remaining water flow from Mu's use of the great waterfall technique, Ichigo Kurosaki quickly condensed an extremely thick water dragon. Looking at the super water dragon that was far longer and thicker than ordinary water dragon bullets, many onlookers stepped back again. Many of them were not necessarily much stronger than the genin who had just graduated from Konoha. They could survive in the chaotic land of the rain country by being cautious. They knew that they had to keep a safe distance when watching the excitement. The jonin of the rain village was already thinking about whether to recommend Ichigo Kurosaki to Hanzo. Although he was from another village, he was really strong. He not only mastered the 3 nature changes, but also seemed to have a certain degree of proficiency. Of course, nature restraint is not absolute in battle. If the strength difference is too great, it will be useless. A strong enough flame can also dry up the water flow. Mu did not choose to restrain this time, but was restrained actively. Fire escape, had hard work. Mu spit out a small fireball compressed to the extreme towards the rushing water dragon. The fireball was only the size of a fist at first, but after colliding with the water dragon bomb, the compressed flames instantly burst into a sea of fire. Under the baking of the high-temperature sea of fire, the thick water dragon quickly disappeared. The pupils of the Rain Village ninja shrank suddenly. The meaning of this ninjutsu collision was completely different from the previous ones. To be able to suppress the opponent when being restrained can only mean that the strength is too much, and Kurosaki Ichigo's performance is already much stronger than that of ordinary ninjas. The Rain Village ninja was surprised to find that except Hanzo, there seemed to be no one else in the Rain Village who could be this additional medical Pomuyun frame. No wonder he dared to put himself on the same level as Hanzo-sama. The Rain Village jonin instantly stopped thinking Mu was arrogant. This is reality, this is the ninja world, and the strength of a ninja is the foundation of everything. Although the Rain Village jonin thought that it was impossible to beat their Rain Ninja's demigod Hanzo with this level, it was no problem to say that he was the second strongest in the Rain country. Considering that Mu had never fought with Hanzo, it was normal to misjudge, so he didn't think he was arrogant. As expected of you. The heat wave coming from the pumping pot couldn't help but admire. He was a ninja specializing in water escape, and he could understand the value of Mu's fire escape just now better than ordinary ninjas. What he said before was not true, right? Chi Chong was also a little dumbfounded when he saw Mu Yu teaching the powerful Jonin with both hands. He had a terrible guess in his mind, that Mu Yu was not bragging before, but really mastered the 7 kinds of chakra nature changes. Chi Chang's heart beat fast when he thought of this. He thought of what Mu Yu said to him a few minutes ago. Although he was still writing his impressions, this time was obviously different from the usual ones. Then Mu Yu showed the ninjas a strong level of physical skills. While fighting, he could also point out Ichigo Kurosaki's shortcomings and make suggestions for improvement. Not only the new ninjas were surprised by this, but the old people who had been with Mu Yu for a while did not expect Mu Yu to be so strong. In their hearts, Mu Yu's level of being a top ninja of the 5 great countries was the best. After all, this was a strong man they could not reach. You are indeed very strong. I am not your opponent, but this does not mean that your strength can match that of Hanzo. Ichigo Kurosaki admitted defeat without being humiliated, but he was still speaking for Hanzo. The ninjas of the Rain Village were a little moved. There are still such ninjas in this day and age. Now it is impossible not to recommend him to Hanzo. The other ninjas who were watching were also in awe, thinking that Ichigo Kurosaki lost but deserved respect. After speaking, Ichigo Kurosaki left without looking back. The Rain Village Jonin silently memorized the name. Mu Yu's strength was too strong. He had to continue investigating and could not leave for the time being. Master Ninja, please teach me ninjutsu. A ninja shouted respectfully immediately. This shout instantly triggered a chain reaction. Those who reacted also complimented Mu Yu and acted like students. Chapter 404 The Tempting Ninja Inheritance. I can teach ninjutsu, but can you first answer me what a ninja is? Mu Yu looked at the crowd and asked with a smile. The ninjas in the crowd looked at each other. There were too many answers to this question. It can be said that people who graduated from ninja schools are ninjas, or that ninjas are a profession, or that they are people who use ninjutsu. But they felt that the question of a strong man like Mu Yu must be meaningful and not that simple. Ninjas are people who can endure everything. Seeing that no one answered, Yahiko took the lead in giving his answer. Mu Yu smiled and nodded without commenting. Ninjas are people who can use chakra to use ninjutsu. Chi Chong also said quickly. He really couldn't think of any meaningful insights, so he might as well say it earlier and leave an impression on Mu Yu. Others also quickly figured it out and said their own answers. Ninja is a profession and an identity. If you learn ninjutsu, you are a ninja. Hundreds of ninjas rushed to answer questions, making the scene very noisy. Mu Yu pressed his palm slightly downward to signal everyone to be quiet. In less than a minute, the scene returned to the previous quiet atmosphere. It's not that Mu Yu's ability to control the situation has been invincible after being a teacher for a long time, but the damage caused by Mu Yu's ninjutsu is still nearby, so everyone is very kind to Mu Yu. In a broad sense, you are all right. Ninja can be a profession or a person who can use ninjutsu. Mu Yu said while using Earth Escape to clean up the traces of the war. But do you know what ninjas looked like in the beginning? Where did the word ninja come from, and what are the responsibilities of ninjas? It's the ninjas that only exist because of the Six-Path Sage who founded the ninja sect. Chi Chong also answered immediately. The day he came, Mu Yu happened to talk about the Six-Path Sage who founded the ninja sect, so he remembered it very clearly. Six-Path Sage, isn't that a myth? Someone in the crowd asked in confusion. Not everyone believes that the Six-Path Sage is real. Some people believe that the Six-Path Sage is just a myth. The Six-Path Sage is real. Mu Yu was the first to confirm this. The real Six-Path Sage does not have the power to create the world as in the story. He is the ancestor of ninjas and the founder of the ninja sect. There are many myths about the Six-Path Sage in the ninja world. One of the most widely circulated is the Six-Path Sage creation theory. This myth believes that the Six-Path Sage created the ninja world. This is also the reason why some ninjas believe that the Six-Path Sage is not real. No matter how powerful the ninjutsu is, it is impossible to create the world. However, for Mu, who is familiar with the plot, this myth is not completely nonsense. At that time, Kaguya planted the sacred tree, which caused great damage to the ninja world. It was the six-path sage who traveled around the ninja world to repair the earth, and then the current ninja world came into being. The original ninja refers to the people of the ninja sect. The main responsibility of the ninjas during the ninja sect period was to maintain peace and create a peaceful world. After talking about the six-path sage, Mu immediately talked about the responsibility of the ancient ninjas. Yahiko's eyes widened. He had never been to school and had no idea that ninjas had such origins. At this moment, he was very happy because they were doing the same things as the original ninjas and they were on the same path. Since the responsibility of ninjas is to maintain peace, why are there so many ninja wars now? Nagato couldn't help but ask. He didn't want to talk at first, because Yahiko liked Mu very much and wanted to recruit her, but he really felt that ninjas were not worthy of being called peace messengers. This was not only because Nagato's parents died at the hands of ninjas, but Yahiko and Konan were both war orphans. They both lost their parents because of the ninja war. So I'm talking about the ninja clan period. Mu answered calmly. After the ninja clan disappeared, ninjas changed. Today's ninjas are just like what you said at the beginning, people who can use ninjutsu, and they are professionals. Mu's expression became solemn and serious. Nowadays, ninjas have strayed too far from their original intentions. As a ninja inheritor, I really can't bear to see the ninjas who used to be peacekeepers become war makers today, so I decided to restore the ninja clan and learn from the original ninjas. The onlookers looked at Mu in confusion. They just wanted to come here to learn ninjutsu, but they didn't expect such a shocking thing to rebuild the ninja clan. Although most of them didn't know what the ninja clan was, after Mu's introduction just now, the six-path sage was the first leader of the ninja clan, so the gold content of the ninja clan can be said to be full. The Uzumura Jainin pays attention to different points from ordinary ninjas. He pays attention to the inheritance of the ninja clan. Could it be that he has such a strong strength because he accidentally obtained the ancient ninja inheritance? The Rain Village Jonin guessed in his heart. With Mu's strength, he is considered a strong man in the entire ninja world, not to mention the small country of Rain Country, and he should not have been unknown all the time. So the Rain Village Jonin thought that the truth was that Mu had been practicing hard after obtaining the inheritance until recently. Nagato didn't say anything else. He was quite satisfied with Mu's answer. Today's ninjas are not worthy of being paired with peace. You, Mr. Shinobi, are so reasonable. We ninjas should learn from the predecessors of the Shinobi sect and create a peaceful world without war. Yahiko said with a face of agreement. So let's join the organization of the Shinobi sect. Let's fight for peace together. Yahiko made a second invitation to Mu. The surrounding ninjas all looked at Yahiko in surprise, thinking that this boy had a very unique mindset. Although the Akatsuki organization was somewhat famous in the Rain Country, they did not think that a ninja organization of Akatsuki's level could attract Mu. With the strength that Mu had shown so far, a ninja organization of this size could create a stronger ninja organization in the Rain Country with just a wave of his hand. The current Akatsuki is not enough. Mu shook his head and refused. It is not the time to join the Akatsuki organization yet, unless he is ready to accept Yahiko as a disciple. Yahiko was a little disappointed, but he still did not give up in his heart, because he felt that as long as he worked hard, Mu, who had the same goal, would sooner or later recognize him and his Akatsuki organization. The six-path sage once traveled around the ninja world to create the ninja sect. As the inheritor of the ninja sect, I will travel around the Rain Country first. If you agree with my idea, please go with me. I will transmit the ninja knowledge I have mastered to those who recognize it. Mu glanced at the crowd and said. There are about 200 ninjas here, and Mu will be satisfied if there are 70 left in the end. The number of 70 is based on the fact that Mu has already screened them. We are willing to follow. Chi Changjai immediately pulled Kuroda to the front and said. In his opinion, this is purely an opportunity. If you miss such a strong teacher, you will never meet him again. Other wandering ninjas also expressed their desire to restore the ninja sect with Mu. However, most of them are not to become ninjas who protect peace, but to learn powerful ninjutsu from Mu. Except for ninjas like you ninja who want to explore Mu's information, basically all ninjas who come to Ozu village choose to travel around the rain country with Mu. Yahiko also decided to join this journey. He wanted to let Mu see his determination. What about the Akatsuki organization? Zionin asked helplessly. Let them come together, maybe we can still have a chance to meet with Yahiko. Konan was speechless. Yahiko was obviously determined. Mu started his journey to the rain country with a ninja team of nearly 200 people. Due to the large number of people, the chaotic rain country suddenly became well ordered, and no robbers appeared in front of Mu and his team. On the first day, Mu did not talk about anything related to ninja knowledge, but told the story of the six-path sage traveling around the ninja world, and no one left the team. On the second day, Mu still did not talk about ninja knowledge, but talked about the ninjas of the ninja sect maintaining peace. On the third day, Mu still did not teaching ninjutsu. Ninjas gradually left the team. The ninjas who left the team felt that Mu didn't want to teach ninjutsu at all, so they didn't want to waste time here. From the fourth day, the number of ninjas who left the team gradually increased. Because of the spread of Mu's deeds, there were also new ninjas joining the team, but not many. On the fifth day, Mu and his team passed by a village with a broken bridge. Mu used earth escape to help the villagers build a solid and wide stone bridge. The villagers were very grateful and gave some food. A whole week passed, and Mu still didn't teach ninjutsu. More ninjas left the team, and the number was still increasing. If you don't teach ninjutsu, you can also teach some other ninja knowledge first, otherwise there will be more people leaving the team. Chi Chong also reminded. He felt that Mu could teach some small tricks to stabilize people's hearts. Now there is no hope of learning ninjutsu. In fact, Chi Chong also felt that Mu should be able to think of this. After all, Mu's performance has always revealed a sense of mystery. It is their freedom to leave the team. Mu smiled and declined Chi Changjai's kindness. Chi Chong was a little confused about what Mu was thinking, attracting so many people and then letting them leave. Chi Chong, who couldn't figure it out, was too lazy to think about it. Anyway, he would not leave, because he felt that Mu would definitely teach ninjutsu. It was not a guess, but a conclusion drawn by following Mu. Mu was really practicing what he said about the responsibility of the ninja sect, mediating conflicts within the team, and helping villagers in need. So Chi Chong also believed that Mu would finally fulfill his promise. Some people regretted wasting a week listening to Mu talk about history, and some people were glad that they joined the team. Yahiko was the one who was glad. After following Mu for more than a week, Yahiko felt that their Akatsuki organization did have too many shortcomings. They just helped the village drive away the stray ninjas, while Mu used his own power to help the villagers solve many troubles. And Mu did not simply use ninja power. If it was the knowledge he knew, he would choose to use knowledge to solve the villagers' difficulties and pass on knowledge to the villagers. For the villagers who were helped, Mu did not leave his name, but said that he was a ninja of the ninja sect. Because of Mu's actions, they left the name of the ninja sect in each place they passed, and the word ninja sect gradually spread in the rain country. Mu traveled around the rain country for half a month, and most of the ninjas who joined in the fun had left. Some of the remaining ninjas agreed with Mu's ideas, and some did not want to give up because of sunk costs. People who agreed with Mu's ideas acted together with Mu, and other ninjas would listen carefully when Mu lectured. Recognizing his serious shortcomings, Yahiko often asked Mu various questions. What made Yahiko feel to her surprise, Miyu could basically answer all the questions, and she had a reason. Nagato had some good feelings for Miyu, because Miyu was really doing things, not just talking. Konan also liked Miyu very much. Miyu smiled warmly. Seeing that she liked origami, she gave her a paper crane. On the 20th day of Miyu's tour of the ninja world, there were only 72 ninjas following Miyu. A small half of them were ninjas selected by Miyu before, and some were Akatsuki ninjas headed by Yahiko. The rest were ninjas selected because of the legend of ninja masters. After a final check to ensure that there were no problems, Miyu officially started the class. Since the strength of these 72 ninjas was uneven, the weakest ones were basically the most ordinary genin. Miyu started teaching from chakra control, still climbing trees and treading water. Miyu let those who mastered these skills practice freely, and then taught them when Miyu was free. The most Miyu had ever done in Konoha was to train nearly 700 students, so it was very easy to teach 72 people, and he could ensure that everyone was taken care of. Many ninjas were very excited, and they finally made it after such a long time. These 20 days were not just for sightseeing, but like a hard training. If those who left the team knew that superscript 3 plus or minus 3/4, they would probably regret it and want to hit themselves. For those who stayed, the fruits of persistence were extremely delicious. Lecture completed. Evaluation, S. Awards, Chakra Control plus 24, Water Chakra Nature Change plus 1. Teaching Chakra Control was nothing. When Miyu taught Chakra Nature Change and Ninjutsu, the ninjas who stayed were once again glad for their decision. Miyu's performance was really too exaggerated. All the nature changes of chakra attributes were done at will, and even Nagato was surprised by it. Nagato could only see that Miyu's chakra was not simple with the samsara eye, but he didn't expect that Miyu was also proficient in 7 kinds of chakra nature changes. Nagato only mastered 6 attributes and did not master the yin attribute chakra nature changes. They thought that Miyu was already abnormal enough, but Miyu was also a master of sealing techniques, teaching them knowledge of sealing techniques that they had never touched before. This is the advantage of taking classes outside. Miyu teaches whatever he wants to teach and rewards whatever he wants. Out of respect for Miyu, many ninjas changed their names to call Miyu superscript 2i. When Miyu and his team arrived at the village near the Rain Ninja village, a team of Rain Ninjas stopped Miyu and others who were moving forward. "Euro Lord Hanzo wants to see you, please follow us to the Rain Ninja village." The Rain Ninja village Jonin said respectfully. He was the Jonin who went to Ozu village to investigate Miyu before and had seen Miyu's strength. In addition to the recent rumors about Miyu, as a Rain countryman, he admired Miyu's actions. "Only you can go alone," the Rain village Jonin added. "There are quite a few ninjas on Miyu's side, plus Miyu has 73 ninjas, it is impossible for Hanzo to let so many non-ninja village ninjas enter the Rain village inexplicably. I will discuss it with my companions." Miyu did not give a direct answer. He personally thinks he can go, because Kurosaki Ichigo has become the Rain village Chunin. Miyu knows some information about the Rain village. In addition, with Miyu's strength, if he wants to leave, no one in the Rain village can keep him. However, Miyu knows his own strength, but his followers are not so clear. In order to take care of their emotions, they still have to discuss it. "I think maybe Hanzo is plotting to inherit the ninja sect from you." Chi Chong also thinks Hanzo has bad intentions. Although Chi Chong is also from the Rain country, he has a general impression of Hanzo. Some ninjas nodded in agreement. The wandering ninjas understand the principle of being guilty of possessing a treasure. "I don't think Hanzo is such a person. Even if it is a ninja from the enemy village, as long as he admires the younger generation, he will let the other party live. Such a Hanzo will never be a villain who plots to take over the inheritance." Yahiko retorted. Unlike Chi Chong, Yahiko has a good impression of Hanzo and thinks he is a real strong man. "What if you guess wrong?" It will be dangerous. If you guess right, you won't get anything. Chi Chong also thinks this is a very unprofitable thing. Although Yahiko's strength is much stronger than his, through the 20 days of getting along, Chi Chong also knows that Yahiko is a broad-minded person, so he is not worried that he will be hated by Yahiko because of his rebuttal. Yahiko was speechless for a moment. Chi Changjai was right about this point. Mu Yu's efforts and gains in going to the Rain Village alone were not proportional. Thank you for your concern, but you can trust me a little more. It will be fine. Mu Yu said with a smile. Seeing that Mu Yu had decided to go to the Rain Village, Chi Chong did not say anything. He believed in Mu Yu first. Since Mu Yu said it would be fine, he believed that Mu Yu had the ability to deal with possible accidents. Then Mu Yu followed the Rain Ninjas to the Rain Village. The style of the architecture of the Rain Village is very different from that of Konoha. The buildings of the hidden Rain Village are mainly made of steel and supplemented by stone. The whole village is full of large and small steel pipes, which may be related to the heavy rainfall here. Hanzo did not choose to meet Mu Yu in the office of the leader of the Rain Village, but in a training ground of the Rain Ninjas. Master Hanzo, this is the Ninja Master, Ka Iroha. Sent a superscript 3, superscript 2. Hanzo looked at Mu Yu, who was wearing a black shirt inside and a white robe outside, looking very elegant and easygoing. Mu Yu was also looking at Hanzo, who was wearing a mask on his face and a special battle suit made by Rain Village. When the two looked at each other, Hanzo suddenly burst out with his momentum, and the overwhelming momentum pressed towards Mu Yu, making the air a little heavier. The Rain Village Jonin standing next to Mu Yu was already unable to move because of Hanzo's terrifying momentum, but Mu Yu still had a smile on her face. The next moment, the Rain Village Jonin suddenly felt a chill on his back, and a very terrifying sense of oppression came from his side. Facing Hanzo's provocation, Mu Yu also burst out with momentum. The eyes of the Rain Village Jonin were a little blurry, and his sweat flowed into his eyes, but he had no way to wipe it off, because he was caught between two terrifying auras and he didn't dare to move at all. Now he seemed like a small boat that strayed into the turbulent waves, and it was possible that the boat would be destroyed and people would die at any time. Go down. Hanzo suddenly withdrew his aura and said to the Rain Village Jounin lightly. The Rain Village Jounin instantly relaxed and nodded and left. Originally he thought it was an easy task, but now he felt that he might have a nightmare at night. A smile appeared at the corner of Hanzo's mouth. You are very good. Although he didn't use his full strength just now, Mu Yu's performance can be regarded as a strong man in the ninja world. You are also very good. Mu Yu said with a faint smile. Hanzo was slightly stunned. Since he became the leader of the Rain Village, Mu Yu was the first person to say this to him. However, Hanzo didn't care too much. Mu Yu looked about 27 years old. Hanzo was very tolerant of young people who could get his recognition. Some people say that you became a strong man because you obtained the inheritance of the ninja sect. I couldn't be sure before I met you, but now I can be sure that you would be a strong man even without the so-called inheritance. Hanzo recalled the recent rumors about Mu Yu and said. Han Zhang, who had competed with Mu Yu, could feel that Mu Yu had his own beliefs. Such a person could not be mediocre. Maybe, I think this assumption is meaningless, because the reality is that I have obtained the inheritance of the ninja sect and have certain strength. Mu Yu replied. It is indeed meaningless. Hanzo thought Mu Yu was a little interesting. But I can give you a piece of advice. Most people only believe what they believe. Many people are interested in the ninja sect inheritance in your hands. Your bounty on the black market has reached 3.5 million taels. Because Mu Yu's experience in creating his own personality is too legendary, Ninja Master is said to have rushed out of the Rain country and into the ninja world. When Mu Yu and the Shadow Clone were acting together, they were surrounded by nearly 200 ninjas. They were all strong witnesses of the authenticity of Ninja Master's statement. After all, it was Mu Yu who said the ninja inheritance, and he did show the level of a strong man in the ninja world. Thank you for the information, senior. Miyu thanked Hanzo, and his expression did not change. 3,500,000 Ryo can issue 3 S-level tasks and 1 A-level task in Konoha. However, compared with the ninja inheritance, it is still too little. Miyu probably hasn't spread it yet, and not many people believe it, otherwise his reward would definitely exceed Asuma. Hanzo admires Miyu's mentality. In his opinion, the most important thing for a strong man is his faith. Losing faith is no different from dying. The two did not talk more. As the leader of the Rain Village, Hanzo has affairs to deal with. If Miyu is ready to join the Rain Village and become a Rain Ninja, then he can say more. But as a promising junior, Hanzo has done his best. Before leaving, Miyu gave Hanzo another appraisal technique to ensure that there is no mistake in the information recorded in his mind. Chapter 405 Famous in the Ninja World. Name, Hanzo. Chakra, 130,500. Skills, Water Chakra Nature Change, Mastery, 6100/15,000, Fire Chakra Nature Change, Mastery, 2000/15,000, Water Instant Body Technique, Mastery, Fire Style, Explosive Flame Formation, Mastery. Among the cage level masters that Miyu has identified, Hanzo has fewer skills. He only has 2 mastery level nature changes, and most of the ninjutsu he has mastered are water style ninjutsu. Although he has fewer skills, it does not mean that Hanzo is weak. He has a high proficiency in water chakra nature changes, and he also has some mastery level water style ninjutsu. Miyu, who is familiar with the plot, also knows some of Hanzo's strengths that are not displayed on the panel, that is, poison. Hanzo has a summoned beast named Salamander, which can spit out a large-scale poisonous fog with extremely toxicity. In addition, Hanzo himself has implanted a salamander poison sac, which is why Hanzo always wears a mask. If he does not wear a mask, the poison gas produced by Hanzo's breathing can paralyze people around him. Miyu has to say that Hanzo, who plays with poison, has a bit of restraint in breathing. If the breathing method is used when there is poison gas, the poison will invade faster. Miyu was very clear about this shortcoming of the breathing method from the beginning, so he has been planning to improve the breathing method, but this level of improvement is even more difficult than developing a breathing method, so the progress is slow. Miyu has 2 ideas, one is relief, and the other is radical treatment. Relief is to add a detoxification or increase the poison resistance effect to the breathing method, and radical treatment is to change the way the breathing method works and no longer rely on ordinary breathing forms. The former is much simpler than the latter, and Miyu is ready to cycle and pass change it if you advance. In addition, you can also rely on equipment, such as wearing a gas mask and oxygen mask. The advantage of equipment is simplicity, and the disadvantage is that it may be damaged in battle. With the intensity of ninja's battle, basically it will be damaged if it is touched by ninjutsu. Seeing Miyu return safely, the ninjas' hanging hearts are relieved. No matter what they think of Hanzo in their hearts, as long as they are ninjas from the Rain country, the first person they think of when talking about strong people must be the demigod Hanzo. According to the information given by Hanzo, I have been rewarded. The bounty on the black market has reached 3.5 million taels. Next, some ninjas who earn bounties may attack me. After returning to the team, Miyu immediately told the information obtained from Hanzo. There may be some ninjas with strong strength, so the next journey will no longer be safe and there will be certain risks. Miyu reminded. If it was just a few people, Miyu was confident that she could protect them, but she was not 100% sure that she could protect all 72 people. Among the bounty ninjas, there was a ruthless person like Kakuzu. If it was Kakuzu who came, and Kakuzu did not stare at Miyu, but focused on attacking the team members to distract Miyu, Miyu could not protect everyone. At most, he would kill Kakuzu to help them get revenge. 3,550,000 taels. Chi Changai's pupils shrank sharply. As a wandering ninja, he had never seen so much money, so he knew the attraction of this amount. You can leave now if you want to, and no one will blame you for it. Mu Yu took the initiative to propose. The ninjas looked at each other, all showing a thoughtful look. It must be said that this is indeed a very struggling problem. Many of them are of average strength, otherwise they would not think of finding Mu Yu to learn ninjutsu and become stronger. Don't underestimate the strength of our Akatsuki organization. We will not only protect our own safety, but also protect you. Yahiko laughed and said. Excluding Nagato, he and Konan are also strong. Yahiko will not leave for this reason. It's better to say that he wants to stay with Mu Yu more, worried that Mu Yu will be in danger. My strength is average, I will try not to be a drag. Some ninjas are determined to stay. It's safe to leave, but that's all, there is no other meaning. Stay is different. Not to mention the ninjutsu that can be learned from Mu Yu, even if he just watches Mu Yu traveling around the rain country, he feels that he is witnessing new history. Compared with his previous life, he feels that he lives in a muddle. After a struggle, Chi Chong finally made a decision that he would not make before. He also wants to stay. After making this decision, Chi Chong himself felt incredible that he would face danger head-on. Chi Chong also thought more than others. The bounty of 3.5 million taels may not attract a strong man like Mu Yu immediately, but as Mu Yu kills the bounty hunters attracted, Mu Yu's bounty will be higher and more dangerous. But he finally decided to stay, for reasons he didn't understand. In the end, no one chose to leave the team, and everyone chose to continue to follow Mu Yu. This surprised Mu Yu a little. He thought that some would leave, after all, these ninjas had not been with him for a long time. The bounty on the black market did not affect Mu Yu's actions. He continued to travel around the rain country at his own pace. If he encountered bandits, he would get rid of them. If there was no food, he would complete the commissions of local villagers. If there were difficult commissions, he would stay a little longer, and if there were simple commissions, he would stay a little less. More and more places were visited by them. It turns out that I don't know the rain country that well. Yahiko sighed. He once thought that he knew the rain country well enough, but after following Mu Yu to every village in the rain country, Yahiko realized that what he knew was just the tip of the iceberg. Each village and town has different difficulties and contradictions. He is obsessed with bringing peace to the rain country, but now he finds that he cannot solve the contradictions in some villages and towns. But aren't you understanding it? Mu Yu smiled and touched Yahiko's head. Mu Yu's main goal is to make Nagato a disciple on the system list. In the process, he doesn't mind cultivating a revolutionary fighter. In the afternoon, Mu Yu and his friends arrived at a new village. Two children were arguing at the entrance of the village. The sun is closer to people when it just rises than at noon. No, it should be farther away when it rises than at noon. When the sun first rises, it is as big as a wheel, but at noon it is like a plate. Isn't it the truth that it looks small when it is far away and big when it is close? It is still cool when the sun just comes out, but it is very hot at noon. Isn't it the truth that it is hot when it is close and cool when it is far away? The two children argued fiercely, and neither of them was convinced. Uncle in White, you look very smart. Who do you think is right? One of the children looked at Mu Yu and asked. Mu Yu looked thoughtful and walked forward, as if ready to say something. Swoosh! The two children suddenly jumped up and took out their kunai to stab Mu Yu, who seemed defenseless. Be careful! The ninja who noticed shouted. He wanted to help Mu Yu but found that it was too late. Bang bang! Two dull collisions sounded. Mu Yu swung his fist at the two ninjas at a very fast speed and knocked them to the ground. Due to the heavy blow, their transformation skills instantly failed and revealed their original appearance. How is it possible? It's so fast. The bounty ninja looked at Miyu in disbelief. Miyu couldn't have reacted at such a close distance just now. Seeing that Miyu successfully solved the sneak attack, the accompanying ninjas breathed a sigh of relief and immediately surrounded the two bounty ninjas who attacked. Miyu smiled lightly and said nothing. He mastered the transparent world and had the perception ninjutsu and the white eyes. No matter how powerful the ordinary transformation skills were, they couldn't hide it from him. After interrogating the two and obtaining information, Miyu killed them directly. This surprised Miyu's followers. It was the first time they saw Miyu kill someone. They thought Miyu would be the type who would use love to influence the enemy. We can give an equal counterattack to enemies who want to kill us, Miyu said lightly. Miyu doesn't kill people very often, but he will never show mercy to those who want to kill him. The ninjas all nodded, feeling that they had a deeper understanding of Miyu. As Miyu continued to travel, the attacks he encountered gradually increased, and the strength of the attacking ninjas became stronger and stronger. However, with the efforts of Miyu, Yahiko, and others, there were no casualties in the team. But Miyu got a bad news from the bounty ninjas he defeated. His bounty was increasing and had soared to 10 million taels. This was within Miyu's expectations. The more ninjas he defeated, the more credible the ninja inheritance would be, and the bounty would naturally increase. In order to improve the combat effectiveness of his followers, Miyu handed over some bounty ninjas who were not very strong to them to deal with, so that they could practice what they learned in actual combat. As attacks became more frequent and battles became more frequent, Ninja Master Kazuki became more famous in Japan and even in the ninja world, and the ninja clan once again entered the vision of many ninjas. Even Obito and his friends who were far away in Konoha heard this name by chance. Why does Ninja Master Kazuki have this title? It's better to give it to teacher Miyu, Obito complained. Obito believed that Miyu was worthy of the title of Ninja Master. In terms of teaching quality, Miyu taught these recognized young geniuses. In terms of the number of people taught, Miyu once led a special training of nearly 700 people. Don't underestimate this guy. It is said that his strength can rival Hanzo. Kakashi shook his head and said that he knew a little more than Obito. Although it was just a rumor, Kakashi felt that the Kajai Maple Bandit must be good, otherwise Hanzo would not have to do anything, and Hanzo's followers would have been able to capture the Kajai Maple Bandit. No matter how strong he is, his ambition is definitely not small. He actually dared to shout the slogan of restoring the shinobi sect. A lot of information about the shinobi sect emerged in Kakashi's mind. When he first met Miyu, Miyu had told him some knowledge related to the shinobi sect ninjas. Recently, Kakashi learned a lot about the history related to the shinobi sect because of the information of the Six Paths Sage. The shinobi sect can be said to be the origin of ninjas. Establishing a force called the shinobi sect in the ninja world is almost a provocation to all other ninja forces. Shimura Danzo was one of those who felt provoked. He immediately found Sarutobi Hiruzen and wanted to send an elite Konoha ninja to the Rain country. This Kajai Maple Bandit is definitely not simple. In order to prevent it, we Konoha must strengthen our strength in the Rain country, Shimura Danzo said in a deep voice. In this way, whether it is the conspiracy of the Rain country or this Jiu Sing Caici Bay, we will not be too passive. The Rain country borders Konoha, and Shimura Danzo believes that Konoha's current strength in the Rain country is not enough to deal with the chaos in the Rain country. The situation in the Rain country is complicated, and Konoha is now involved in many wars, so it is not appropriate to participate. Sarutobi Hiruzen directly rejected Shimura Danzo's proposal. Sarutobi Hiruzen has no idea about the so-called inheritance of the ninja sect. The older the ninjutsu is, the more powerful it is. The ninjutsu developed by the ninjas of the new era based on the previous ninjutsu is more useful. In addition, Sarutobi Hiruzen has another concern, that is, he is worried that Konoha's strength in the Rain country will cause suspicion from Tsunagakuer. Now the Rain country is basically a game between Tsunagakuer and Kumagakuer, and Uegakure occasionally pops up to make trouble. If Konoha sends more ninjas to the Rain Country, it may give Tsunagakure the illusion that Konoha wants to be his enemy. Hiruzen, you are too indecisive. This may be our chance to break the deadlock. Shimura Danzo said with a gloomy face. Although Shimura Danzo could not say how to break the deadlock, it did not prevent him from talking nonsense. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen refused too directly, Shimura Danzo was very unhappy and felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen did not take his suggestion seriously. I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen reminded lightly. As Hokage, his power is unlimited. When he is in a good mood, he can talk to Shimura Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen will choose to believe himself for the real key decision. Shimura Danzo's face darkened instantly, and he walked towards the door of the Hokage's office without saying a word. Hiruzen, you will regret it. After saying that, Shimura Danzo slammed the door of the Hokage's office and left the Hokage building. Walking all the way back to the route, Shimura Danzo became more and more angry. He was angry that Senju Tobirama passed the position of the third Hokage to Sarutobi Hiruzen instead of giving him. He was angry that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't give his old classmate face. Most people would get angry for a while, but Shimura Danzo was not a pushover. If Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't give him face, he would do it himself. His roots were not developed in vain. Danzo immediately issued an order to let some root ninjas go to the Rain Country, and then mobilized the root forces outside Konoha to go to the Rain Country. If he wasn't worried about being discovered by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo would have wanted to go to the Rain Country himself. He was very curious about the inheritance of the ninja clan. A ninja with sutures on his body exchanged a corpse for a bag of money at the gold exchange. He lowered his head and flipped through the bounty book. A ninja with the title of Medical Master can use 5 types of chakra attributes to fight. The bounty is 13 million taels, and another 5 million taels can be added if he is captured alive. The suture ninja closed the book and nodded with satisfaction. A perfect capture can earn you 18 million ryo, which is not bad. Chapter 406 Muyu vs Kakuzu. After determining the target, Kakuzu immediately set out for the Rain Country. For Kakuzu, time is money. If he captures Muyu early, he can happily choose the next target. After entering the Rain Country, Kakuzu began to investigate the Ninja Master A. Although he wanted to complete the task as soon as possible, Kakuzu would not run over without thinking. After all, the opponent this time was not simple according to the information. However, this step was much easier and simpler than Kakuzu expected. The Ninja Master A with Diaresis A was widely circulated in the Rain Country, and Kakuzu could even hear some information when walking around the streets of the Rain Country. For example, a strong ninja who taught ninjutsu and mastered 3 types of chakra nature changes did not believe in him, but was taught a lesson by both hands and led 72 ninjas to travel around the Rain Country to do good deeds. A lucky naive guy in a group of rabble. After collecting intelligence, Kakuzu gave his own evaluation. In his opinion, Muyu's actions were no different from those of a fool. Teaching ninjutsu for free was purely asking for trouble, and there was no real benefit except a little false reputation. The ninjas taught by Muyu were at most grateful at the time, and those with thicker skin might not even say thank you. If everything was safe, then they might be able to get along happily. If they encountered danger, they would definitely fly away when the disaster came. It would be better to charge for teaching directly, so that at least they could make money, and money was always reliable. Kakuzu, who was once betrayed by the village, felt deeply about this. He risked his life to carry out missions for the village, but in return he only received charges and punishment. The village that witnessed his growth was like this. Muyu had only known the ninjas in his team for less than 2 months, and Kakuzu didn't believe that anyone would be willing to risk their lives for Muyu. So Kakuzu didn't care about the 72 ninjas following Muyu. He thought that as long as he showed his strength, those ninjas would be scared and abandon Muyu and run away. If they were ninjas from the ninja village, even if the ninja level of these 72 ninjas was not high, Kakuzu would not dare to underestimate them too much, but Kakuzu was really not afraid of the team composed of wandering ninjas and weak ninja organizations. Kakuzu was too disdainful to attack opponents of this level, because there was a high probability that there was no bounty, and killing them would only be a waste of effort and meaningless. After completing the intelligence work, Kakuzu began to take formal action. Since Muyu did not hide his whereabouts, and their team had a large number of people, Kakuzu easily knew their location and rushed to attack. Muyu noticed the attacking Kakuzu and threw an appraisal directly. Name, Kakuzu. Chakra, 140,000. Skills, Earth Grudge, Mastery, 5100/15,000, Lightning Chakra Nature Change, Mastery, 3000/15,000, Fire Chakra Nature Change, Mastery, 2700/15,000, Wind Chakra Nature Change, Mastery, Water Chakra Nature Change, Mastery, Lightning Release, Pseudo Darkness, Mastery. Muyu can only say that Kakuzu's panel has the flavor of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and can be regarded as a second-hand youth version of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Mastery of 5 Attribute Chakra Nature Change, plus the corresponding mastery level ninjutsu, Kakuzu can indeed be regarded as a little Sarutobi Hiruzen in terms of ninjutsu, but it is difficult to compare with Sarutobi Hiruzen in other aspects. Sarutobi Hiruzen has mastered a lot of secret techniques, and his physical skills are also very strong, and he also has a powerful summoning beast like Sarutobi. You guys step back a little. Muyu said to the ninjas behind him. Among the ninjas he had met so far, Kakuzu was definitely the strongest, and Muyu had to show his strength to fight him. The ninjas were a little confused about this, but they still retreated out of trust in Muyu. The next moment, Kakuzu rushed over. Another bounty ninja for money. Yahiko frowned. Although Kakuzu had not yet made a move, with the speed at which Kakuzu appeared, he did not look like an ordinary ninja. Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, you three should pay more attention to the others in the team. Muyu reminded. Although Yahiko and the other two were the youngest in the team, they were the strongest. The three nodded and looked at Kakuzu cautiously. This seems to be the legendary strongest black market killer Kakuzu. Many well-known strong men have died at his hands, and he even fought with the god of ninja. A ninja saw the sutures on Kakuzu's arm and his face changed instantly. Because of the training of the earthly resentment, Kakuzu would be highly recognizable if he didn't wear clothes that covered his entire body. The other ninjas all showed shocked expressions. Each of these words sounded complicated. If they were added together, one person could be said to be a legendary ninja. That's not right. If it was a ninja from the era of the god of ninja, even if he wasn't dead, he would be too old to be able to do it. Someone found the problem. The ninja who told Kakuzu's information shook his head. How could he know such a thing? He only heard about Kakuzu's deeds by chance once. Kakuzu ignored the gazes of the other ninjas and looked at Muyu with indifference. It would be easier if you were willing to be captured by me. Since he could earn an extra 5 million taels by capturing him alive, Kakuzu would try his best to take Muyu away alive. After all, his mission in the black market was for money, so he would definitely take whatever money he could get. Under normal circumstances, Kakuzu was unwilling to talk nonsense. He would start early and end early. It would be easier if you were willing to leave on your own initiative. Muyu replied with a faint smile. Kakuzu frowned slightly. Your innocence is misplaced. Swoosh! Kakuzu suddenly jumped up, chakra burst out, and rushed towards Muyu fiercely. Muyu had already opened the transparent world, and Kakuzu's attack was seen through by him. He easily reached out and grabbed Kakuzu's fist, and then punched Kakuzu 10 meters away. Very good at physical skills. Kakuzu touched his abdomen that was hit, and his expression did not change, preparing to use ninjutsu. The earth resentment made his vitality tenacious, but Kakuzu was not stupid, and he had to fight against others' strengths. Along with the use of the earth resentment, a large number of black lines suddenly burst out from behind Kakuzu, and a masked monster composed of black lines rushed out from behind him. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Yahiko looked at Nagato next to him with some doubts. Nagato knows a lot of ninjutsu, so when he encounters a ninjutsu that he doesn't know, Yahiko will ask Nagato. But this was before, now Yahiko will ask Miyu directly, but now Miyu is in a battle, Yahiko asked Nagato. I don't know it either. Nagato shook his head. He guessed that this should be a relatively unconventional secret technique. Fire style, head to head. The red-mouthed masked monster opened its mouth, a large amount of chakra condensed in its mouth, and quickly spit out a small-looking fireball at Miyu. Fire style, head to head. Miyu quickly formed a seal, condensed a large amount of chakra, and converted it all into fire attribute chakra in one breath, then compressed and spit it out, also a small fireball, but the color of the flame was deeper than Kakuzu's. Kakuzu was slightly stunned, he didn't expect Miyu to know this ninjutsu. Then something even more surprising to Kakuzu happened. Whoosh! Boom! The two fireballs collided with each other, and the compressed flames of both sides all exploded, instantly forming a large sea of fire, and the ground was burned black. The sea of fire on Miyu's side was obviously more vigorous. It broke Kakuzu's flames like a broken bamboo soon after contact, and then continued to spread towards the running Kakuzu. Kakuzu looked at Miyu in shock. He originally wanted to let the mask fight Miyu, and then the main body would take the opportunity to attack. He never thought that his fire escape would lose to Miyu, and it seemed that the gap was not just a little bit. Not only Kakuzu was shocked, but even the ninjas who had followed Miyu for more than a month showed surprised expressions. If Miyu hadn't asked them to retreat in advance, they would probably have been affected by the terrifying sea of fire. Miyu had used it too hard before, but the power at that time was not as great as it is now. Such a fire escape can probably burn down a forest directly. Chi Chong also sighed in his heart. Before, Chi Chong also felt that he had exaggerated Miyu's strength and brought him trouble. Now Chi Chong also felt that he might have underestimated Miyu's strength. Kakuzu retreated quickly and released the water attribute chakra mask. The water attribute mask spit out a large amount of water, which prevented Kakuzu from being roasted. Kakuzu wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Miyu with an extremely serious look. Miyu was probably the second strongest opponent he had ever met. Then Kakuzu released the wind and thunder mask. He didn't dare to be careless at all. You guys retreat a little further. Miyu thought for a while and said back. His fire escape can indeed crush Kakuzu's fire escape, but other attributes of ninjutsu are not so exaggerated. Miyu can still suppress Kakuzu with wind and water attributes, but Miyu's thunder and earth changes are lower than Kakuzu. The ninjas all retreated again very obediently. In order to support Miyu in an emergency, Yahiko and the other two retreated less. Under Kakuzu's control, the wind mask and the fire mask stood together, and opened their mouths to use ninjutsu at the same time. Fire escape, head hard work. Wind escape, harm suppression. A wind ball and a fire ball were spit out at the same time, and the wind helped the fire, instantly creating a wide range of fire. Miyu silently created a shadow clone, and then used the fire style, and the shadow clone used the wind style. Fire style, headache. Wind style, suppress harm. It was also a fireball and a wind ball. The wind helped the fire to form a terrifying sea of fire, which quickly engulfed the Kakuzu sea of fire. Kakuzu. Kakuzu was a little numb. He felt like he was being teased. Miyu had been using the same ninjutsu as him, but it was more powerful than his. Kakuzu's sea mine mask and his body worked together to barely block Miyu's sea of fire. Fortunately, Kakuzu was an old ninja who had lived for more than 70 years and had encountered all kinds of situations, so he was not panicked. He quickly formulated a new battle plan, with the sea mine mask to contain Miyu's energy, and the body and the wind and fire mask looking for opportunities to launch attacks. His earth grudge mask was much stronger than the shadow clone. Although it would die, it was not as easy to break as the shadow clone. Next, Kakuzu did cause some trouble for Miyu, because Kakuzu's body could also rely on the earth grudge tentacles to interfere with Miyu. How can I defeat Kakuzu with the least chakra? Miyu thought about tactics while dealing with Kakuzu's attack. If it was just a simple win, Miyu had many ways to win. The perfect fire attribute chakra changes and the flame-breathing chakra mode, Miyu can use fire escape to clear all the masks released by Kakuzu unexpectedly. As long as he does not use fire escape ninjutsu like Obito, he does not have to worry about others seeing the flame breathing, and they will only think that his fire escape is ridiculously strong. Of course, such a powerful move consumes a lot of chakra. Miyu has chakra anxiety, and he will feel uncomfortable when the chakra amount is less than 50%. He is worried that he will encounter enemies of the level of the third Reikage, the third Tsuchikage or Hanzo when the chakra is not much. So Miyu wants to use as little chakra as possible to defeat Kakuzu, leaving more chakra in case of accidents. This is also because Kakuzu did not attack Miyu's followers, otherwise Miyu would only defeat Kakuzu at the fastest speed to ensure the safety of his followers. Water escape, water dragon bullet technique. Yahiko made a seal and spit out a water dragon to attack the fire attribute mask. Let us help you hold back some of your clones. Yahiko shouted. After watching the battle just now, he knew a little bit about Kakuzu, and Miyu's situation was not good, so Yahiko felt that he had to join the battle. Konan threw out the paper shuriken. And Nagato used the thunder release ninjutsu to cooperate with Yahiko, turning Yahiko's water dragon bullet into a thunder water dragon bullet, making the water dragon bullet more powerful and increasing the paralysis effect. Not only Yahiko and his team, but also ninjas with long-range attack methods all took out their own methods to attack Kakuzu's mask. However, because there was no coordinated drill, the attack was more chaotic and the effect was average. Miyu sighed slightly. He guessed that this kind of thing would happen, so he wanted to solve it alone. It was not so easy to cooperate with dozens of strangers. Do you like to die so much? Kakuzu looked at the group of ninjas who launched the attack in confusion. Seeing that he was so strong and didn't run away but took the initiative to attack, he couldn't defeat Miyu for a while. Could he not kill a group of average wandering ninjas? In that case, let's get rid of you first. Kakuzu controlled the wind and fire mask and released a combination ninjutsu to the ninjas. If his combination ninjutsu was used, even if not all of them would die, half of them would die. In Kakuzu's view, there was no difference between half of the team dying and the whole team being wiped out, because with such a large number of casualties, the remaining people must have all run away. Suddenly, Kakuzu felt a terrifying breath rising. Miyu's breathing became extremely concentrated, and the chakra that was constantly burning in his body provided him with a huge boost. Fire Dragon Dance. Miyu gathered a huge amount of chakra in his throat, and under the boost of the flame-breathing chakra mode, it instantly turned into powerful fire attribute chakra. Miyu pretended to make a seal, and then spit out extremely vigorous and high-temperature terrifying flames. Miyu in the flame-breathing chakra mode certainly doesn't need to cast a seal, but in order not to expose her vest, she still has to pretend to be a little bit. There will be another chapter later, and the battle will be finished. It will probably be released around 2 or 3 o'clock. It is recommended to read it tomorrow, staying up late is harmful to health. Chapter 407 Strengthening the Ninja Clan. The Fire Dragon Dance is a fire escape ninjutsu developed by Miyu based on the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. It can be regarded as a super Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. The range, power, and flexibility of the fire escape are comprehensively enhanced. Except for the excessive consumption of chakra and the high requirements for use, there are almost no other disadvantages. The high-temperature flames spit out by Miyu devoured the combined ninjutsu used by Kakuzu at an extremely fast speed. Feeling the heat wave coming towards him, Kakuzu's pupils trembled. He thought that the fire escape ninjutsu used by Miyu before was strong enough, but he didn't expect Miyu to show mercy to him and didn't use his full strength before. Kakuzu immediately wanted the earthly blame heart to retreat, but the flames were too fast, and before the earthly blame heart could return to Kakuzu's body, it turned into black ash under Miyu's flames. Kakuzu covered his chest with a look of pain, which cost him 2 lives at once. But Miyu's fire dragon dance was not over yet. Under Miyu's control, the blazing sea of fire split into 6 fire dragons that attacked Kakuzu and the other 2 hearts from different directions. Even though Kakuzu decisively chose to take back all the hearts at the beginning, facing such an attack, only the thunder attribute heart successfully returned to Kakuzu's body, and the water attribute heart was destroyed by the fire dragon. And Kakuzu's body was also attacked by the fire dragon, and the earth attribute heart could not withstand such a terrifying attack and was burned to pieces. Almost in an instant, the 5 dragons Kakuzu, who was desperate, was beaten to the point of having only 1 life left, and the battle situation was reversed. So powerful, worthy of being called Hanzo. Even though he was a certain distance away from the flames, Yahiko could still feel the terrifying temperature. This was the most powerful fire escape ninjutsu he had ever seen. So it turned out that Hanzo was really powerful. The ninjas who knew Kakuzu were shocked. Kakuzu could definitely be called a legendary ninja in the black market, and such a strong man was almost killed instantly by Miyu's fire escape, which really shocked him. He even felt that Miyu's strength exceeded Hanzo, because he felt that Hanzo should not be able to kill Kakuzu instantly with a water escape. Can Hanzo really fight with such a strong man? He was also sure that he had underestimated Miyu's strength. His imagination was not as rich as Miyu's strength. In his impression, if a ninja is strong, it must be Hanzo. But from this moment on, Chi Chong also announced that there is a new candidate for the strongest candidate. Miyu's strength was too strong, and some ninjas even felt a little unreal. They pinched their arms with their hands, and the slight pain from their arms made them sure that this was not a dream, but reality. It's not that their psychological endurance is too weak, but that this is so beautiful that they feel like they are dreaming. Without paying anything, just follow and you can get the careful teaching of a strong man like Miyu. Although from Miyu's perspective, the ninjas who followed him were determined to take risks. For them, these wandering ninjas, danger is commonplace. If they want to move forward, then danger is indispensable. So in their opinion, being able to travel around the rain country with Miyu is simply a dreamlike journey. Not only did they learn skills, but they also lived more like a ninja, and their life spirit was doubly satisfied. Looking at Kakuzu who fell to the ground, Miyu slowly walked to his side. Although Kakuzu lay motionless on the ground, Miyu knew that he was not dead yet, because Kakuzu still had the last heart in his body. If someone who did not know the information about the earthly resentment, seeing Kakuzu suffering such injuries, would definitely determine that he was dead. But Miyu is different. He is the real information Miyu, who has identification, transformation, and knows the original plot. Do you still want to continue pretending to be dead? Miyu said lightly when he was about to walk to Kakuzu. Kakuzu, who was pretending to be dead on the ground, felt a tightness in his heart instantly, but he still did not move. He thought Miyu might be deceiving him. Because those who have seen him use the earthly resentment are basically dead, there is no reason for Miyu to know his information. Do you think I am deceiving you? What can you do with only 1 heart left? Miyu continued. Dense beads of sweat appeared on Kakuzu's forehead. He felt that his underwear had been seen through by Miyu. He could no longer remain calm and looked at Miyu with a puzzled look. Kakuzu was sure that he had never seen Miyu, let alone fought with Miyu. He didn't understand why Miyu knew his information. Why do you know my information? Kakuzu, who was seen through, stopped pretending and stood up and looked at Miyu coldly. At this point, Kakuzu was not panicking. After all, the worst outcome was just death. Does Kakuzu want to die? Of course not. He hasn't made enough money yet. But is Kakuzu afraid of death? Of course not. If he was afraid of death, he wouldn't have assassinated Hashirama Senju. As a ninja, dying in battle is not a bad ending in Kakuzu's eyes. It's better than being betrayed by his companions and dying in a cell. He's not dead yet. Other ninjas were surprised by Kakuzu's vitality. Muyu's fire escape technique just now turned most of the area into a scorched earth. Kakuzu could stand up after enduring such a horrific attack. In their opinion, his vitality was absurd. This is ancient wisdom. Muyu smiled like a charlatan. Whether it is the plot, identification, or transformation, it cannot be said. He can only be a riddler. Is it the so-called inheritance of the ninja sect? Kakuzu continued to ask. Kakuzu was a little curious about what the so-called inheritance of the ninja sect was. It was so magical. No wonder those people spent so much money on the reward. You can think so. Muyu guided Kakuzu in the direction of his imagination. Although Muyu's answer was vague, he finally answered it. Kakuzu once again took a fighting stance and prepared to face his own death. Although the outcome of the battle was already determined, Kakuzu would not lie down and wait for death. He would fight to the last moment. Kakuzu quickly untied the sutures on his wrists, and then used the black lines of the earth resentment in his body to control his two fists to shoot towards Muyu. Although it looks plain and unpretentious, it actually has good power. Ordinary Jonin may be beaten by his fists. Kill instantly by piercing the body. After releasing the fire dragon dance, Muyu exited the flame-breathing chakram mode and switched to the rock breathing that she used most often. With the blessing of rock breathing, Muyu became stronger and her skin became tougher, easily dissolving the incoming flying fist. Whoosh! Muyu flashed and appeared beside Kakuzu's body. Kakuzu quickly used the Earth Grudge Black Line for defense. Bang! Muyu's heavy power directly broke Kakuzu's defense, causing Kakuzu to fly backwards like a kite with a broken string. Go out and smash it hard on the ground. Muyu's extremely sharp physical skills even made Kakuzu unable to use the lightning ninjutsu to attack. Now Kakuzu only felt like a puppet who could not fight back and could only accept Muyu's physical skills. Kakuzu's consciousness gradually became blurred. It's not bad to die in the hands of such a strong man. This thought came to Kakuzu's mind after he fell to the ground again. Muyu is very strong. In Kakuzu's long ninja career, he has only encountered one opponent stronger than Muyu, that is, the ninja god Senju Hashirama. Now Kakuzu still thinks that he was a little ridiculous. He made great psychological preparations to assassinate Senju Hashirama, but he was inexplicably seriously injured. He returned to the village in a mess and was imprisoned and severely punished. At that time, Kakuzu was not mature enough and only thought they were hateful. Now Kakuzu knows everything. There is no special reason, just because this is reality, this is the ninja world. He was too strong and had made too many contributions. The higher UPS were worried about their status being threatened and sent him to die. He talked about the village and the will, but his heart was full of his own interests. I am Kakuzu. Kakuzu said his name with his last bit of strength. At this moment, his condition was extremely bad. He was more seriously injured than the previous time with Senju Hashirama, and he didn't even have the strength to stand up. Just when Kakuzu thought he was going to die, the last attack was delayed. Kakuzu opened his eyes, and Muyu stood beside him and looked at him quietly. Muyu was weighing the pros and cons. His actions would bring an unprecedented change to the Rain Country. Muyu wanted the Rain Country to change in a good direction, but maintaining it required strength, and it was not enough to rely on Yahiko and the other two. Nagato could not use the Samsara Eye as he pleased, and Muyu could not stay in the Rain Country forever, so it was necessary to strengthen the strength of the ninja clan. If he ran away without caring about anything after starting, then Muyu would become the person he once hated. Kakuzu's strength as a ninja is unquestionable. The third generation is still the third generation. If there is a way to prevent the poisonous fog of the salamander, Kakuzu can fight Hanzo. Miyu thought about it and finally put his hand on Kakuzu's chest. Kakuzu thought Miyu was going to kill him completely, but nothing happened. Half a minute later, a complicated sealing technique appeared on Kakuzu's chest. "Why don't you kill me? What do you want to do?" Kakuzu looked at Miyu puzzledly. "If you left a method in my body and want to use it to threaten me to work for you, then you underestimate me." Kakuzu has his own pride. He would rather die than live like this. "You have a rich imagination." Miyu stretched out his hand to Kakuzu. He just left a sealing technique in Kakuzu's body to interfere with chakra. With this sealing technique, it is very difficult for Kakuzu to condense chakra and cannot use ninjutsu. He planned to take Kakuzu with him to travel around the Rain Country. If Kakuzu could accept and sincerely join the ninja clan, everyone would be happy. Otherwise, Miyu would let Kakuzu die painlessly. Miyu disliked using means to threaten others the most, because it was easy to have accidents. If the means were cracked or the other party wanted to fight to the death, it would not end well in the end. Kakuzu looked at Miyu in confusion. He didn't understand what Miyu was thinking. "How about joining us? I will establish the ninja clan after completing the journey to the Rain Country." Miyu made an invitation. "Ninja clan? You don't mean the ninja clan whose duty is to protect peace?" Kakuzu seemed to have heard a very funny joke. In fact, Kakuzu didn't know about the ninja clan before. After all, it was a history thousands of years ago. This was what he knew when he investigated Miyu's intelligence, so Kakuzu said that Miyu was naive. In Kakuzu's opinion, the ninja proposed by Miyu would only appear in fantasy. In reality, ninjas are all profit-oriented. Not to mention protecting the peace of the entire ninja world, even if they want to protect their own village or country, they have to think about how to gain benefits. More than that, but you can understand it this way first. Miyu replied with a smile. He wants to establish a ninja sect. How could he really establish a ninja sect like the Six Paths Sage? It's just a tiger skin. The Six Paths Sage's ninja sect itself failed. How could Miyu create an identical one? In the ninja world, only interests are eternal. You will never succeed. Kakuzu denied. How do you know if it works if you don't try? Miyu still had a relaxed smile on his face, which did not change because of Kakuzu's words. Can a drop of water extinguish a flame? Some things are impossible without doing them. Kakuzu still did not agree with Miyu's idea and thought he would definitely fail. Why not? Miyu entered the water-breathing chakra mode, compressed a large amount of water attribute chakra into a drop of water and shot it towards the part of the still-burning flame, directly extinguishing all the flames. Kakuzu was silent. This control ability was a bit beyond his cognition. Superscript 2I, you'd better not waste your time. A bounty ninja like him who is only interested in profit can't become a real ninja. Chi Chang'ai thought about it and walked forward and said. Kakuzu glanced at Chi Chang'ai indifferently. A ninja with your strength is usually not worthy of my attack. No one will offer a reward for a poor kid like you. Kakuzu is already over 70 years old. If he can fall for such a simple provocation, he will have lived in vain. You will stay by his side for a long time, will die with his innocence sooner or later. Kakuzu said mercilessly. If it weren't for the miscalculation of Miyu's strength, and the failure to deal with people outside the bounty, Kakuzu would definitely cause casualties to this team. Kakuzu didn't think that his death would make Miyu's bounty disappear. On the contrary, Miyu's bounty would definitely increase again, and it would increase greatly. Maybe it won't be a single bounty hunter who attacks Miyu. There may be ninja forces eyeing Miyu's ninja inheritance. It's just your fantasy. The reality is that it's you and the people who have the same goal as you who failed. Chi Chang also retorted. Everyone knows that there is danger. It's human instinct to avoid danger, but there are things that can exceed this instinct. So innocence can be contagious? Kakuzu laughed but had some strange thoughts in his heart. This team was indeed a little different from what he imagined. Someone recognized him, but they didn't run away. Kakuzu could see that the wandering ninjas who followed Miyu didn't know Miyu's strength, and they were also shocked when Miyu released the fire escape. Kakuzu was curious about what gave them the courage. They were so weak that they not only didn't run away but also dared to attack him. You guys have been talking so self-righteously. Since you think we will fail, then come and see if we will fail. Yahiko also joined the ranks of mouth to mouth. Let's finish the journey to the rain country with us. At that time, it's up to you to join or continue to work hard to exchange me for the bounty. Miyu said finally. But I won't remove the seal on you during the trip, for everyone's safety. A hint of hesitation flashed across Kakuzu's face. I want to see what tricks you have besides being naive. Kakuzu thought about it and agreed to Miyu. Because he felt that refusal and agreement were the difference between early death and late death, the naive him would have died long ago, on the day he returned to the village with serious injuries. Chapter 408 Six Paths Sage Chakra Reincarnation. Ninja Master Kazuki Yamada was born, and was known by many ninjas in a very short time. This time is different from the previous one. The previous one was because Kazuki Yamada's experience was too legendary and easy to cause discussion, but this time it was pure strength. The ninja world is a world where strength is supreme. The fastest way to become famous is to defeat a famous strongman. The stronger the opponent is, the greater the fame, and the greater the impact. Before participating in the Third Ninja World War, Minato Namikaze was only a little famous in Konoha. But it was different after the war started. The new combination used the corpses of the old predecessors in the ninja world to prove their strength, while Minato Namikaze proved it by fighting against the combination alone. Knowing his own strength, he became the frightening yellow flash on the battlefield. Of course, it doesn't mean that you will become famous after fighting. It depends on the timing, occasion, and personal ideas. It's hard not to be famous after making achievements on the battlefield. Miyu encountered Yekeng and defeated him. If neither side did not publicize it, it would not have much impact. Although Miyu did not deliberately market his vest this time, because of the ninja clan heritage, too many people were watching him, and when he fought with Kakuzu, he also fought openly and passionately, so the result of Miyu's battle with Kakuzu quickly spread. The first to know was naturally the strongest force in the Rain Country, the Rain Village. He defeated Kakuzu, and he won by maintaining the advantage. Hanzo showed a thoughtful expression. There are not many strong people in the ninja world. Except for some who hide in the deep mountains and old forests, even if they are not very famous, everyone knows each other a little. Hanzang has heard the story of Kakuzu in the black market and knows that Kakuzu is very powerful. After all, Kakuzu only targets people with high bounties. Ninjas with high bounties are either very powerful or have special identities. If Kakuzu had no ability, he would have been killed long ago. It is impossible for him to dominate the black market for decades. Hanzo had a momentum battle with Miyu before and knew that Miyu was not a simple ninja, but he did not expect Miyu to defeat Kakuzu so quickly. It's a pity that he is not a ninja from my Rain village. Hanzo shook his head with some regret. Hanzo now has a headache problem. The Rain village is in a period of transition. Based on the standards of ordinary small ninja villages, the Rain village has no problems, but Hanzo has always been aiming to be on par with the 5 major ninja villages, and the next Rain ninja leader must be a top ninja. But it is a pity that Hanzo did not see any ninja with the potential to become a top ninja in the younger generation of the Rain village. Although Ichigo Kurosaki, who recently joined the Rain village, is good, he is not trustworthy for the time being. I should be able to hold on for another 20 years. There is still time for the Rain village. Hanzo's expression returned to its usual calmness. As one of the top ninjas, Hanzo has enough confidence in himself. Even if Miyu defeated Kakuzu, Hanzo still only thought that Miyu was an excellent junior and was not his opponent. Hanzo was not arrogant without reason. According to the battle data between Miyu and Kakuzu, Miyu was best at fire escape ninjutsu, while Hanzo's best ninjutsu happened to be water escape ninjutsu, which restrained fire escape ninjutsu. In addition, with the leading combat experience, Hanzo is very confident in his physical skills. After comparing everything, Hanzo does not think that Miyu will be his opponent. In addition to the Rain Village, several large and small countries bordering the Rain Country and various ninja organizations also know that Kakuzu was defeated. At Konoha, the root organization base, Shimura Danzo cursed Sarutobi Hiruzen for being short-sighted after reading the latest intelligence about the Rain Country. If they strengthen the ninja power in the Rain Country, they can act directly. We must find a way to get the ninja sect inheritance. Shimura Danzo began to think about how to smoothly get the ninja sect inheritance in Miyu's hands. By then, he will have both wood release ninja and ninja sect inheritance in his hands, and it is natural for him to become the 4th generation Hokage. However, Shimura Danzo now has a very difficult problem, that is, insufficient strength. The power he currently deployed in the Rain Country is not enough to seize the ninja sect inheritance in Miyu's hands. Miyu is not only a strong man who can defeat Kakuzu, but also has 72 ninjas following him, which is indeed a considerable force. But this did not bother Danzo. He quickly thought of a countermeasure by thinking from the perspective of others. We can unite with Hanzo to deal with the ninja. Miyu is so powerful, and he still wants to rebuild the shinobi clan. If Shimura Danzo is the Hokage, and there is such a group of ninja forces in the Fire Country, Danzo will already be unable to sleep and eat. How can he allow others to sleep beside his bed? The more Shimura Danzo thought about it, the more he felt that his plan was very good. Hanzo got rid of his biggest worry, he obtained the inheritance of the shinobi clan, and everyone has a bright future. We can also take the opportunity to cooperate deeply with the Rain Village, let them join the war, and build momentum for me in the election of the 4th generation Hokage in the future. Shimura Danzo nodded with satisfaction. If his plan succeeds, it will be the best result for both him and Konoha. After Shimura Danzo perfected the plan in his mind, he immediately issued a task for his subordinates to start the action. First, he had to investigate the relationship between the two sides. If it was not as he thought, he would need to create hatred between them. In addition to assigning tasks to the root ninjas, Danzo also began to think of ways to get himself out of Konoha reasonably. For such a major matter, he must meet with Hanzo in person. The Land of Earth, the Tsuchikage office of the Rock Village. When Onoki saw the latest intelligence from the Land of Rain, his face showed an interested expression. Ninja Master Kazuo, the ninja sect, interesting. He didn't care about Miyu's legendary experiences. Onoki just had a feeling that this ninja was a very good troublemaker. In just over a month, he went from being unknown to being well known in the ninja world, and also gained a group of followers. But what made Onoki feel sorry was that Miyu only made trouble in the Rain Country. If Miyu made trouble in the other 4 major countries, Onoki would not hesitate to get involved and make things bigger. Onoki was not very interested in the Rain Country. Weakening the strength of the Rain Village was not in the interests of the Hidden Rock Village's interests. He also hoped to use the Rain Village to discuss the Sand Village and the Cloud Village. Although the ninja strength in the village has exceeded 10,000, Onoki is not in a hurry to strike hard. He wants to consume the strength of other big ninja villages first. Therefore, Onoki has been implementing the plan of stirring up trouble, provoking conflicts between various ninja villages and letting them go to war. In a dimly lit cave, Uchiha Madara frowned as he listened to the intelligence reported by Black Zetsu. Have you investigated this man called A Cent Superscript 2 plus or minus asked. Nagato has a pivotal position in his resurrection plan, so Uchiha Madara is very concerned about the sudden addition of a strong man around Nagato. I have investigated, but I didn't find out Maybe this guy has really been practicing in seclusion as he said. Black Zetsu shook his head and said. In fact, Black Zetsu cares more about Miyu than Uchiha Madara, because Miyu has played the name of the ninja sect and said that he has obtained the inheritance of the ninja sect. If we talk about the person Black Zetsu fears the most, it is definitely the Six-Path Sage. Black Zetsu can be said to be the third son of Kagaya Otsutsuki, and the younger brother of the Six-Path Sage. Black Zetsu has no way to deal with the brother who sealed his mother. When the Six-Path Sage was alive, Black Zetsu did not dare to come out to make trouble. If there is really a ninja inheritance, Black Zetsu will only think that it is the backup left by the Six-Path Sage to prevent Kagaya from resurrecting, not the inheritance of Indra Ashura and others. Black Zetsu doesn't know what kind of character Indra Ashura and others are. The two stupid boys are not to be feared at all. So Black Zetsu very seriously sent White Zetsu to investigate the past of the tomb of the doctor. But the information that Black Zetsu could find was all said by the other party himself. Black Zetsu thought whether this was a fake identity, but Miyu did not have any traces of transformation ninjutsu on her body. Even if the name was fake, something could be found out based on the appearance. After comprehensive investigation, Black Zetsu believed that Nagato had not practiced for a long time, which led to this investigation result. Strengthen the monitoring of Nagato. Uchiha Madara said after thinking. Now he didn't have a good way, he couldn't go out and kill the other party himself. Although Uchiha Madara was confident in his strength, the years did erode his body. The price of killing Miyu might be a shortened lifespan, which would affect his overall plan. Uchiha Madara was not too panicked. There was a strong ninja next to Nagato before. If Miyu didn't know the Samsara Eye, or had no idea about the Samsara Eye, then it would not have much impact on his plan. Black Zetsu nodded. In fact, he had already sent White Zetsu to keep an eye on Nagato 24 hours a day. He was very worried that Miyu was the Six-Path Sage's backer. Black Zetsu even had a wild guess in his mind. Maybe Miyu was the Six-Path Sage's chakra reincarnation. This is possible. Normal ninjas would not stay in the mountains to practice and would restore the ninja sect as soon as they came out. However, this guess was too bold. Black Zetsu also felt that the probability was very small. Although the means Miyu had shown were powerful, they were still within the normal range. It seems that we need to speed up the progress. Uchiha Madara was ready to use his own arrangements to further confuse the situation in the ninja world. Plans cannot keep up with changes. In order to prevent major accidents, Uchiha Madara wanted to speed up the plans so that he could die and wait for resurrection. Miyu's defeat of Kakuzu attracted too much attention. His bounty on the black market was super doubled, reaching an astonishing 40 million taels. This is a very terrifying number. If converted into S-level tasks, 40 S-level tasks can be issued in Konoha. Although the bounty has skyrocketed, Miyu has suffered fewer attacks. Most of the bounty ninjas dared not act rashly after hearing that Kakuzu, a legendary ninja in the black market, was defeated by Miyu. Bounty ninjas do love money, but they also cherish their lives. After all, if a person dies, there is no place to spend the money. After defeating Kakuzu, Miyu and his team did not change their pace of action much, but there was one more person in the team. Because Kakuzu's body was quite peculiar, Miyu bought him a robe so as not to scare ordinary people. Why do you care about those ordinary people? Kakuzu didn't care what he wore but was puzzled. Just give due respect. We are all just people. No one is more noble than anyone else. Miyu answered seriously. Kakuzu sneered, it sounds good, but why do nobles exist? Aren't nobles born superior? Nobles are born with fiefs and privileges. What kind of equality is this? Many ninjas all looked at Miyu. They were very curious about how Miyu would answer. This problem between ninjas is actually not a big deal. Family ninjas have more resources and secret techniques than civilian ninjas at most, but the gap between ordinary civilians and nobles is huge. You are right, so I think the system of privileges for nobles should be abolished. Mu Yu replied with a faint smile. Kakuzu stared at Mu Yu with wide eyes. This was not quite the same as the script he imagined. Mu Yu did not refute him, but said such treasonous words. Do you know what you are talking about? The daimyo is the greatest noble. Kakuzu looked at Mu Yu, as if he had reacquainted himself with Mu Yu. The most privileged group of people in the ninja world are the daimyo. Their descendants can enjoy wealth without doing anything, and their words and deeds can determine the life and death of a large number of people. The other ninjas also looked at Mu Yu with shock. This is definitely the boldest thing they have ever heard. The ninja sect I want to create is not the same ninja sect as in history, but a new ninja sect that learns from the experience of failure. Mu Yu brought the topic back to the ninja sect. Kakuzu thought Mu Yu was trying to avoid the main point, and just when he was about to mock him, he found that Mu Yu's next words were even more explosive. Although the Six-Path Sage was far-sighted, the ninja clan he founded could not get rid of the limitations of the times, and the most inappropriate thing was to adopt the hereditary system. Mu Yu actually started to talk about the shortcomings of the Six-Path Sage. The ninjas were very surprised. You know, Mu Yu had been praising the Six-Path Sage before. We must learn and absorb the good aspects of the Six-Path Sage and the ancient ninja clan, but we must also get rid of the dross and dare to criticize boldly. No matter who it is, making mistakes is making mistakes. Don't blindly follow the other party just because they are authoritative. If you find that I am wrong one day, you can also point out my mistakes and let me correct them. Mu Yu said sincerely. Kakuzu didn't know what to say for a while. He could only secretly remember Mu Yu's words in his heart, waiting for the day when Mu Yu would go against his words. He didn't believe that there was really such a person in the world. The other 72 ninjas also had a new understanding of Mu Yu. If I make a mistake in the future, you must point it out to me immediately. Don't be polite to me just because I am the leader. Yahiko said to his Akatsuki members with a smile. He felt that Mu Yu was right, but if he had to think about it, he would never come up with such a thing in his life. Yahiko respected Mu Yu even more in his heart. After this day, the content of Mu Yu's lectures changed a little. In addition to ninja knowledge, Mu Yu combined some knowledge from his previous life with the ancient ninja sect and the reality of the ninja world for explanation. There will be another chapter later, but it will be later. Chapter 409 The Runaway Nagato. During the following journey, Kakuzu paid close attention to Mu Yu. He thought that Mu Yu's ideas were impossible to realize and too unrealistic. If Mu Yu himself could not do what he said, then what he proposed was undoubtedly empty talk. But the more he paid attention to Mu Yu, Kakuzu had to admit that the other party was a good person in the true sense. If Mu Yu was pretending, then Kakuzu could only say that Mu Yu was definitely the ninja with the best disguise ability in the ninja world. Mu Yu's actions seemed to come from the heart, without any trace of performance. When teaching ninjas, he treated them all equally, and would not ignore some people because of their lack of talent. You are so perfect that you don't look like someone from this world, but being too perfect is also a flaw. What is your purpose? Kakuzu thought about it and still thought that there was something wrong with Mu Yu. Then you think too highly of me. Of course I'm not perfect. Mu Yu looked at Kakuzu with some surprise. He didn't expect Kakuzu to think so highly of him and thought he was too perfect. But in fact, Mu Yu didn't really act, and most of the time he acted according to his heart. If we really want to talk about acting, he acted more in Konoha. Except in front of the disciples or in the ninja school, Mu Yu had to act most of the time. Mu Yu knew his own shortcomings. Although his followers thought he was knowledgeable, he only knew a lot of knowledge on the surface. After all, Mu Yu didn't specialize in studying that knowledge. He was just an ordinary normal student in his previous life. Mu Yu could only localize some of the content he knew as much as possible and then make it try it. It is unrealistic to apply it directly. Without mentioning the difference in the degree of development, the ninja world is still a world with super realistic power. For example, Mu Yu said that the ninja sect of the Six Paths Sage should not use the hereditary system, but in fact, the ninjas selected without the hereditary system will only be the descendants of the Six Paths Sage. Because the leaders selected in that era must be the top ones, if not the strongest, and the descendants of the Six Paths Sage are born with extraordinary talents inherited from the Six Paths Sage, far ahead of ordinary people. Of course, Mu Yu still thinks that there is a big difference between becoming a leader by one's own ability and becoming a leader because of blood relationship. As for my purpose, I probably just want to make the world a little better. Mu Yu thought about it and replied. Mu Yu has never minded doing good things within his ability. He wants to accept Nagato as his apprentice to strengthen his strength, and he can also make the Rain country better by the way. What good does it do you to make the world a better place? With your strength, you can pull up a ninja organization to make money. In a few years, you can earn money for several lifetimes of enjoyment. Isn't this kind of life happier? Kakuzu couldn't help but continue to ask. Mu Yu smiled, then why do you keep making money? Because it's not enough to spend. Kakuzu was stunned and couldn't answer Mu Yu's question for a while. Of course he had enough money to spend. The bounty that Kakuzu got from completing a high-reward mission was enough for an ordinary person to live a life of luxury for several lifetimes. Kakuzu began to recall his career as a black market ninja. Every time he completed a mission and his assets increased, he had an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. The village would betray his companions, but money would not. You will feel happy when you make more money, but I will feel happy when I see people living better and the world is peaceful. These are different pursuits. Mu Yu said leisurely. The disciples watching showed thoughtful expressions, and some of the ninjas even recorded the conversation between the two. Since Kakuzu joined the team, this has become the daily routine of the Rain Country tour team. At first, some ninjas were dissatisfied with this and felt that Kakuzu did not respect Mu Yu. But Mu Yu himself did not rebuke Kakuzu, and said that this was a good question, so the followers could not say anything more. Then the followers found that Kakuzu's questions were very sharp, which was also some of their inner doubts, so every time Kakuzu asked other followers, they assumed that they were going to have a small class and had to listen carefully. With the passage of time, Mu Yu and his friends had already walked through most of the Rain country. They only needed to walk through the northwest bordering the land of Earth to completely complete the tour of the Rain country. At this time, Mu Yu did not just give lectures by himself. He asked the followers to summarize what they had learned and tell their own feelings. I want to be the first to speak. Yahiko said excitedly. He had a lot to say, not only to his companions in the Akatsuki organization, but also to Mu Yu and the ninjas who traveled along the way. In the past, I just thought that I wanted to make the Rain country and the ninja world peaceful, but I didn't think deeply about how to achieve this goal. Yahiko enthusiastically recounted his gains along the way. Have you figured it out now, boss? Josuke asked with a smile. Yahiko was stuck for a moment, and then said with some lack of confidence, this kind of question is not so easy to think of, but I believe that if we work together, we will definitely get a correct answer. It's about working together again, boss. Your speech skills are really as bad as ever. Heidosuke couldn't help but complain. The other members of Akatsuki laughed out loud, and even Nagato couldn't help but smile. Yahiko's speech had no skills, all relying on passion, and was often complained by Akatsuki members at the beginning. Ahem, don't worry about this kind of thing. In short, learning is very necessary, and practice after learning is also very important. This experience of traveling to the Rain country has made me more confident in the future peace cause. Yahiko coughed twice, and then continued to tell the story. I used to dislike the Rain country, and even hated it a little, because I was a war orphan. I lost my parents since I could remember, and I have been wandering around. The Rain country has never given me warmth. The impression left on me is only the cold and hunger of war. Everyone was silent, listening quietly to Yahiko's self-narration. Many of them can empathize with Yahiko. The Rain country has experienced too much war for too long, and there are too many orphans. Then Yahiko talked about his change of mentality, gradually from hating the Rain country has become a country that hates war and pursues peace. I have personally experienced how hard it is for war orphans. I don't want another war orphan like me to appear in the Rain country ninja world in the future. Everyone, join the Akatsuki organization, and let's realize the dream of peace together. At the end, Yahiko excitedly invited. He believes that ninjas who recognize the ninja sect will recognize the Akatsuki organization, because both pursue peace, and everyone can fight for the same goal. Hatosuk gave Yahiko a thumbs up. This is indeed a good opportunity for the Akatsuki organization to strengthen its strength. You know how to choose the time, but let's discuss other things later. Miyu led the applause and laughed. The other ninjas gave Yahiko a warm applause. Apart from anything else, Yahiko did give a very hard speech. Next, it was still based on personal initiative. If no one volunteered, Miyu would randomly call names. Nagato hoped that it would not be his turn, because he was not good at this kind of thing. Unfortunately, everyone had a chance to participate in this activity. Even though Nagato had been silently praying that he would not be picked, he was still picked when more than half of the people were present. Nagato walked to the temporary earthen platform at a loss. Looking at the dozens of ninjas below, he opened his mouth to say something and found that his mind was blank. In fact, Nagato usually listened to the class very seriously, because Miyu's lectures were interesting enough, and it would not be boring even if he listened to them as stories. But in this situation, he had forgotten everything Miyu taught in class, as if he had never known it. Nagato envied Yahiko. Although Yahiko was not good at giving speeches and was often complained about, he was always passionate when he gave speeches. Just talk about your own feelings and ideas, there are no requirements. Seeing that the atmosphere on the field was a little awkward, Miyu said with a warm smile. If you feel nervous, then you can just treat the people below as carrots. With Miyu's comfort, Nagato felt much more relaxed and gradually recalled what he wanted to say. Nagato, look at me, look at me. Yahiko suddenly said. Nagato looked towards Yahiko and saw a big and thick white radish. Yahiko used the transformation technique to turn into a radish. Nagato was stunned for a moment and then laughed. Yahiko's current appearance was too funny. Come on, Nagato. Yahiko encouraged. Some other members of the Akatsuki organization who liked to play tricks also used the transformation technique to turn into radishes with Yahiko, becoming a strange landscape in the crowd. Some non-Akatsuki ninjas found it very interesting and joined in. Looking at the radishes below, Nagato suppressed his laughter and began to talk about his feelings. Although he couldn't say how good it was, he finished his speech smoothly and put forward his own views. After everyone finished speaking, Miyu looked at Kakuzu. Why are you looking at me? I'm not your student. Kakuzu said with his arms folded. But it won't waste much time. Anyway, you have nothing to do now. Miyu said with a smile. Kakuzu's face darkened slightly. If he hadn't come to the land of rain and met Miyu, he would either be making money or on the way to make money. Kakuzu snorted coldly and stood on the platform with an unhappy face to fire at everyone. In Miyu's team, he was basically idle except for helping a little at meals. It's okay to say that he was a bystander of the whole team. In Kakuzu's words, Yahiko was a hot-blooded silly boy. He was easily beaten to death in the ninja world, but he helped count money. Nagato was holding back things. Even his companions couldn't understand each other, so how could he talk about making everyone understand each other? Chi-Chong was also cautious, as if he would sell out his teammates. Except for Miyu, everyone was criticized by Kakuzu using daily events as examples. As for Miyu, the person Kakuzu wanted to criticize the most was Miyu, but he really couldn't find a point to criticize, and Kakuzu's self-esteem didn't allow him to make up out of thin air. You should really thank Kakuzu. Not everyone can be so careful to help you correct your mistakes. Miyu teased. The ninjas all laughed out loud. In fact, the person who was mentioned at the beginning was very embarrassed at the time. This was simply a public execution. But as Kakuzu talked more and more, they became less embarrassed. If everyone was publicly executed, it was the same as if no one was executed. During dinner, the ninjas were still teasing each other with Kakuzu's comments on them. I think we can act separately first, go to various villages to give speeches to spread the concept of the ninja sect, which can not only speed up the progress but also better train everyone's abilities. Yahiko came up with a good idea. Miyu recently proposed to spread the concept of the ninja sect. The previous travels were just to spread the name of the ninja sect and practice everywhere. After all, the Rain country is the territory of the Rain village, so it is still necessary to restrain yourself at the beginning. See what everyone thinks, you vote. Miyu handed the issue to everyone to decide. In the end, most people agreed with Yahiko's idea, and the speeches during the day made them all gain something. After deciding to act separately, Miyu made a specific plan. In terms of personnel, because of safety issues, each group must have 7 or more people, and they cannot be too far away. They must report their results and attend classes every 3 days. After Miyu gave them a few days of emergency training, the team was divided into 7 teams and began to act. Yahiko rejected the invitations of other members of the Akatsuki organization, and invited several ninjas with better senses with Nagato and Konan. He wanted to use this opportunity to let the ninjas in the team know more about the Akatsuki organization. At the beginning, Yahiko went very smoothly, whether it was spreading the ideas of the ninja sect or letting his companions know more about the Akatsuki organization. But the outsiders always come suddenly. In a village on the border of the Rain country, Yahiko and his team were attacked by Uegakure ninjas. We are ninjas from the Rain country. There is no war between the Land of Earth and the Rain country. Did you recognize the wrong people? Yahiko did not want to fight a meaningless battle and wanted to stop the attack with words. But the Uegakure ninjas ignored Yahiko's words. Instead, they launched a fierce attack on Yahiko because of the way Yahiko led the team. Only then did Yahiko realize that these Uegakure ninjas were not simple in strength. They might be the elite team of Uegakure. Don't hurt anyone. Subdue them first. Yahiko said loudly. He was mainly reminding Nagato, because Nagato might kill the opponent instantly if he was excited and burst out the power of the Samsara Eye. Nagato nodded. Killing the Uegakure ninjas in this situation would bring trouble to the Rain country. However, Yahiko and his team did not want to hurt the Uegakure ninjas, but the Uegakure did not care about this. Every attack was aimed at Yahiko and his team's vital points. This put a lot of pressure on the besieged Yahiko, and he accidentally scratched a bloody mark on his arm. Looking at the blood flowers bursting out of Yahiko's body, Nagato was stunned. Yahiko was the person Nagato cared about the most, no one else. When Nagato lost his parents and wandered in the ninja world, it was Yahiko who led him forward and led him out of sadness to welcome a new life. Although Konan was also a companion that Nagato valued in his heart, Yahiko had a special position in Nagato's heart. If he had to describe it, Yahiko was the first light that Nagato came into contact with when he fell into darkness. Go to hell! The Uegakure ninja who was fighting with Nagato immediately seized the opportunity to stab Nagato with a sword. Bang! Nagato's Samsara Eye shook violently, and an extremely terrifying momentum rose from Nagato's body. The Uegakure ninja who attacked him instantly flew backwards and hit the ground hard, leaving a trail of blood. The other Uegakure ninjas were all shocked by this terrifying momentum. But before they could make any move, Nagato killed them all with extremely fast speed and strange and powerful means. When Nagato came to his senses, the ground was full of corpses, and the 4 ninja teammates were all shocked. They didn't expect that there was a strong man in the team besides Miyu, and he was so young. Yahiko, I'm sorry, Nagato said and lowered his head. There is no doubt that he has done something wrong. Yahiko sighed at Nagato, who was a little pale, and smiled and comforted him. You are right, we can give the same counterattack to the ninja who wants to kill us. This is a matter of course, and you did nothing wrong. Nagato exploded to protect him, and Yahiko certainly had no reason to blame Nagato. Nagato, do you feel uncomfortable? Zionin asked with concern. Fortunately, I just consumed a little too much chakra just now. Nagato shook his head and replied. After this kind of thing happened, I think it is necessary to go back early this time. Yahiko thought for a while and said. Everyone agreed, and the 7 of them immediately rushed back to the village where Miyu was. After Yahiko and the other 7 left, several ninjas wearing the uniforms of the Konoha root ninja appeared. It's the Samsara Eye. I didn't expect that the Rain Country has such power. Shimura Danzo looked at the dead root team with a look of surprise. The Senju and Uchiha Uzumaki are both descendants of the Six Paths Sage, which led to Konoha having a lot of information about the Six Paths Sage. Shimura Danzo knew that the Six Paths Sage was not a legend, but a real person. However, Danzo didn't expect that the Six Paths Sage's Samsara Eye would appear in the Rain Country. The demigod Hanzo, the ninja master, and the doctor must not let these 3 forces gather together. Shimura Danzo's eyes flashed with deep fear. In his opinion, the overall strength of the Rain Country is now too strong, which is enough to threaten Konoha. Fortunately, I discovered it in time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Shimura Danzo secretly ridiculed Sarutobi Hiruzen's incompetence in his heart. Now that the ninja master and the Samsara Eye have come together, if there is no interference and the 3 powers merge, there will really be an existence that is on par with the 5 major ninja villages. Although Shimura Danzo wanted Hanzo and Miyu to fight directly, he found out after investigation that the 2 were not enemies and had met once in a friendly manner. So after Shimura Danzo found out that the last leg of Miyu's journey was the border with the land of Earth, he immediately brought his men to stir up trouble and wanted to cause a conflict between Miyu and Uegakuer. Now Shimura Danzo feels that this is not enough, he wants to kill the possibility of Hanzo and Miyu cooperating. Shimura Danzo asked his men to collect the bodies of the fallen root members, and then used the transformation technique to transform into the appearance of Yahiko and others to hunt down a team of Uegakuer ninjas. After handling the scene, Shimura Danzo took the bodies of the Uegakuer ninjas to the Rain Village. Hearing that Shimura Danzo had come to the Rain Village, Hanzo personally met him. In the eyes of other ninja villages, Shimura Danzo is the second person in Konoha and can represent Konoha. Hanzo, I am really indignant for you. Shimura Danzo suddenly said with an indignant look, as if Hanzo had suffered a great injustice. Why do you say that? Hanzo looked at Shimura Danzo in confusion. They can be regarded as people of the same level in terms of status and strength, so Hanzo did not call him by his name in Will Village Danzo. You appreciate the young talents of the Rain Country so much that you will take the initiative to help them become famous, but they did not inherit your ambition for peace, but took the initiative to bring war to the Rain Country. Shimura Danzo began to tell his carefully prepared speech. Hanzo's expression became serious, and he signaled Shimura Danzo to continue. Hanzo, you know that our Konoha is fighting with Uegakuer, and there are 2 other opponents, Kumigakuer and Mistgakuer. Although the powerful Konoha is not afraid of challenges, the melee of the 4 major ninja villages will bring great damage to the ninja world. We Konoha can't bear to see the lives of the people in the ninja world destroyed, so we want you, Hanzo, to mediate and let Konoha and Uegakuer negotiate. Shimura Danzo said nonsense seriously. There was no voice in Konoha to negotiate with Uegakuer because they had the advantage. Hanzo nodded, which was considered to be an approval of Shimura Danzo's reason. However, he didn't believe that Konoha didn't want the lives of the people in the ninja world to be destroyed. He just felt that Konoha couldn't withstand the pressure and wanted to have one less opponent. Han Zhang thought it was okay for Konoha to ask him to be the mediator. After all, he was the only one who stood at the top of the ninja world as the leader of a small ninja village and enjoyed a reputation in the entire ninja world. But my ninjas discovered an unfortunate thing. Those ninjas from the Rain country who called themselves the Ninja Clan attacked the Iwagakure ninjas and killed them. Shimura Danzo said with a sad expression. Because they were wearing the Rain village forward protectors, my subordinates initially thought they were Rain village ninjas. After investigation, they found that they were not. Han Zhang had an embarrassed expression on his face. This was a helpless move of the Rain village after the Second Ninja World War. The Rain village ninjas suffered a devastating blow in the Second Ninja World War. Most of them died and some defected, resulting in insufficient ninjas in the Rain village to complete the commissioned tasks, let alone maintain domestic security. In order to restore the Rain village, Hanzo issued a rule that ninjas from the Rain country can take the exam to receive the Rain village forward protectors to complete the commissioned tasks of the Rain village, but only for tasks below A level, and the task commission is more than that of normal ninjas in the ninja village. If they perform well, they can become real Rain village ninjas. Therefore, the ninjas wearing the Rain village forward protectors in the Rain country are not necessarily Rain village ninjas. The ninjas wearing both forward protectors and Rain village uniforms are 100% real Rain village ninjas. Although they are not Rain village ninjas, they are Rain country ninjas after all, and they are wearing Rain village forward protectors. Iwagakure may hold this against the entire Rain country. Shimura Danzo lamented, as if he was sad that he could not negotiate with Iwagakure. Then Shimura Danzo asked his men to release the bodies of the Iwagakure ninjas. Hanzo carefully checked and found that they were really Iwagakure ninjas. Most of the ninjas in Iwagakure practiced earth escape, which can be seen from the marks of practice on their bodies. At this time, Hanzo had already believed most of it in his heart. After all, a ninja of Shimura Danzo's level would not be idle to slander a few unknown juniors. In my opinion, this ninja master, Kajai-chan, is not a good person to deal with. His ideas don't seem to be about rebuilding the ninja clan, but about starting an unprecedented war in the ninja world. Shimura Danzo continued to flatter Hanzo. Some of those ninja clan ninjas actually said that they wanted to abolish the nobles. How treasonous it is! Shimura Danzo was well prepared. Not only were the bodies of the Iwagakure ninjas real, but most of the things he told Hanzo were also true. For this reason, he sent ninjas to investigate carefully. My teacher, the second-generation Hokage, respected the Six-Path Sage very much. If he were still alive, he would definitely not tolerate such a guy who ruined the reputation of the sage. The ninja clan, the origin of ninjas, was so smeared by them. Shimura Danzo sighed. Although the peace talks with Iwagakure may not be possible, if Hanzo wants to deal with Kajai-chan and resist Iwagakure, we in Konoha can be your allies. Shimura Danzo looked righteous. Thank you very much for your information, Danzo. However, this is a serious matter and it is also an internal affair of the Land of Rain. I need to send another ninja to investigate. Hanzo thanked him in a deep voice. Shimura Danzo's words are very credible, but Hanzo can't believe them completely without checking. Shimura Danzo's expression did not change at all, which was within his expectations. Hanzo has been the leader of the ninja village for so long. If he believed it directly, Shimura Danzo would only despise Hanzo in his heart and continue to use Hanzo as a free thug. Shimura Danzo was not worried about Hanzo's investigation, because he did it flawlessly. Even Nagato Yahiko thought that they killed the Iwagakure ninja. We had a little accident here. Yahiko and others reported their experience immediately after finding Muyu. We encountered a team of Iwagakure ninjas. The other side attacked us inexplicably. We accidentally killed them all when we fought back. Yahiko scratched his head embarrassedly when he said this. He thought it was weird, and he accidentally killed all the opponents, but it was the truth that couldn't be more true. Are you sure those are Iwagakure ninjas? Miyu asked after hearing this. They should be, they are all dressed like Iwagakure ninjas, and they used earth escape ninjutsu. Yahiko did not doubt the identities of those Iwagakure ninjas. After all, the village is on the border between the land of rain and the land of earth, and it is not strange for Iwagakure ninjas to appear. Miyu shook her head. The uniforms and forehead protectors are not difficult to copy. Xi, earth escape ninjutsu is not exclusive to Iwagakure. Have you carefully looked at the bodies? The 7 people shook their heads and denied it. They didn't think of this aspect. Yahiko and the other 3 were new and didn't know much about it, and the remaining 4 ninjas were shocked by Nagato's strength and forgot about it. Since the other party started it first, there is no problem with your counterattack. It is what the other party deserves to die. Miyu did not blame Nagato and the others. But we still have to find out who the opponent is. Take me there. Yahiko and the others took Miyu to the place where they fought quickly. After returning, Yahiko and the others were dumbfounded because the bodies of the Iwagakure were all gone. Go ask the villagers nearby. Maybe they dealt with it. Zionin proposed a possibility. There is this possibility, but the greater probability is that they were taken away by their companions. Recovering the bodies is also an important job for ninjas. Miyu told them not to hold out too much hope. As Miyu expected, Yahiko and his men frantically asked around in the surrounding villages but failed to find out the whereabouts of the body. Nagato showed a look of self-blame. If he hadn't gone berserk and lost control, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Even though Master Jiraiya taught me so many ninjutsu, I still can't control my power well. Nagato was very disappointed with himself. Jiraiya said that he might be the reincarnation of the Six-Path Sage and the savior of the ninja world, but Nagato felt that there shouldn't be such a bad savior as him. What should we do now? Yahiko looked at Miyu and asked. Yahiko was a little tired now. He found that he didn't seem to be the material for being a leader. If Miyu was there at that time, he would definitely not let the incident turn out like this. Since the clues are broken, then do the things at hand first. If they are really Iwagakure ninjas, then the people of Iwagakure will definitely come again. Miyu thought for a while and said. In fact, Miyu knew the truth of everything. Because Miyu sent a shadow clone to follow Yahiko and the others. So Miyu knew that those so-called Iwagakure ninjas were actually Shimura Danzo's root ninjas. Miyu could guess what Shimura Danzo wanted to do, which was nothing more than to stir up conflicts between them and Iwagakure, and possibly Hanzo. However, Shimura Danzo had a conspiracy to sow discord, and Miyu also had her own plan. The philosophy of the ninja clan created by Miyu was destined to be incompatible with the current ninjas, and conflicts were a matter of sooner or later. Instead of exposing Danzo's conspiracy, it is better to use the trick to train the ninja clan and the Akatsuki organization and improve their abilities. Anyway, Miyu is still in the rain country and can help them cover the bottom line. Miyu also has a selfish motive. A friend in need is a friend indeed, and it is better to win Nagato's favor in a crisis. It can only be like this for now. Yahiko felt that Miyu's words made sense. Looking at Yahiko's helpless face, Nagato felt even more guilty and returned to the village in silence. Yahiko and Konan both noticed Nagato's emotions and they spoke to comfort Nagato. Nagato didn't want them to worry, so he pretended to be back to normal, and only showed his true expression when he got to his room. Dong dong. Just when Nagato was curled up with his hands around his legs and feeling depressed, the door of his room was knocked. Nagato hurriedly adjusted his expression and then opened the door. He thought it was Yahiko or Konan who came to see him. But what Nagato didn't expect was that the person who came was Miyu, and Miyu was holding a bowl of ramen. Nagato looked at Miyu in confusion. Miyu put the ramen on the table in the room. Eat it. When you are unhappy, you will feel much better if you eat something delicious. But isn't it a bit narcissistic to say that what you make is delicious? Fortunately, Kakuzo is not here. Miyu teased herself. Since cooking skills are one of Hanyu Miyu's major characteristics, Miyu basically does not cook in the rain country. Why, don't you like ramen? Seeing that Nagato did not move for a long time, Miyu asked curiously. No. Nagato shook his head and replied. His long wandering life made him not picky about food. Nagato was just a little flattered. He did not expect Miyu to notice his emotions and help him make ramen. Eat it while it's hot. It won't taste good if it's cold. Miyu said with a smile. Looking at the steaming ramen in front of him, Nagato looked at his stomach. He was indeed a little hungry. Using the samsara eye consumed a lot of energy. Nagato thanked Miyu and said, I'm starting, and began to taste the ramen. This was incredible. Nagato's eyes widened. It was the first time he had eaten such delicious ramen, no, such delicious food. Nagato, who was not good at speaking, could not describe his feelings at the moment. After eating a mouthful of noodles and drinking a mouthful of soup, his whole body was warm, as if he had been reborn. The happy moment ended only when the chopsticks were empty. Nagato found that he had unconsciously finished all the ramen. Thank you, eh? Nagato apologized again. If 2 words of thanks can be exchanged for such a bowl of delicious ramen, Nagato believes that people who want to thank Miyu can line up from the rain village to the border of the rain country. If you believe me, tell me your unhappiness. Keeping the depression in your heart will only make you more unhappy. Miyu said as he sat cross-legged. Nagato was silent for a moment. He recalled Miyu's actions in traveling around the rain country, the care he showed to his followers every day, and the bowl of delicious ramen just now. P.S. This chapter is 8.4K, and there will be another one later, chapter 410, The Fifth Disciple. Do you know the samsara eye? Nagato was silent for a moment and chose to believe Miyu. Yes. Miyu smiled and nodded. It's the eyes of the six-path sage, and it's right in front of me. Nagato looked at Miyu in astonishment. It turned out that Miyu had recognized his samsara eye when he didn't know. Don't be too surprised. In fact, there are many descendants of the six-path sage in the world. People who know about the six-path sage can recognize your eyes. Miyu reminded. Nagato showed a look of knowledge. When he saw that Miyu didn't say anything next, he realized that he wanted to tell Miyu about his own story. Although this is my eye, I can't control its power well now. The first time I discovered that I had such power was the day when my parents were killed by Konoha ninjas. Speaking of the death of his parents, Nagato's expression became a little darker. This is a painful memory that he can't forget until now. He was originally a child with both parents. Miyu patted Nagato's back. In the original work, Nagato's life was one of the most miserable even in Naruto. Because he was chosen by Uchiha Madara to transplant the samsara eye, his life was arranged and he always lost important people. Because of my parents, I hate Konoha ninjas, but there is a Konoha ninja who made me change my view of Konoha ninjas, that is Jiraiya teacher. When talking about Jiraiya, Nagato's expression was better. If Nagato had a ranking of important people in his heart, the first would be Yahiko, the second would be Konan, and the third would be Jiraiya. Jiraiya taught Nagato many ninjutsu, hoping that Nagato could better control the power of the samsara eye. At the same time, Jiraiya often encouraged Nagato and comforted Nagato when he was lost. To this day, Nagato occasionally dreams of returning to the time when he was with Jiraiya. At that time, it was really easy and cheerful, and there was no need to think about too many things. Jiraiya let them know that not all Konoha ninjas are bad, it depends on the individual. Jiraiya, the 3 ninjas, I know him. He is an amazing ninja. Miyu responded with a smile. Teacher Jiraiya taught me a lot of things. Last time, it was because Yahiko was attacked by a ninja. I failed to control the power of the samsara eye and killed him directly. In fact, I didn't want to kill people in my heart, because there must be a better solution than killing people. But at that time, my mind was full of hatred. When I came to my senses, the opponent had fallen down. Everything was too late. Nagato lowered his head slightly. Nagato doesn't like killing people. He thinks killing is the worst situation. Therefore, killing people because of the samsara I's rampage makes him feel the pain of losing himself. Teacher Jiraiya taught me so many ninjutsu, but I am still like this. Maybe I am the only one he has misjudged. No one can save me like this. How can I save the world? Nagato became more and more depressed. Don't deny yourself like this. If you didn't take action, maybe Yahiko and others would be injured. You protected your companions. Miyu looked into Nagato's eyes and said. And since they attacked you, it's only natural for you to fight back. Their death is not your fault. Nagato looked at Miyu, and a familiar white-haired figure seemed to appear behind Miyu. How do you think peace can be achieved? Nagato asked for some reason. He wanted to know if Miyu and Jiraiya would have the same answer. If you mean a plan that can definitely achieve peace, then I definitely don't have one. Miyu replied. But if you mean working towards peace, that's actually what we are doing. Spread the idea of peace, improve the public's cognition, and improve your own abilities. Nagato looked at Miyu again, and the white-haired figure behind Miyu disappeared. They were different after all. Jiraiya's answer back then was more vague than Miyu's. Jiraiya said he hadn't thought of the answer, and then said that feeling pain would make people grow up and think about how to treat others gently. If everyone understands each other, perhaps a peaceful world will come. Before Jiraiya left, Jiraiya entrusted the task of finding peace to Nagato. He believed that Nagato with the Rinnegan might be the reincarnation of the Six-Path Sage, and Nagato's eyes held the hope of peace. Nagato felt that Miyu was more like the savior that Jiraiya said than him. The Six-Path Sage traveled around the ninja world to spread peace and establish the ninja sect, while Miyu traveled around the Rain Country to spread peace and establish the ninja sect. Don't have too much pressure in your heart. Although you have the same eyes as the Six-Path Sage, you don't need to compare yourself with the Six-Path Sage. You are Nagato, not anyone else. Miyu said earnestly. In his opinion, Nagato is the type who puts pressure on himself. This kind of personality is very troublesome, because people have limited tolerance, and they will collapse sooner or later if they are under too much pressure. If it was Obito who went berserk and solved all the enemies, he would definitely not blame himself, but would be crazy and show off in front of Nohara Rin Kakashi. Of course, Miyu didn't say that Obito was fine like this. He thought it would be better for the two to be neutral. Nagato's body was shocked. This was what Jiraiya had never said to him. Compared to Jiraiya saying that he was the reincarnation of the Six-Path Sage and the Savior, Nagato found that he actually liked Miyu's words more. You are Nagato. The image of Miyu in Nagato's mind gradually became richer. This is also a person worthy of recognition. If you don't mind having another teacher, I can try to teach you some ninjutsu, hoping that it will help you control the samsara I. Miyu said with a smile. Haven't I been learning from you for a long time? Nagato said honestly. He has always listened carefully to Miyu's class. Do you want to establish a master-disciple relationship with Nagato? Looking at the pop-up window that suddenly appeared on the system panel, Miyu smiled. Of course, but I will teach you more special ninjutsu next. There is no doubt that Miyu directly clicked yes. It was the first time that he spent so much energy in the stage of accepting disciples. It took Miyu a long time to conceive the plan of accepting Nagato as a disciple, and it took even longer to actually take action. Relationship established successfully, current trust level 2, Disciple Nagato unlocks disciple cultivation return to master and teach and return. The initial trust level is 2, Miyu is quite satisfied, which shows that Nagato now has some trust in him. Miyu attaches great importance to Nagato's trust level. After all, he accepted Nagato as his disciple because of Nagato's chakra. The higher the trust level, the more powerful the return of the disciple to the master. Nagato's current chakra is more than 600,000. Muyu feels that Nagato's normal growth peak period must be more than 5 million. If he can reach the trust level 4 before the high-speed growth period, Muyu will never have to worry about chakra again. Muyu has calculated that it is difficult to compete with those chakra-ton law like those immortal human Jinchuriki by tasks or classes. You have to accept a chakra-ton law apprentice and then rely on the apprentice to return to the master. Even if you get 50,000 chakra a year, it will only be 500,000 in 10 years, but with a chakra-ton law disciple like Nagato, plus the trust level 4, he may return tens of millions of chakra in 10 years. This is why Muyu wants Nagato to be his disciple so much. The chakra benefits are too great. You are also very tired today. Rest early. Muyu said to Nagato with a warm smile. It's late now, not suitable for teaching, and considering Nagato's samsara eye, Muyu has to be on guard against White Zetsu's surveillance. Muyu had already considered these things before coming to the Rain Country. With Muyu's current sealing skills, she is capable of setting up a barrier that White Zetsu cannot monitor, and then she can teach Nagato there. The reason is that Nagato's samsara eye is special, and in order to prevent Nagato from going berserk and hurting people, a special environment is needed. Nagato nodded. He was really tired today, in all aspects. The rain ninjas sent by Hanzo acted quickly. They first visited the villagers at the location given by Shimura Danzo and obtained 2 pieces of information. One is that someone witnessed Yahiko and his team fighting with the Uegakuer ninjas, and the other is that Yahiko and his team had searched for the bodies of the Uegakuer ninjas. With these 2 pieces of evidence, it is almost certain that Yahiko and his team killed the Uegakuer ninjas. Then the Rain ninjas inquired about the content of the thoughts spread by the Shinobi clan ninjas, which was not much different from what Shimura Danzo said. Looking at the information in his hand, Hanzo's face became gloomy. He had given Muyu some reminders because he was optimistic about Muyu, but he didn't expect Muyu to repay him like this. Although these things were not done by Muyu, in Hanzo's opinion, Muyu was the leader of that group of ninjas and Muyu needed to be responsible. Shimura Danzo continued to exaggerate. In my opinion, this Sente wanted to lure you, Hanzo, to lead the Rain village to go to war with the Uegakuer, and finally he would reap the benefits. Hanzo, you are too indulgent to geniuses. They don't have the willpower like you and me. Once they gain power, fame, and wealth, they will be corrupted. It really needs to be dealt with. Hanzo nodded coldly. This was something he could not tolerate. The behavior of Muyu and the ninja clan violated his bottom line. Shimura Danzo's smile became more and more intense. Things were heading in the direction he expected. My men helped cover it up. Uegakuer should not find out so quickly. If you, Hanzo, do not want to go to war with Uegakuer, you can get rid of them as soon as possible, as an explanation to Uegakuer. Shimura Danzo continued. He can't wait to destroy the 3 forces of Rain Country, and it would be best if both sides were defeated. Thank you, Danzo. Hanzo felt that Shimura Danzo was really good. I have another way that will make it easier for you to deal with the Kaikadot. Shimura Danzo began to make plans. Hanzo looked at Danzo and was curious about what the easier way he mentioned was. Do you want to maintain peace with the Kaikai? You can invite them to a certain place under the pretext of wanting to borrow their power to maintain peace together. We only need to set up traps and ambush ninjas there to make victory easier. Shimura Danzo sneered. In his opinion, just shouting some beautiful slogans can trick people. Hanzo showed a look of approval. Shimura Danzo's plan is indeed very feasible and can make him win more easily. Even for a ninja of his level, there is a big difference between having a field advantage and not having a field advantage. I will dispatch Konoha ninjas to help you when the time comes, but I hope you can support me in other things in the future. Shimura Danzo hinted. Helping each other is friendship. Hanzo said no problem. Hanzo didn't mind having a powerful friend like Shimura Danzo, especially since Shimura Danzo was here this time. It really helped him a lot. If it weren't for Shimura Danzo, the Rain Village might have gone to war with the Iwagakure village. After confirming the plan, Hanzo quickly sent an envoy to find Miyu. Miyu had just finished her trip to the Rain Country at this time, and the ninja clan belonging to Miyu was officially established, and all the ninjas except Kakuzu joined the ninja clan. At first, Yahiko was a little concerned about the Iwagakure ninjas, but because there was no follow-up for a while, Yahiko didn't pay much attention to it, and was busy with the expansion of the Akatsuki organization. He believed that the Akatsuki organization and the ninja clan were not in conflict, because the ninja clan was strictly different from the ninja organization. The ninja clan was more like a belief, and everyone recognized the ideas of the ninja clan and yearned for peace. Indeed, some ninjas were persuaded by Yahiko to join the Akatsuki organization. On the one hand, the Akatsuki organization was well known in the Rain Country before, and on the other hand, they discovered the shining points of the Akatsuki organization during their interactions with the people of the Akatsuki organization. However, more people still wanted to continue to follow Miyu and wait for Miyu's next instructions. At such a time, the envoy of the Rain Village came to Miyu with Hanzo's proposal. This is Hanzo's handwritten letter, please read it carefully. The Rain Village ninja took out a scroll and said to Miyu. Now Miyu's vest is very famous in the Rain Country, and most of the Rain Country ninjas know it. Miyu nodded slightly and took the scroll to open it to check the content. Yahiko next to him curiously leaned over to read it together. Invite the ninja sect to maintain the peace of the Rain Country together. Yahiko widened his eyes and shouted in surprise. The other ninjas came over to read it together. Miyu did not stop him. In order to take care of some people who could not see, Miyu read out all the contents of the scroll. In fact, most of it was nonsense. The real essence of the content had been shouted out by Yahiko, that is, Hanzo wanted to cooperate with the ninja sect. Many ninjas of the ninja sect showed shocked and happy expressions. Hanzo is special to the ninjas of the Rain Country. This scroll is almost like Hanzo saying in person that he recognizes you. The power is quite extraordinary. Yahiko, who regards Hanzo as an idol, is very excited. After all, he is also a member of the ninja clan. Of course, there are also people who are not interested in Hanzo, such as Chi Changjai, who feels that something is wrong. Chi Chong does not deny that the ninja clan has an extremely bright future, but the current ninja clan is not too strong, and there is only one real strong man, Miyu. Normally, Hanzo should not have to invite the ninja clan to cooperate so seriously. If he wants Miyu's combat power, he can just win over Miyu. Chapter 411 Identity Exposure. I need to discuss with my companions before I can give an answer. Miyu did not immediately express his attitude. The Rain Ninja Village ninja expressed understanding and withdrew a distance. I think this is a great opportunity to quickly spread the philosophy of our ninja clan throughout the Rain Country, and at the same time, we can achieve our peace goal faster. Yahiko said his thoughts with excitement. He said this not because he admired Hanzo and wanted to cooperate with Hanzo, but because Yahiko really thought this was a great opportunity. Rain Village is the strongest ninja force in the Rain Country. Even in the ninja world, it is considered the strongest group under the 5 major ninja villages. Hanzo, the leader of Rain Village, is still a top ninja. If they can cooperate as Hanzo said in the scroll, then the influence of the ninja clan will have a qualitative leap. After all, Rain Village is the official force of the Rain Country. In-depth cooperation between the ninja clan and Rain Village is equivalent to becoming semi-official, which can be said to be recognized by the Rain Country. Only Hanzo invited the ninja clan. If it was Yahiko's Akatsuki organization, Yahiko would probably agree immediately. Indeed, the other party is the demigod Hanzo. The ninja clan ninja next to Yahiko agreed. Yahiko's words were recognized by most people. They all thought that this was a great opportunity for both the ninja clan and them. Kakuzu, who was standing next to him, looked at the excited ninja clan ninjas with a mocking look on his face. With rich experience, he instantly realized that something was wrong. This so-called cooperation must have some conspiracy. Although this is a good thing, I think it's a bit weird. Chi Chong also thought about it and expressed his doubts. If our ninja clan is a young child with talents far beyond ordinary people, then the Rain Village is a famous strong man. No matter how much a strong man thinks of a young child, it is impossible to put him in the same position and propose cooperation, right? If the Rain Village gives some subsidies to the ninja clan, then Chi Chong will not think there is anything wrong. At most, he will think that Hanzo has the vision to see that the ninja clan has great potential. But the meaning of Hanzo's scroll is to regard the ninja clan as an equal existence, hoping that the ninja clan can cooperate with the Rain Village to jointly maintain the peace of the entire Rain country. This is really overestimating the current ninja clan. The current ninja clan has less than 100 ninjas, and the strength of its members is also uneven. If it abandons a strong man like Mu Yu, the ninja clan can only be regarded as promising in the future. After listening to Chi Changai's words, many ninja clan ninjas were stunned. There is no other reason. Chi Changai's expression is logically clear and convincing. It seems to be the case. This cooperation is too good for us. Some ninja clan ninjas who were born as wandering ninjas also felt something was wrong after being reminded. Generally, when something falls from the sky, the pie is a disguise, and the trap is the real thing. I think this analogy is completely underestimating our ninja clan and Hanzo's magnanimity. Maybe Hanzo wants to get rid of Hanzo through this way will make us grow faster, and then make the Rain country more peaceful faster. Yahiko retorted. Yahiko is not a person who will be easily persuaded, he has his own persistence. In fact, he also knows that what Chi Chong said makes sense, but Yahiko feels that sometimes being too cautious will miss opportunities, and boldly moving forward will have unexpected gains. At that time, the three ninjas were fighting with Hanzo, and everyone else avoided them, fearing that they would be affected by the battle of the powerful ninjas, but Yahiko chose to find the three ninjas with Nagato Konan. In the end, they learned a lot of skills from Jiraiya and gained the power to fulfill their dreams. When Yahiko finished telling his experience, the atmosphere on the scene changed again. It's a rare success, boss. Hatosuk gave Yahiko a thumbs up. Yahiko's speech just now made his blood boil, and he wanted to immediately agree to cooperate with Hanzo, and then fast forward towards the dream of peace in the Rain country. Even if they are ninjas from the enemy village, as long as they show good enough qualities, Hanzo will not only let them go, but also help them become famous in the ninja world. Although we are not ninjas from the Rain village, we are also ninjas from the Rain country and ninjas from the same country as Hanzo. Could it be that Hanzo will be more harsh on us than ninjas from the enemy country? Yahiko's eyes flashed, and he raised his head and chest with a very sincere expression. Although he had never seen Hanzo, Hanzo's deeds were enough to let Yahiko know that Hanzo was a ninja worthy of respect, so Yahiko was willing to believe that this was Hanzo giving them a chance. Although I don't worship Hanzo, his virtue is indeed impeccable. A ninja from the shinobi clan agreed. The reason why Hanzo is so famous in the ninja world is that his strength and record are one aspect, and the other is his character. Chi Chong also opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. He had no way to refute Yahiko. Because Yahiko admitted his point of view, this matter was indeed not in line with common sense, but Hanzo was worthy of trust. Chi Chong also had only one way to refute Yahiko, that is, to prove that Hanzo was not worthy of trust. But this was something Chi Chong couldn't do. There was only one point that could be criticized about Hanzo now, that is, the failure of the war caused the Rain country to become chaotic. But Hanzo performed very well in the war, and it was the ninjas of the Rain village except Hanzo who were defeated, so this only black point had no meaning to be criticized. Kakuzu showed an undisguised mocking smile on his face. Yahiko was really too naive, so naive that he found it ridiculous. Nagato, what do you think? Miyu suddenly looked at Nagato and asked. Other shinobi clan ninjas all looked at Nagato subconsciously. Suddenly, he went from diving to being the center of attention, and Nagato was a little overwhelmed for a while. I think it's okay. Nagato said after calming down and hesitating for a moment. He believed that the cooperation was not due to Yahiko's decision, but the result of Nagato's own thinking. Feeling pain does not mean to hit the other party with great pain or to use revenge to make the other party feel pain, but to communicate and let both parties feel each other's pain and understand each other. They believe that the shinobi clan can use this opportunity to understand each other with the Rain Village, which will be a big step for peace in the Rain country. Nagato, as expected, we have the same idea. Yahiko excitedly hugged Nagato's shoulders and smiled. Just now, he was worried that he would affect Nagato's judgment, so he didn't say a word when Nagato was asked. Since everyone has their own opinions, let's have an anonymous vote, and the voting results will decide whether to agree to cooperate with Hanzo. Miyu thought for a while and said. All the shinobi clan ninjas nodded. Everyone wrote their ideas on a piece of paper and put it in a simple wooden box made by Miyu. In the end, Miyu coordinated and announced the results. 45 people support cooperation with Hanzo, and 29 people oppose cooperation with Hanzo. Miyu announced the final result after checking. Yahiko smiled, Chi-Chong sighed, and Kakuzu's face was full of mockery. In fact, they could guess some of the results before the draw came out. After Yahiko's speech, it was obvious that many people were convinced by Yahiko. Miyu walked in front of the ninjas of Rain Village. We shinobi clan are willing to protect the peace of the Rain country together with Rain Village. That's great, I will go back and report to Hanzo now. The Rain Village ninja left quickly without staying too long. Chi-Chong also walked to Miyu's side. Even though it was confirmed that he would cooperate with the Rain Village, Chi-Chong still felt something was wrong. You may say that I am too cautious, but I really feel that there may be a conspiracy in this cooperation. Chi-Chong also whispered. Miyu did not refute Chi-Chang's words. He smiled and said, being cautious is not a bad thing. Even if we want to cooperate, we must remain vigilant. Chi-Chong also relaxed a little in his heart. It was good that Miyu did not get too excited. After all, Miyu was the core and soul of the ninja sect. Can't you even see such a simple conspiracy? It seems that you are right. I really overestimated you. Kakuzu walked to Miyu and said bluntly. No matter how good Hanzo's reputation is, Kakuzu believes that Hanzo definitely has no good intentions. Are you starting to take the initiative to care about the safety of the ninja sect? Miyu did not care about Kakuzu's tone and smiled. He said. The life and death of the ninja clan has nothing to do with me, but if you die, who will remove the seal on me? Kakuzu said with a dark face. He tried many ways to remove the seal on his body, but all failed. Kakuzu had to admit that although Miyu was naive, his strength was not simple at all, and he was also a top-level sealing ninja in terms of sealing. You can remove it without me. You just need to wait for the power of the sealing to be exhausted and the seal will be automatically removed. Miyu took the initiative to point out a shortcoming of his sealing technique. How long will it take? Kakuzu asked directly. It should be about 15 years. Miyu answered with a smile. Kakuzu's face became darker. He was sealed for a full 15 years. Let alone making money, it was a question whether he could survive. Thinking that Miyu was playing tricks on him, Kakuzu snorted coldly and went to the side to figure it out by himself. However, Kakuzu soon had to return to Miyu's side, because Miyu started teaching the sealing technique again today. Kakuzu wanted to learn Miyu's sealing technique and try to find inspiration to break it. At night, Nagato was called by Miyu to a house full of various techniques. Nagato looked at this special room curiously. This is a barrier set up to prevent accidents. Miyu explained briefly. Nagato nodded and didn't care too much. Let's eat first. It's better to practice after eating a full meal. Miyu pointed to the ramen on the table and said. Nagato wanted to say that he had eaten grilled fish with Yahiko and others, and he was not hungry now. But Nagato thought of the indescribable deliciousness of the ramen last time, so he silently swallowed what he wanted to say, and then sat at the table and quickly finished the ramen. Nagato felt it was amazing. No matter how delicious the food was, as long as he was full, Nagato would not have the desire to eat it, and he would not think it was delicious after eating it. But Miyu's ramen was different. Even if he was not hungry, he would want to eat it, and it was still delicious. Actually, my name is not Yujiayuran. Nagato put away the bowl he had finished eating, and then suddenly said. Nagato was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Miyu in confusion. In fact, he didn't think it was a big deal. The name was just a code name. The key was the person. My name is Hanyu Miyu, and I'm a ninja from Konoha. Miyu cancelled the transformation state and revealed her true appearance. Trust gained by deception is not real trust. If it weren't for the troubles in various aspects, Miyu didn't want to open a vest to accept disciples. So Miyu was ready to tell Nagato his true identity after confirming the number of disciples. Miyu felt that the more Nagato trusted him, the greater the harm to Nagato by revealing his identity. Being deceived by a stranger would only make him angry for a short time, but being deceived by the person he trusted the most, a more fragile person might collapse directly. Nagato's expression became confused. Miyu revealed too much information in a short period of time. A good teacher of the ninja sect suddenly became a ninja from Konoha, and his face was still fake. Why? Nagato had a lot to say, but in the end it was only condensed into a simple puzzle. I know you have a lot of questions now, I can tell you one by one. Miyu began to tell her story. First of all, my actions have nothing to do with Konoha. They are my own actions, whether it is traveling in the Rain Country or establishing the ninja sect. I came to the Rain Country just as I said, I want peace. It is difficult for me to promote the peace plan I want to carry out in Konoha. This is not to say that Konoha is not good or the Fire Country is not good. Konoha and the Fire Country are both very peaceful, but Konoha is too strong. If the ninja sect is promoted in the Fire Country, it will definitely be struck by thunder by Konoha ninjas. Miyu didn't fool anyone. Even with his current strength, it would be difficult for him to cause much trouble in the Land of Fire. The Land of Fire is too strong, not only Konoha, but also other ninja forces. If I act as a Konoha ninja in the Land of Rain, not only will Konoha take action against me, but the Rain Village will also think that I am provoking me, so I hide my identity and try to deceive everyone. I don't want to deceive everyone with a fake identity, but my identity is too troublesome. Miyu sighed. He didn't tell the information about Uchiha Madara. For Nagato now, knowing it would be useless. It would only make his mood worse. If he showed any abnormality, it would make Uchiha Madara more alert. Nagato, I hope you can keep this secret for me for the time being. I really want to get along with my fellow ninjas in the ninja sect with my real identity, but it's not the time yet. Miyu stared at Nagato's eyes, her eyes full of sincerity. Nagato's expression changed again and again, he was in a very complicated mood now. He didn't care that Miyu used a pseudonym, but when Miyu cancelled the transformation, Nagato began to get angry and doubted Miyu, which meant that Hanyu Miyu was different from Hanyu. But when Miyu explained everything and asked him to keep the secret, Nagato felt that Hanyu Miyu was different from Hanyu. Although she had changed, Miyu still gave Nagato the feeling of being the elegant and easygoing Hanyu. Miyu told him this secret alone, which made Nagato feel a strong trust from Miyu. Chapter 412 Hanzo's Conspiracy, Miyu committed suicide? Even Yahiko and the others can't do it. After a moment of silence, Nagato asked. Nagato could feel that Yahiko cared about and respected Miyu very much, and regarded Miyu as a direction for progress. It's not possible now, this matter the fewer people know, the better. Once exposed, it will bring disaster to the ninja clan. Miyu shook her head and replied. Miyu trusted Yahiko, but White Zetsu's intelligence ability was too strong. Miyu had to set up a barrier before revealing his identity. In order to prevent exposure, Miyu was only prepared to let Nagato know his true identity at this stage. Then why tell me? If you don't tell it, no one should be able to find it. Nagato looked into Miyu's eyes, his fingers unconsciously pressing the chair. Miyu's transformation technique was very strong, and Nagato could not see any flaws. He felt that Miyu had this ability. Nagato didn't understand why Miyu told him alone. He didn't think he was more special than Yahiko, except for those eyes. As I said before, I don't want to get along with everyone with a fake identity. It's just a helpless move under the reality, so I think there must be someone who knows my true identity. In order not to be exposed, this person can only be the person I trust most in the ninja clan. Miyu explained. I think if it was you, Nagato, you would definitely help me keep the secret, just like you were willing to trust me to tell me about my experience. Looking at Miyu with a warm smile on his face, Nagato felt the trust again. This trust did not come from nothing, not because of his samsara eye, but because he trusted Miyu, so Miyu also trusted him. I will try my best. Nagato made a solemn promise. Miyu believed in him so much, so he must not let Miyu down, and Nagato felt that Miyu was right, and Miyu's true identity would indeed bring trouble to the current ninja clan. Then Miyu began to teach Nagato basic breathing methods. Nagato now has mastered 6 types of chakra changes, and none of them is particularly outstanding, so Miyu has not yet decided which breathing method to let Nagato learn, so he will learn the basic breathing method first. Teaching breathing methods is the best choice. On the one hand, Nagato himself has mastered many ninjutsu, and there is not much demand for ninjutsu. On the other hand, the practice and use of breathing methods are not obvious, which is suitable for teaching in the current situation, and the breathing method itself has great potential. You taught your disciple the basic breathing method. Because the disciple is very grateful for the reward of critical hits, you get the reward for symbol seal, proficient level. Looking at the information from the panel, Miyu nodded in his heart. Taking the initiative to expose himself earlier can not only prevent Nagato from suffering a major blow, but also help to increase trust. This little secret known only to 2 people can promote the development of the relationship very well. When Miyu just revealed his identity, Nagato's trust level dropped to level 1, but after Miyu explained, Nagato's trust level rose back to level 2. He also rewarded critical hits during teaching, so overall, the trust is increasing. After learning that Miyu was willing to cooperate, Hanzo immediately chose a feng shui treasure land where Miyu and others could rest forever. It was a valley. Hanzo's plan was to lure Miyu and others into the valley, then set off a trap and let his rain ninjas attack from a high position. Now Hanzo has regarded the ninja sect as an enemy, so he will use all the means he can to suppress the ninja sect and minimize the losses of the rain ninjas as much as possible. This is how you should deal with these ninjas who shout slogans of peace but harbor evil intentions. Shimura Danzo was very satisfied with Hanzo's specific actions. Shimura Danzo originally thought that Hanzo would not bother to set traps, but Hanzo unexpectedly knew how to do it, which made Shimura Danzo feel that he had met him too late. Hanzo nodded calmly, and he was not pedantic in dealing with the enemy. Just then, the door of the Rain Ninja leader's office was knocked. "Come in," Hanzo said. A Rain Ninja pushed the door and walked into the office quickly and reported, "Hanzo, there are ninjas from the Uegakure who want to see you, and they seem very angry." Hanzo frowned. If they came here at this time, it could only be because of the killing of the Uegakure ninjas by the ninja clan. Shimura Danzo sighed with a guilty expression, as if he was sorry for his subordinates' poor cover-up work. It seems that my subordinates have missed some of their work. Shimura Danzo looked at Hanzo with an apologetic look. Shimura Danzo's expression was fake, but he did not lie. This was not his arrangement. The sudden involvement of Iwagakure might cause unexpected problems in his plan. It's not your fault. I misjudged him. Hanzo said in a deep voice. There is no treaty of friendship and mutual assistance between the Land of Rain and Konoha. Shimura Danzo has no obligation to help him. Shimura Danzo has done his best to do this. How can Hanzo blame him? Then Hanzo looked at the rain ninja who walked into the office. Bring them here. Hanzo planned to deal with Miyu and the others and then explain the cause and effect to the Iwagakure village, but since the Iwagakure village has come to the door, Hanzo had to make it clear now. Now that Iwagakure is still at war with Konoha, I will take my leave first. Shimura Danzo stood up and prepared to leave. Wanting to sign a peace treaty with Iwagakure was just an excuse for Shimura Danzo, so he was not going to meet with the Iwagakure ninja. Hanzo nodded to show his understanding. Even if Shimura Danzo didn't leave, Hanzo had to ask him to leave, otherwise the Iwagakure ninja would see the second-in-command of Konoha chatting with Hanzo in the office of the Rain Ninja leader, and then connect it to the incident of the Rain Country ninja killing the Iwagakure ninja. The Rain Ninja village really couldn't clear itself even if it jumped into the sea. Soon the Rain Ninja returned again and walked into Hanzo's office with 3 Iwagakure ninjas. Hanzo looked at the 3 Iwagakure ninjas calmly. The Iwagakure ninja in the lead wore the red tight combat uniform is matched with brown chainmail of the senior ninja. The body looks very strong, with ordinary facial features but a big nose. They actually sent Huang-tu here. It seems that the Iwagakure village takes this incident very seriously. Hanzo recognized that the Iwagakure leader was Huang-tu, the son of the 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. As the son of the shadow, Huang-tu's strength and fame are not as good as the 4th generation AI, but in the current ninja world, he is also a famous young hero. Recently, we found that a ninja wearing the Rain Country forehead protector killed our Iwagakure ninja. We need a reasonable explanation for the Iwagakure village. Huang-tu said straight to the point. Although Hanzo is known as the top ninja in the ninja world, Huang-tu is behind the entire Iwagakure village, so Huang-tu has no fear. The Second Ninja World War has fully proved a fact that it is not possible to change the outcome of the war with a top ninja. Of course, this does not mean that an individual cannot change the war. It's just that Hanzo is not strong enough. Senju Hashirama has proved the limit of personal power to the ninja world. We in the Rain Village feel deeply sympathetic about this matter, but this was not done by the Rain Village ninjas, but by a group of Rain Country ninjas called the Ninja Clan. Hanzo began to explain. Hanzo told Huang-tu the whole story of the incident, but because Konoha and Iwagakure were at war, Hanzo changed the discovery of the root ninjas to the discovery of the patrolling Rain ninjas. Although they are not ninjas from the Rain Village, they are also ninjas from the Rain Country. I feel deeply saddened by this incident. I will kill all the ninjas who intend to provoke the Rain and Rock War. Hanzo said his solution. They are all warriors of my Iwagakure, carrying out important tasks for Iwagakure. Hanzo, you are a top ninja who is feared by the ninja world and you are reasonable. Do you think that one life for one life can offset the incident? Huang-tu did not agree with Hanzo's plan. Based on the information from the Rain Country, Huang-tu knew that what Hanzo said was 80% likely to be true. After all, with the current state of the Rain Village, how could it have the courage to take the initiative to provoke the 5 major ninja villages? But this did not prevent Huang-tu from fighting for greater benefits for the Hidden Rock Village. Hanzo understood Huang-tu's meaning. To put it simply, it means adding money. Such an accident is indeed the fault of our Rain ninjas. We are willing to give some compensation to the sacrificed Hidden Rock Village. Hanzo said expressionlessly. Hanzo is very unhappy now, but he can only compensate the Hidden Rock Village, because the current Rain ninjas do not have the strength to go to war with the Great Ninja Village. Hanzo hates the ninja sect even more, because all this is caused by the ninja sect. Hanzo quickly finalized the agreed time and sent an envoy to notify the ninja sect, and then summoned the elite ninjas of the Rain Ninja Village to issue a task. The incident happened suddenly, and now many ninjas of the Rain Ninja Village do not know that Hanzo is going to get rid of the ninja sect. Hundreds of elite Rain ninjas were gathered in a meeting room by Hanzo, and Hanzo's deputy first explained the evil deeds of the ninja sect. The story of ninja master Kageto's death was too widely spread in the Rain country. Hanzo was worried that some Rain ninjas would believe Kageto, so he let them know the true face of the ninja sect first. The ninja sect shouted the slogan of peace on the surface, but killed Iwagakure ninjas to provoke conflicts between the Rain and Earth countries. It is really a crime, Hanzo's deputy said with indignation. The Rain ninjas below were very surprised to hear that the ninja sect's ninjas actually did such a thing, because the ninja sect had a very good reputation after it appeared in the Rain country, and both ninjas and the public recognized it very much. I didn't expect Kageto to be so rebellious. I thought he could bring good changes to the Rain country. The Rain ninja Jonin, who was once ordered to investigate Miyu, sighed. Miyu showed great strength and showed his ambition for peace when giving lectures, which gave the Rain ninja Jonin a feeling that Miyu could change the Rain country. Ichigo, you must be very unwilling to be defeated by such a person. The Rain ninja Jonin said to Ichigo Kurosaki, who was sitting next to him. Originally, Ichigo Kurosaki could not perform such a level of task at the time he joined the Rain Ninja Village, but Hanzo took a fancy to Ichigo Kurosaki's strength and his experience of fighting with Miyu, and gave Ichigo Kurosaki a special treatment. Yes, I will definitely win back next time. Miyu's shadow clone smiled and nodded. Don't say it, it's quite interesting to sit in the conference room and listen to others discuss how to deal with me. After the meeting, Miyu's shadow clone returned to his temporary residence in the Rain Ninja Village, released the shadow clone, and let the memory flow back to the main body. At this time, because it was already night, Miyu was studying the sealing technique alone in the room. After sorting out the memory of the shadow clone, Miyu quietly rushed to the Rain Ninja Village. After reaching his perception range, he directly used the Flying Thunder God to move to his temporary residence in the Rain Ninja Village. After splitting the shadow clone, he used the Flying Thunder God to leave. It was a bit unexpected for Miyu that the shadow clone could play this role. He originally just wanted the shadow clone to play a double act, but he didn't expect that the Rain Village would take a fancy to the shadow clone's strength and bring him into the hidden Rain Village. Because he had just joined, the shadow clone could do very few tasks and his level was not high, which avoided the problem of excessive chakra consumption and injury of the shadow clone. Miyu also took the opportunity to plant a spy in the Rain Village. With the shadow clone as an insider, Miyu was equivalent to personally participating in the conspiracy against him. Even the location and type of each trap are clearly known. 3 days later, it was the day agreed with Hanzo to discuss peace, and many shinobi ninjas were very excited. If Hanzo was not a trick, this cooperation was indeed a milestone for shinobi, and it was a one-time deal. Does the Jiyichu Dan want everyone to go together? Wouldn't that be a bit bad? Yahiko thought for a while and asked. He felt that bringing too many ninjas might leave a bad impression on Hanzo, and he felt wary of Hanzo and worried that Hanzo had bad intentions. Miyu nodded and replied, if you have a meeting, you don't really need too many people to go. After all, the opponent is a top-level strong man like Hanzo, and if you bring too many people, Miyu can't guarantee the safety of everyone's life. Many shinobi ninjas looked at Miyu with expectation, and no one would want to miss such a big event. Nagato, Yahiko, Konan, Kakuzu, Chi-Changja, Kuroda. Miyu named 8 ninjas in a row. These are the ninjas he is more optimistic about, with outstanding strength and strong self-protection ability. Why should I go too? I am not a ninja from your ninja clan. Kakuzu complained with his eyelids twitching. He didn't want to get involved in this muddy water. I mean, if you want to come, you can follow. If you really don't want to come, you don't have to come. Miyu replied with a faint smile. Kakuzu made a thoughtful expression. When he heard his name, Yahiko showed an uncontrollable smile of joy on his face. Yahiko, who has a high sense of identity with the ninja clan, is very happy that he can participate in such a milestone meeting. Another happy point is that Yahiko has always wanted to talk to Hanzo. Yahiko really wants to know Hanzo's views on peace. Nagato didn't feel much. As long as the ninja clan can reach a cooperation with the Rain Village, he will be satisfied and doesn't need to witness it with his own eyes. Chi Chong also had a trace of worry on his face. He always felt that Hanzo had bad intentions and something might go wrong at this meeting. Boss, you have to work hard, this time you are going to meet your idol. Jusuk teased, he knew that Yahiko admired Hanzo. Yahiko scratched his head and smiled, not caring. Miyu and his friends set out on the journey to the Promised Valley amid the laughter and farewell of dozens of ninjas. Kakuzu frowned, but finally caught up with Miyu and his friends. He thought something would go wrong at this meeting, so he didn't want to go. But Miyu was going, Kakuzu had to go with him, because if Miyu got into trouble, he would have to wait until 15 years passed and the seal was automatically lifted. At the entrance of the valley, Miyu and his friends met Hanzo, who was waiting. Hanzo brought fewer ninjas than them, and only 2 ninjas followed him. Senior Hanzo, we meet again. Miyu greeted with a smile. I didn't expect that in such a short time, you have accomplished so many things that I didn't expect. Hanzo said calmly. Hanzo still remembered that he had specially reminded Miyu to be careful of black market ninjas not long ago, but he didn't expect that Miyu would go to the opposite side of him so quickly. Hanzo was a little surprised to notice Kakuzu next to Miyu. Hanzo was not surprised that Kakuzu was alive. After all, Kakuzu had been in the black market for decades, and it was normal for him to have more means to save his life. But Kakuzu looked like he had joined the ninja clan. Hanzo's expression remained unchanged. One more Kakuzu would not affect his killing of everyone. With a large number of detonating talisman traps in him, the top strong man in the ninja world, leading 100 elite ninjas from the Rain Village, Hanzo was confident that he could keep anyone in the current ninja world. In fact, the original preparations should be more thorough. Hanzo originally wanted to capture a ninja clan ninja to threaten Miyu and the others, but Miyu was on guard and asked the ninja clan ninjas to gather together. In order to prevent alerting the enemy, Hanzo gave up the plan to capture people. And the Hidden Rock Village also wanted to come to watch. In order not to expose the cooperation with Shimura Danzo, Hanzo could only regretfully decline Shimura Danzo's assistance. Senior Hanzo, your deeds are what I never expected. Miyu replied with a faint smile. The 2 parties walked into the valley, talking and laughing. Shimura Danzo, who was hiding in the dark, also smiled when he saw this scene. In order to make Hanzo, Miyu and the Samsara Eye go to the opposite side, he spent a lot of energy, and even a group of root elites died. At this point, Danzo actually changed a lot of details of the plan. Danzo originally wanted to kill Nagato and put the blame on Uegakure, but he didn't expect Nagato to be too strong and directly killed all his root elites. The Uegakure ninjas hiding on the other side also watched everything silently. After all, this is the ninja master. Huang Tu is very interested even if there is no mission. He is famous only because of his royal family, but his record is very hard, and he defeated Kakuzu head-on. Unfortunately, this is not a fair duel. Huang Tu believes that Hanzo will definitely win. Because this is a conspiracy against Miyu and the ninja clan, Hanzo had made preparations in advance, and Miyu and the others knew nothing about it. Kakuzu looked around. There were high cliffs on both sides, and the entrances and exits of the valley were very narrow, which was very convenient for blocking people. Master Hanzo, what do you think of the current situation in the Rain Country? How do you think we can better make the Rain Country peaceful for a long time? Yahiko asked impatiently. The Rain Country is full of Hanzo's legends. Yahiko has long been fascinated by Hanzo. Now that he has seen the real person, he did not communicate with Hanzo immediately out of respect for Miyu. Only by developing the strength of ninjas can the chaos in the Rain country be fundamentally solved. As for long-term peace, it depends on the situation of the big countries. In addition, it is also important to eliminate the ninja organizations in the country that try to cause war. Hanzo answered Yahiko's question while condensing chakra. What else? Yahiko looked at Hanzo with expectation. He thought he could hear a long talk about peace. Hanzo did not continue to answer Yahiko's question. He gave the two ninjas with a look, and then used the chakra burst to flash to the top of the valley. The other two rain ninjas quickly retreated and detonated the trap after receiving Hanzo's order. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the roar of the explosion resounded throughout the valley. The thick smoke produced by the explosion enveloped Miyu and his party. Hanzo is also safe enough. Huang Tu felt that the real Hanzo was different from the rumored one. He didn't dislike Hanzo's behavior. Ninjas were not samurai. Ninjas didn't have a one-on-one duel. Ninjas who could win were good ninjas. It was just that the rumors about Hanzo were a little too good. I don't know if the Samsara Eye can be transplanted and used directly like the Sharingan. Shimura Danzo wanted to recover the Samsara Eye from Nagato. It was important that the enemy didn't have the Samsara Eye, and it was also important that Shimura Danzo himself had the Samsara Eye. After all, this was the eye of the Six Paths Sage, which was mysterious. Is there something wrong with the trap? The explosion was in the wrong place. Hanzo, who was looking down at Miyu and his group, discovered a big problem. He should have led Miyu and his group to the center of the explosion, but it was Miyu and his group who were affected by the explosion. The dust and smoke dissipated, revealing a flowing water shield and Miyu and his group who were intact. At the moment the detonating talisman exploded, Miyu condensed chakra and used the water array wall to perfectly block the aftermath of the explosion, and they didn't even have a speck of dust on them. Hanzo frowned. According to his plan, this detonating talisman trap should have killed all the ninjas except Miyu Jiaodu, and injured Miyu Jiaodu at the same time. But because of an unknown accident, his detonating talisman trap only consumed the chakra of Miyu's water array wall, which made Hanzo feel a little bad. However, Hanzo was not panicked. With 100 elite rain ninjas plus him as a top powerhouse, they could also defeat Miyu and his group in a head-on battle. What's going on? Yahiko looked at the valley in a daze, which had become a mess because of the bombing of the detonating tags. He didn't understand what happened, or his subconscious didn't want to understand what happened. What else could it be? Of course, your idol Hanzo wants to kill you. It's ridiculous that you can still be naive at this point. Kakuzu mocked mercilessly. In Kakuzu's opinion, Yahiko was too naive, so naive that it was scary. Sure enough, there is a problem. Chi Chong also sighed. He saw the specific terrain of the meeting place and was almost certain that Hanzo had no good intentions. When he came in, he reminded Miyu with an extremely subtle voice. Just then, the often gloomy sky of the rain country began to rain heavily, and the big raindrops fell evenly on everyone. God is going to help me. It seems that there will be no more accidents. A smile appeared on Hanzo's face. For him who is extremely good at water escape, rainy days are very favorable weather, and for Miyu who is good at fire escape, it is the worst weather. Why did it turn out like this? Yahiko looked at Hanzo in confusion. The two sides were obviously chatting very well, why did they suddenly fight? Nagato and Konan were also confused by this sudden situation. They all supported cooperation with the Rain Village and did not expect this to happen. Didn't we say that we should work together to maintain peace in the Rain country? Why is it like this? Yahiko questioned Hanzo loudly. At this moment, Yahiko regretted his passionate speech before the vote. If it weren't for him, there might be more votes against. There is no doubt that this cooperation is a conspiracy to eliminate their ninja clan. But Yahiko was really confused. He didn't understand why Hanzo did this, and eliminating them would not benefit Hanzo in any way. Am I not maintaining peace in the Rain Country? Hanzang replied calmly. If you really want peace in the Rain Country, then go and die. The Rain Country will be more peaceful without the ninja clan. Yahiko clenched his fists and stared at Hanzo. He didn't expect Hanzo to be such a sinister and vicious person. After this, Yahiko may never believe any rumors again. Hanzo really taught him a hard lesson. It's nothing more than worrying about your influence on power and other boring reasons. Kakuzu said sarcastically, you want peace and nothing else, but others may not think so. They only believe what they think. Watching Muyu Yahiko and others being betrayed and in danger, Kakuzu seemed to see his former self. Although the experience is different, the nature is still similar. Teacher, I'm sorry. Nagato looked at Muyu with an apologetic look. He is also a member who supports cooperation. Nagato feels that he is also wrong. How can this be your fault? You are just victims. Muyu shook her head and touched Nagato's head. If you insist on sharing the blame, Muyu has to take it. Because Muyu knew everything, but silently watched the incident happen without stopping it. It was not difficult for Muyu to stop this incident, just don't go to the appointment. But the contradiction cannot be resolved in that way, it will only delay the outbreak of the incident. As long as the ninja clan continues to develop, it will inevitably conflict with Hanzo's. The Rain Village will face off, unless Hanzo and his men also join the ninja clan. But it is difficult for Muyu to understand Hanzo. Hanzo has his own beliefs and pride. If he has no special experience, he will not condescend to join a force created by a younger generation. Muyu's current action logic is actually the same as watching his disciples fight with the Kirigakure Jonin during the Chunin exam. He can train his disciples as much as possible when he can be 100% sure that there will be no accidents, but the Rain Country has an additional training for the ninja clan. Since there are inevitable conflicts, maximize the benefits while resolving the conflicts. Muyu believes that after this incident, Yahiko and his men will become more mature, and the entire ninja clan will usher in a transformation. Under Muyu's wings, the ninja clan has always been smooth and has never encountered a setback, which makes some ninja clan ninjas overly optimistic. Swish! Hanzo threw a sharp bitter spear in front of Muyu. You are the founder of the ninja clan and the leader of the ninja clan. If you are willing to commit suicide, I can let the others go. Hanzo said in a calm voice. Hanzo wanted to end this battle steadily, so he would not miss any opportunity that would allow him to relieve the pressure of the battle. Of course, even if Muyu committed suicide, Hanzo would not let Nagato and the others go, but this way Hanzo could save a lot of effort. Hanzo's words completely shattered the fan filter of Hanzo and Yahiko's heart. The former Hanzo was a great ninja with lofty ideals in Yahiko's heart, but the current Hanzo was a sinister and cunning despicable villain in Yahiko's heart. 3/4, you must not do what he said, we will fight him. Yahiko said with gritted teeth. Now he wanted to rush up and punch Hanzo in the face twice. Although Hanzo is very strong, Yahiko thinks they still have a chance. Even if Muyu can't beat Hanzo alone, Kakuzu will definitely win, and then the 7 ninjas will be able to beat 2 Rain ninjas easily. Maybe we can cooperate more with Hanzo in the future. Looking at Hanzo's operation, Shimura Danzo liked him more and more. The ninja who wins by any means is the real ninja. Shimura Danzo admires the current Hanzo. I don't recommend you to make this choice, because it is seeking death. Hanzo said expressionlessly. As soon as Hanzo finished speaking, 100 elite Rain ninjas ambushed on the mountain rushed out instantly, looking down at Muyu and others from a high position. Looking at the Rain ninjas who suddenly rushed out, Yahiko was a little dumbfounded. He really didn't expect that Hanzo could do this to deal with them, with traps and ambushes of a large number of ninjas. Chi Changjai and Kakuzu were not surprised. Since it was Hanzo's conspiracy, how could he only bring 2 subordinates here? For a while, Miyu and others seemed to be in a desperate situation. I am the general of the ninja clan. I will die for him. Yahiko grabbed the kunao on the ground and said. If his death can save Miyu and the others, Yahiko can die without hesitation. After all, he has a great responsibility now. His fan filter for Hanzo makes him trust Hanzo too much. You are not qualified. Only the leader can be the leader. Yahiko rejected Yahiko's proposal. Among the 8 people at the scene, only Kakuzu and Miyu can catch Hanzo's eyes. In Hanzo's eyes, the others can be killed at will and don't need to be cared about. You must not commit suicide. Even if you commit suicide, Hanzo will never let us go. Chi Chong was also worried that Miyu would be impulsive, so he said hurriedly. Chi Chong didn't believe Hanzo's lies. In order to eliminate the ninja sect, Hanzo lied and ambushed. How could he let the ninja sect members who walked into the encirclement go? Chi Chong also put himself in Hanzo's perspective. He would definitely choose to cut the grass and root it out. Not only would he kill all the ninjas in the valley, but he would also clean up all the ninja sect ninjas who didn't come. You are naive but not stupid. Don't let me look down on you. Kakuzu kept mocking and staring at Miyu's body. Kakuzu felt that Miyu shouldn't commit suicide with her wisdom, but Kakuzu couldn't guarantee it 100%. After all, Miyu still came to this conspiracy cooperation meeting. Ninja Master, how will you break the situation? Huang Tu, who was eating melons on the side, thought curiously. Huang Tu thought about it from another perspective and found that he would definitely die if he fell into this situation. If Hanzo committed suicide, he would not let his companions go. If he did not commit suicide, he would not be able to win in a head-on battle. Anyway, they would all die. Chapter 413, The Strongest Fire Ninja in the Ninja World. Everyone on the field was looking at Miyu. The Rain Ninjas headed by Hanzo hoped that Miyu would commit suicide honestly, so that they could save a lot of effort. The ninjas of the ninja sect brought by Miyu hoped that Miyu would not commit suicide, no matter from which aspect. The Uegakure led by Huang Tu did not have any special ideas, but were just curious about what choice Miyu would make. Shimura Danzo did not care about what Miyu would choose. He just wanted to see a river of blood. It would be best if both the ninja sect and the Rain Ninja village were defeated. If the Rain country was too strong, it would not be in the interests of Konoha. Senior Hanzo, don't play this trick at this time. It will only make people think less of you. Miyu held the take away the kunao shot by Hanzo and attach fire chakra to it. The hot flames rise on the surface of the kunao, drying the kunao wet by the rain. Swoosh! Miyu aimed in front of Hanzo and threw the kunao with flames. Miyu told everyone his choice with his actions. It was wishful thinking to ask him to commit suicide. If it was Shisui or Obito instead of Nagato standing here, Miyu might be interested in playing a trick of fake death. Because there is a high probability that they will be stimulated to directly open the Manjiki Sharingan, thus increasing their strength. Nagato would not do this. Although Nagato could not really use the Samsara Eye at this moment, Nagato already had the Samsara Eye. What Nagato needed was not to open the Samsara Eye, but to tap the power of the Samsara Eye. Strong stimulation could accelerate this process, but it was not as rigid as the Manjiki Sharingan. You made a wrong decision, Mr. Akari. Hanzo looked at Miyu with a cold face. Boom! Hanzo condensed his chakra and threw out a kunao to intercept Miyu's fire kunao, which exploded in mid-air. The whole valley instantly became tense, and an invisible smoke filled the entire valley. Huang Tu instantly became alert. This is going to be a fight. He actually wanted to see Hanzo and Miyu have a real man one-on-one, but he felt that Hanzo would not give up the number advantage of the Rain Ninja. Go! Hanzo did not take action immediately, but commanded 100 elite Rain Ninjas to attack. After hearing Hanzo's order, the elite Rain Ninjas immediately burst out their hand chakra to throw the kunao in their hands. Swish! 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 A large number of black kunao shot from all directions surrounded Miyu and others like a black net. This is why Hanzo chose this place as the meeting place. The rain ninjas standing on the mountain can launch dense attacks from a high position that Miyu and others can hardly dodge. Hanzo looked at Miyu and others in the valley with a calm face. They had the right terrain and weather, so what could Miyu do to fight him? Nagato's mind was spinning rapidly, thinking about what ninjutsu could defend against the attacks from all directions and protect all his companions. Wind style, fierce wind palm. Miyu condensed chakra and transformed it into wind attribute chakra, and released the wind attribute chakra at the moment of clapping his hands. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong wind blew around with Miyu and others as the center, blowing all the incoming kunao into pieces. A lot of rain also splashed around, and the trees in the mountains were rustling. Although fierce wind palm was just an ordinary sea-level wind-style ninjutsu, it also had a good power under the blessing of Miyu's mastery level of more than 7,000 wind attribute chakra nature changes, and blocking this kind of ninja tool throwing was no problem. Nagato looked at his hands and then at Miyu. Nagato also knows the fierce wind palm, but if he uses it, it will definitely not achieve this effect. He remembered the water array wall that Miyu used at the beginning, which is also different from ordinary water array walls and can defend all attacks without dead angles. Keep attacking, Hanzo said expressionlessly. He thought that Miyu could block the attack, but he didn't expect that Miyu could block this scale of ninja tools with an ordinary sea-level ninjutsu. But Hanzo still felt that he was as steady as an old dog, because the chakra of a ninja is limited. Miyu consumed more chakra in protecting his companions, and he would have less chakra in the next battle. Swish, swish, swish. The sharp black kunao cut through the raindrops and formed a black net again, stabbing towards Miyu and others. And Miyu still used the fierce wind palm to bounce the kunao away. Didn't you prepare any backup plan? Don't tell me you really didn't expect to encounter this situation, then I have to re-evaluate your ability. Kakuzu mocked on the surface, but actually reminded Miyu not to be consumed. Hanzo's tactic is to wait for the opportunity to tire out Miyu's energy and chakra. Before Kakuzu could finish his next sentence, Miyu's palm hit Kakuzu's chest at an extremely fast speed, removing the seal on Kakuzu. It's not that Miyu has completely trusted Kakuzu, but that Kakuzu now has only one heart left and his strength has greatly decreased. In addition, Miyu left the Flying Thunder God mark on Kakuzu. As long as Kakuzu dares to have evil thoughts, Miyu can send Kakuzu away in an instant. Although he didn't trust him completely, Miyu speculated based on Kakuzu's performance that Kakuzu would most likely not backstab him at this critical moment, and at most he would run away alone. If Kakuzu could help him take care of the ninja clan, it would relieve a lot of pressure on Miyu. Although his strength was greatly reduced, Kakuzu was strong enough in his prime, and the strength of one heart was not comparable to that of ordinary ninjas. Kakuzu was a little surprised to feel the unprecedented sense of freedom in his body. He was about to ask Miyu to help him remove the seal, but he didn't expect Miyu to predict his words. You just removed the seal on me so easily. Aren't you worried that I'll take your body for money? Kakuzu said, clenching his fist. Your reward should be doubled now, maybe 30 million taels. Nagato looked at Kakuzu with a vigilant look. If Kakuzu made any unusual moves, he would attack immediately. If you still have this idea, then it means I've done something wrong. I will personally correct the mistakes I made. Miyu said with a faint smile. In this ninja world, Miyu never relies on illusory luck, nor does he put his hope on others. He relies on his own the strength of the body. Kakuzu couldn't do anything to Miyu, nor could Hanzo. The worst result was that Miyu would run away with everyone. Tisk, your expression as if everything was under control really made me want to punch you. Kakuzu kept condensing chakra to rebuild. He really didn't have the idea of backstabbing Miyu. He thought that only fools would make such a choice. Although Kakuzu knew that he was not a ninja from the ninja sect, Hanzo might not think so. In Hanzo's perspective, they were all ninjas from the ninja sect. So Kakuzu would not only not backstab Miyu, but would also give Miyu some help while ensuring his own safety. Each of you guard a position and protect yourself. After blocking the fourth wave of ninja tools, Miyu took the initiative to attack Hanzo. Miyu condensed chakra on the soles of his feet, and his figure kept flashing in the rain curtain and approached Hanzo's position at a high speed. Miyu's chakra was originally less than Hanzo's, and consuming too much would not be conducive to the next battle. After the rain ninjas discovered Miyu's actions, they all wanted to use ninja tools to stop Miyu's actions, but all of them were easily blocked by Miyu. Hanzo watched Miyu approaching quietly, without attacking to stop Miyu from approaching, nor retreating. There was no special reason, Hanzo just didn't think Miyu could defeat him in a head-on battle. All Hanzo did was not because he didn't have the confidence to defeat Miyu, but just wanted to win more easily and safely. If Miyu thought that these methods of his were not confident in his strength, then Hanzo would let Miyu see what the pinnacle of ninja is next. You disappoint me, maybe I should have put an end to you on that day. Hanzo said coldly as he looked at Miyu approaching. But you can't do it. Miyu replied calmly. For Miyu, the most troublesome thing about Hanzo was his poison, but this was not enough for Hanzo to defeat Miyu. The two did not fight immediately, and reminisced like old friends who had not seen each other for a long time. Fire escape, detonating flame array. Hanzo suddenly jumped back and made a seal, and a large number of detonating talismans emerged from the ground where Miyu stepped and continued to flow towards Miyu's legs. This is the reason why Hanzo did not leave. He stood here not because the scenery here is better, but because he had buried the detonating talismans here. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the extremely fierce flames enveloped Miyu, and the ground was shattered by the large number of detonating talismans. No wonder he can be called the pinnacle of ninjas. Huang Tu was a little impressed by Hanzo. Hanzo was so powerful, but he was ridiculously stable. He first led Miyu and the others into a trap, and then let his men consume Miyu's chakra. When Miyu rushed up, Hanzo used words to trap Miyu. At this distance, unless you have mastered extremely strong earth escape hardening, it is impossible to block it. Huang Tu shook his head with some regret as he looked at Miyu who was drowned in the flames. Being bombarded by so many explosive tags at this distance, even a ninja of Huang Tu's level would be injured. This ninjutsu is good. Shimura Danzo admired Hanzo too much. He felt that they were a bit similar and could both use all means to defeat the opponent. Being bombarded by so many explosive tags at close range, Miyu would be crippled if not dead, and had no strength to fight Hanzo anymore. 3/4 Euro superscript 3, a euro plus or minus a showed an extremely worried expression. He really didn't expect Hanzo to be so despicable. He had the advantage of numbers, but he still used traps to deal with Miyu. Nagato looked at Miyu, who was shrouded in flames, and was a little absent-minded for a while. From the initial suspicion to recognition, and then to trust, the memory of meeting and getting to know Miyu kept playing in Nagato's mind. You can't lose so carelessly. Kakuzu frowned. With such a powerful explosion, Kakuzu might get hurt even if he used the earth spear in time. Although this level of injury would not affect him who was practicing the earth grudge, Miyu's vitality was not that strong. Is it solved? Hanzo stared at the explosion smoke in front of him with a concentrated gaze. However, Hanzo did not have the Byakugan of the Sharingan, so he could not see through the specific situation of Miyu in the thick fog. But this move was Hanzo's favorite ninjutsu, and Hanzo was very clear about its power. Even if he used ninjutsu to defend in time, he would inevitably be injured by the explosion. The thick smoke soon dissipated in the strong wind and heavy rain, revealing Miyu who was unharmed. At the moment of the explosion, Miyu used his perfect level of armed color domineering to defend himself. Even if Hanzo buried twice as many detonating talismans, Miyu could still block it. Seeing Miyu without any injuries on his body, Hanzo showed a surprised expression. If Miyu had played a clone tactic, he would not be so surprised, but Miyu withstood his detonating flame formation, which Hanzo could not understand, and he did not see any traces of defensive ninjutsu next to Miyu. Could it be the ultimate earth escape hardening? A guess came into Hanzo's mind. Each chakra property change has its own characteristics. Fire attribute can burn and explode, lightning attribute can activate cells, and earth attribute chakra can harden the body. The simpler one is the hardening technique, and the more advanced one is the earth spear. Hanzo was still not panicked after his killing move was blocked. He still has many means, some of which cannot be resisted by any hardening method. Seeing Miyu who was unharmed, Nagato's memories stopped and his expression became surprised. You actually kept a trick when fighting me. Kakuzu also thought that Miyu had a very high earth escape hardening ability. The ninjas of the ninja clan were instantly relieved when they saw that Miyu was fine. As long as we can hold the pressure, we still have a chance, said Huang Tu. Huang Tu also stared at the elite rain ninjas standing above. Chi Chong also felt that if he told his past self about what happened during his time with Miyu, he would never believe that this was his future. Ninja Master Hanzo also wanted to take advantage of Hanzo's popularity in the Rain country. He really didn't expect that Miyu and Hanzo were ninjas of the same level. Looking at Miyu who was unscathed, Huang Tu showed a shocked expression. He just thought about it casually, but Miyu actually had such a strong earth escape hardening. Huang Tu was willing to call Miyu the strongest earth escape hardening ninja, because no ninja in the rock hidden village who was good at earth escape had mastered this level of earth escape hardening. Swoosh! Taking advantage of Hanzo's surprise, Miyu burst out with chakra and punched Hanzo. Hanzo was also confident in his taijutsu. He could defeat the warriors of the Iron Country without using ninjutsu. Confident Hanzo did not retreat. How could he be inferior to Miyu, a young man under 30, who had practiced taijutsu for most of his life? Bang! A dull collision sounded, and Hanzo flew backwards like a kite with a broken string the moment he came into contact with Miyu, and fell heavily to the ground. Miyu was not surprised at all. Hanzo overestimated his taijutsu ability. Just now, Miyu not only used the rock breathing to fully concentrate on entering the state of the transparent world, but also attacked first. Why did Hanzo dare to confront him head-on? Master Hanzo! Some rain ninjas found Hanzo being knocked away and couldn't help but exclaimed. In the hearts of the rain ninjas, Hanzo is undoubtedly the strongest ninja. Ninja Master Hanzo was very angry, but the rain ninjas didn't think so. However, the reality is in front of them. No matter how much the rain ninjas trust Hanzo, they can't change the reality that the strongest in their minds was knocked away. The rain ninjas quickly launched an attack to stop Miyu from chasing Hanzo. You can still fight like this in this situation. Shimura Danzo's expression turned gloomy. From Shimura Danzo's perspective, Hanzo was well prepared, but he still couldn't get any good results from Miyu. The strength Miyu showed was beyond his expectations. Theoretically, whether Hanzo or Miyu won, it would be considered that Shimura Danzo's goal was achieved, because his ultimate goal was to weaken the strength of the Rain country. But Shimura Danzo hoped that Hanzo would win. On the one hand, he could continue to cooperate with Hanzo, and on the other hand, Miyu and Nagato had greater potential and posed a greater threat to Konoha. The ninja of the ninja clan was completely excited and happy. The stronger Miyu showed, the more favorable the situation was for them. Hanzo didn't even have time to get up and was embarrassed. With one hand he used the water flash body technique to distance himself from Miyu. Miyu's physical skills were beyond his imagination, so strong that Hanzo began to doubt whether Miyu was as young as his face. Miyu showed a terrifying fire escape in the battle with Kakuzu, and showed a super earth escape when he detonated the exploding flame formation. Now he used a physical technique that was much stronger than his. Hanzo felt that no matter how talented a ninja was, it was impossible for him to go so far in so many fields at such an age. Having suffered a loss, Hanzo decided not to fight Miyu in physical skills in the next battle. His main point was not to be stubborn. After dodging the attacks of the rain ninjas, Miyu quickly launched another wave of attacks on Hanzo. Fire Escape, Fire Dragon Dance. Miyu switched the breathing method to the Breath of Fire, and moved the breathing to the extreme to enter the Breath of Fire chakra mode, improving the ability of Fire Escape to strengthen the body. Although it was a rainy day, and although Fire Escape was restrained by Water Escape, Miyu was still prepared to use Fire Escape to deal with Hanzo. No other reason, Miyu's Fire Escape was strong enough. Until today, Fire Escape is still Miyu's strongest ninjutsu attack method. The perfect level of Fire Escape nature change, coupled with a large number of proficient Fire Escape ninjutsu, in the current ninja world, Miyu is far superior to all ninjas except Uchiha Madara in terms of Fire Escape. As for Uchiha Madara, Miyu has not used the identification technique to see his panel, so it is not sure whether Uchiha Madara's fire attribute chakra nature change has reached the perfect level. Although I haven't seen it, but Miyu thinks that if the chakra is enough, his fire attribute chakra will be his escape should not be weaker than Uchiha Madara, and may even be stronger, because Miyu also has the mastery level of fire breathing, and can enter the fire breathing chakra mode to enhance fire escape. A large amount of chakra gathered at Miyu's throat, and was instantly converted into fire attribute chakra by Miyu. After pretending to make a seal, it turned into a hot flame and was spit out by Miyu. The extremely high temperature flame appeared, and the ground next to Miyu, which was wet by the rain, continued to emit white smoke, gradually changing from wet to dry. A slight smile appeared on Hanzo's face. He was indeed not an opponent in physical skills, but he was really courting death to dare to fight him with fire escape. He was the recognized strongest water escape ninja in the current ninja world. If he wanted to use fire escape to defeat his water escape in the rainstorm, Hanzo thought that only Uchiha Madara could be resurrected to do it, but it was possible. Super Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Hanzo made seals with both hands very seriously, and sent the water in his body a large amount of chakra gathered. Not only did it spit out huge water flow from its mouth, but it also mobilized the surrounding water flow. Under the effect of Hanzo's powerful chakra, a huge and thick water dragon gradually formed, and the dragon horns on the dragon's body alone were as tall as Hanzo. Under Hanzo's control, the thick water dragon circled around Hanzo and absorbed the surrounding water flow to become thicker. Hanzo's super water dragon was extraordinary, and the sea of fire spit out by Miyu was also not to be underestimated. The ninjas who were a little closer felt a heat. They had never seen such a fire escape ninjutsu, and the temperature of the flame was so terrifying. Master Hanzo will definitely win. Although Miyu's fire escape did not look like an ordinary fire escape, the rain ninjas believed that Hanzo would definitely win in a ninjutsu duel. Because this is common sense for ninjas, water escape restrains fire escape, and even if fire escape is stronger, it cannot defeat water escape. Ichigo, you have a lot of credit for this victory. This guy actually wants to use fire escape to deal with Hanzo's fire escape. Seeing this, the rain ninja Jonin couldn't help but say to Miyu's shadow clone next to him. Miyu had performed a trick of extinguishing water with fire in the battle of the shadow clone before. Miyu's shadow clone smiled and said nothing. Of course he has credit, but not for Hanzo, but for the shinobi clan. The initial detonating talisman trap was tampered by him, so Miyu and his team only suffered some aftermath. Shimura Danzo also laughed. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is extremely good at fire escape, would not use fire escape to fight Hanzo in this weather. Shimura Danzo believes that the balance of victory is tilting towards Hanzo. These guys can never imagine how terrifying the power of this fire escape is. Seeing Miyu using the fire dragon dance again, Kakuzu was still a little scared. Miyu's fire dragon dance is the strongest fire ninjutsu Kakuzu has ever seen, and its power can even crush his head. Kakuzu has encountered strong people before, but this is the first time he has encountered a ninja whose ninjutsu killed 4 of his lives. Of course, this is mainly because he had not yet practiced the earthly disaster when he met Hashirama Senju. Other ninjas who used fire ninjutsu to fight Hanzo in a rainstorm would think that he was crazy, but Kakuzu really thought that Miyu might be able to do it. Come on, 3/4. Yahiko cheered for Miyu in his heart while resisting the incoming attacks. The image of Hanzo in Yahiko's heart has been completely shattered, and the only hope for the rain country in Yahiko's heart is Miyu and Nagato. The sea of fire spit out by Miyu split into 6 fire dragons as it continued to move forward, blocking all the directions of the huge water dragon. Although not as big as Hanzo's giant water dragon, the 6 fire dragons look mighty when they are deployed together, and they are particularly dazzling on this gloomy rainy day. Boom! As they keep moving forward, the water dragon and the fire dragon finally collide with each other, and the huge energy carried by both sides explodes, tearing the ground and burning it black. The powerful shock wave overwhelmed the trees next to them, and the strong wind caused the raindrops in the sky to become chaotic, and they fell randomly around. Everyone was extremely concerned about the center of the ninjutsu collision. As the leaders of both sides, the battle between them could greatly affect the entire battle situation. Shimura Danzo's face changed slightly. This was different from what he imagined. It should be Hanzo's water escape that destroyed Miyu's fire escape. How is it possible? Could his fire escape be stronger than Hiruzen's? Shimura Danzo was full of doubts. Although Shimura Danzo believed that Sarutobi Hiruzen's personality was not suitable for becoming a Hokage, Shimura Danzo acknowledged Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength. It's really exaggerated. Huang too was shocked. If the process of this battle is told, then there will be an undisputed strongest fire ninja in the ninja world. Using fire ninjutsu to compete with the strongest water ninjutsu in the ninja world, the gold content of this fire ninjutsu is too high. Kakuzu nodded, not surprised. This is the fire ninjutsu that killed 4 of his lives at once, it should be this powerful. Tsitsai. The thick body of the water dragon gradually turned into water mist and dissipated under the influence of the fire dragon's hot flames, and although the fire dragon was also being worn down by the water dragon, the speed was slower. In this water and fire duel, the power of the fire dragon gradually overwhelmed the water dragon. Although the size of the fire dragon became smaller, it became more dazzling in the eyes of the ninjas. And Hanzo's expression gradually changed from calm to slightly changed and finally full of shock. He could no longer remain calm and composed. The information revealed by this water and fire ninjutsu battle was too horrifying. When a ninja reaches the level of Hanzo, he knows the changes in the nature of chakra very well. In a rainstorm, a ninja suppressed another ninja's water ninjutsu with fire ninjutsu. This can only mean one thing: the ninjutsu level of the fire ninjutsu, fire escape. But Miyu's full-strength fire escape is no joke. Under Miyu's control, 6 fire dragons that have consumed most of their power merged into a big fire dragon and broke through the water dragon with great force to attack Hanzo. Hanzo is a person who cherishes his life very much, so he has practiced the water instant body technique very skillfully. He once avoided countless ninjutsu by using the water instant body that entered the state of transformation. Relying on the interference of the rain ninja's water escape, Hanzo narrowly avoided the attack of the fire dragon and was not injured. Hanzo licked his dry lips, and his eyes became extremely solemn when looking at Miyu. The charred marks on the ground and the temperature of his body all told the horror of Miyu's fire escape. If it was a one-on-one battle, even if his water instant body was very fast, he might not be able to completely dodge Miyu's attack in this situation. Miyu let out a long breath and immediately exited the flame-breathing chakra mode. Although his full-strength fire escape is very strong, it also consumes a lot of chakra. Before becoming a Shitanla like Nagato, Miyu's full-strength fire escape can only be used as a big move, and can be used once or twice in a battle at most. If this 3/4 Lu, then the rain country will change. Huang too felt that this trip to the rain country was not in vain, and Miyu's ninjutsu information alone was very important. If Mu Yu defeated Hanzo and replaced Hanzo's position in the Rain Country, then Mu Yu would be the one that Uegaku needs to pay attention to. Summoning technique. Seeing that Mu Yu could use fire escape to suppress his water escape, Hanzo decided to use his last trump card, poison. His summoned beast can spray out extremely poisonous fog, and even Tsunade wants to solve the poison of his salamander. White fog exploded, and a huge salamander appeared at Hanzo's feet. All ninjas attack the ninjas of the shinobi clan with all their strength, at all costs. Hanzo, who summoned the summoned beast, immediately ordered the rain ninjas. Although Mu Yu is very strong, other shinobi ninjas do not have Mu Yu's strength. Under the impact of 100 elite rain ninjas regardless of casualties, those shinobi ninjas will definitely be injured, which may distract Mu Yu in the battle. Hanzo originally wanted to defeat Mu Yu and destroy shinobi at the lowest cost, but Mu Yu showed too much strength. Now Hanzo just wants to completely destroy Mu Yu, even if many rain ninjas will be killed or injured. After receiving Hanzo's order, the rain ninjas no longer released ninjutsu and threw ninja tools remotely, and all rushed towards Nagato and the others. If you want to survive, try harder. Hanzo regards us as a breakthrough point. Kakuzu understood Hanzo's intention after a little thought. Hanzo's best escape technique is water escape ninjutsu. Even his best water escape is not as good as Mu Yu's fire escape, so it must be very difficult for Hanzo to defeat Mu Yu. But Mu Yu is not alone. He brought shinobi ninjas. If Mu Yu cares about his companions enough, then these shinobi ninjas will be Mu Yu's flaws. Kakuzu, who had carefully observed Mu Yu for a while, knew exactly what kind of person she was. Mu Yu cared a lot about the ninjas of the ninja clan. If something happened to them, it would definitely affect Mu Yu's battle. Chi Chong also took a deep breath and took out a few kunao with detonating tags attached. This was the first time he participated in a battle of this level. In the past, he had only fought with other wandering ninjas at most. This time, his opponent was the demigod Hanzo of the Rain Country, and hundreds of elite ninjas of the Rain Country. I will never let his conspiracy succeed. Yahiko clenched his fists and prepared to fight with all his strength. How much Yahiko admired Hanzo before, how much Yahiko hated Hanzo now. Nagato quickly condensed his chakra, his eyes were extremely determined. He wanted to protect Yahiko, protect Zionin, and protect everyone in the ninja clan, and would never let them affect Mu Yu's battle. Zionin took out a paper shuriken specially made by the paper secret technique, and Yahiko and Nagato quickly formed a seal. Pay attention to the movements of the ninja with the Samsara Eye. You can go out and seize the Samsara Eye at any time when necessary. Shimura Danzo warned the root ninja next to him. With the hundreds of elite rain ninjas going out together, the situation on the field became chaotic. Shimura Danzo was worried that the Samsara Eye would be destroyed. Whether the Samsara Eye can be transplanted or not, it is always right to get it first. Do you want to help Hanzo? Asked the Uegaku Jonin next to Huangtu. Let's wait and see. Huangtu shook his head after thinking. P.S. Today is also 8K. I ask for a small monthly ticket. I will try to update more before this plot is finished. Chapter 414 The Power of the Samsara Eye. Hanzo stood on the head of the salamander Ibushi and took out his chain sickle from the scroll. The sickle is the most handy weapon for Hanzo. After adding the chain, the sickle becomes more flexible and the attack range is greatly increased. He once defeated the famous genius warrior Mifune of the Iron Country with a chain sickle. But Hanzo is not ready to compete with Mu Yu in swordsmanship at close range, because he is worried about losing. From the beginning of the battle to now, Hanzo has lost to Mu Yu in every aspect, and he has lost the confidence to kill Mu Yu alone. Hanzo is ready to use the length of the chain to deal with Mu Yu. His sickle is also coated with poison, even if it is scratched, the poison will quickly flow throughout the body. Hanzo's current tactics are very simple, that is, he will delay Mu Yu, and 100 elite rain ninjas will attack the ninjas of the ninja sect desperately, so that Mu Yu will reveal a flaw. This is what Hanzo can do. Thinking of the last way to kill Miyu. If Hanzo is given a chance to start over, he will choose to bring all the ninjas from the Rain Village. As long as they are not as strong as the ninja god Senju Hashirama, they will be killed by the human wave tactics. His water escape alone cannot stop Miyu's fire escape, but if hundreds of ninjas perform water escape together, then Miyu will definitely be defeated. And no matter how strong the ninjutsu is, the chakra and physical strength are limited. The more powerful the ninjutsu consumes more chakra. Hanzo believes that even Miyu will not be able to release the fire dragon dance casually. I underestimated your personal strength. If you summon the summoned beast at the beginning, maybe the battle process will be different. You won't have another chance next time. Hanzo said in a deep voice. Next, he will truly devote himself to this battle, do his best to hold Miyu back, and wait for the moment when Miyu reveals a flaw to kill Miyu. If you can tell your men to stop, your words will be more powerful. Miyu took out a gas mask from the scroll and put it on. Miyu certainly would not come to fight Hanzo without any preparation, he prepared a lot of gas masks. Hanzo's face turned ugly. Miyu came to the meeting with him and even carried a gas mask at any time. Even if he did not take action, Miyu might take the opportunity to attack. Spray poison. Hanzo ordered the salamander to spray poison mist. The salamander immediately opened its mouth, and the highly toxic purple mist sprayed out of its mouth and rushed towards Miyu. Swish, swish, swish. Hanzo's body was not idle either, and instantly fired 3 kunai with detonating talismans at Miyu. Miyu did not have antibodies to salamander toxins like him. As long as the gas mask was destroyed, Miyu would soon be poisoned and paralyzed. But Miyu, who opened the transparent world, discovered Hanzo's action at the first time and threw out the shuriken to intercept at a high speed. As for the poisonous fog, Miyu didn't have a good way to deal with it, but he didn't have to worry about it for the time being because he was wearing a gas mask. It can only be said that a good summoned beast can effectively improve the strength of a ninja. Although Miyu also has a summoned beast, it is safer to use it as a means of transportation with Heiyu's strength. Next, Hanzo played the word steady to the limit. As soon as Miyu showed signs of attack, he directly used the water instant body technique to run away, and used poison gas and ninja tools to consume it. But Miyu really couldn't ignore Hanzo, otherwise Hanzo would dare to rush into the shinobi clan ninja with a sickle and kill them randomly. Under Hanzo's deliberate maneuvering, the battle between Miyu and Hanzo became a cat and mouse game. Although Miyu still had a considerable advantage, he was somewhat restrained because of the poisonous fog of the salamander, and the rhythm of the battle began to slow down. Hanzang had never fought such an embarrassing battle in his life, but at this moment he had no choice, because he really couldn't win a head-on battle. Because of Hanzo's order, the battle on Nagato's side became extremely fierce. All the rain ninjas tried their best to launch the attack, and the ninja tools and ninjutsu continued to hit Nagato and his team. 8 to 100, on average, each person on Nagato's side had to face about 12 opponents. The key is that these rain ninjas are not weak, and they are all the elites of the rain ninja village. Strictly speaking, except for Kakuzu Yahiko, Nagato Konan, and the other 4, the remaining shinobi clan ninjas may not be able to beat these rain ninjas one-on-one. Kakuzu killed a rushing rain ninja with a tentacle fist but was soon attacked by other rain ninjas. Due to the large number of people, even Kakuzu was inevitably injured. However, Kakuzu had the earth's resentment, which could quickly seize the heart to restore his strength. Although he could not return to his prime directly, he could recover most of it, and he held back half of the ninjas by himself. But the remaining half of the ninjas also put a lot of pressure on Nagato and his team, and the weaker Kuroda Shikang soon showed injuries. Water style, water wave. Yahiko saw Kuroda trapped on the side and immediately used ninjutsu to help him out, and rushed forward to kick away the rain ninja who wanted to sneak attack next to Kuroda. Every ninja of the shinobi clan was fighting with all his strength. Kakuzu Yahiko tried his best to resist the pressure, and Nagato kept making seals with his palms, and ninjutsu came out of Nagato's palms and mouth, acting as the main output position in the team. Konan used her paper secret technique to relieve the pressure for Yahiko and others, and the rest of the people assisted Nagato and paid attention to the rain ninja who was making sneak attacks. Under the stimulation of the life and death crisis, the tacit understanding of several people soared, and everyone played their due role without interfering with others. It's terrible, naivety can be contagious. Kakuzu sighed as he observed the shinobi clan ninjas with his peripheral vision. It was hard for Kakuzu to imagine that the shinobi clan ninjas who were fighting side by side had only known each other for a few months. Faced with such a battle that was almost certain to die, even the weakest shinobi clan ninja did not run away, retreat, or betray his companions. Originally, Kakuzu thought that the cautious Chi-Chang would run away, but Chi-Chang fought extra hard. Of course, it was just hard work. In Kakuzu's opinion, it might be easier for them to fight without Chi-Chang. In order to protect their companions in the ninja sect, Yahiko and Nagato could not exert their full strength. If Kakuzu had not recovered most of his strength to stop half of the ninjas, I'm afraid there would have been casualties in the team. If the village had been like this, the result would be. Kakuzu kicked the rain ninja next to him away and interrupted his thoughts. Because he knew that the profit-seeking senior officials would never do this. If the Taki ninja senior officials were present, they would definitely choose to give up the weak ninjas directly. I won't spend time protecting them. Despite the tacit cooperation, there are too many enemies and they are too strong. Nagato and his team inevitably fell into a disadvantage, and the disadvantage was expanding rapidly. Nagato was extremely anxious, but he didn't have the ability to break the situation, because although he knew a lot of ninjutsu, none of them had the power of Muyu's Fire Dragon Dance. After noticing the situation on Nagato's side, Muyu deliberately pulled the battlefield between him and Hanzo towards Nagato's side. The battle-hardened Hanzo soon discovered Muyu's idea. Hanzo pretended not to notice it and let Muyu approach the valley. This is exactly the opportunity he has been waiting for. Yahiko's strength is not as good as Kakuzu, and he doesn't have the earth's resentment. The huge pressure makes Yahiko barely support it. The anxious Nagato rushed forward to help Yahiko relieve the pressure, but this prevented Nagato from using ninjutsu at a high frequency to suppress him, and soon Nagato himself was surrounded by the rain ninja. Wind style, wind blade. Muyu suddenly stopped fighting with Hanzo, and appeared next to the rain ninjas, throwing out two sharp wind blades, instantly killing the rain ninjas surrounding Nagato Yahiko. The rain ninjas knew that Muyu was the biggest enemy in this battle, and many of them immediately attacked Muyu. But Muyu was agile, and none of the rain ninjas' attacks could work. Finally, I've waited for this opportunity. A hint of joy flashed in Hanzo's eyes, and he condensed his chakra and shot a water line towards Muyu. Teacher, be careful. Nagato was about to thank Muyu when he noticed Hanzo's attack and shouted to remind Muyu. But Hanzo's timing was too good. When Nagato reminded him, Hanzo's attack was already close to Muyu. Muyu tried her best to dodge but only avoided the vitals. Blood splashed, and Muyu's abdomen was pierced by the water line, leaving a blood hole. At this time, Muyu was not far from Nagato. Nagato, who had excellent eyesight, could clearly see the splattered blood and the blood hole that was constantly gushing out of Muyu. It was only the blood flowing from one person, but in Nagato's eyes, the whole world was stained with blood, as if the whole world was cursed. What a pity! If someone else came, Hanzo would have no way. Huang Tu showed regret. For personal reasons, Huang Tu appreciated Muyu, who was affectionate and righteous, more than Hanzo, who did whatever he wanted. Hanzo's sneak attack was enough to wipe out all of Muyu's previous advantages and establish a huge advantage for himself. This degree of wound would affect Muyu's combat effectiveness, and Hanzo's poison gas could also directly enter Muyu's body through the wound. Although he admired Muyu, Huang Tu would not help. After all, Muyu's ninja clan was suspected of killing the Uegakure ninja. Shimura Danzo smiled, and the situation was moving in the direction he hoped for most. Although Muyu was injured, he still had some fighting power. Even if he was defeated by Hanzo, he could consume most of Hanzo's strength. When the time came, he would let his subordinates come forward to pretend to be rain ninjas to help. The reward was only a pair of samsara eyes. 3/4 degree superscript 2, Muyu was injured and took out the bandage from the ninja bag anxiously. But before Yahiko could put the bandage on Muyu's hand, the attack of Rain Ninja and Hanzo came again. Looking at the injured Muyu and Yahiko who was in danger again, Nagato felt a little desperate. He found that the piece he pursued seemed to be wrong, and people could not understand each other. Obviously, their ninja clan did not do anything to let down Rain Ninja village, but Hanzo wanted to deceive them to the valley and destroy them. Teacher Muyu has stronger strength than Hanzo, but he was injured by the despicable and insidious Hanzo because he wanted to protect them. An organization doing the right thing is deceived and falls into crisis, and noble and upright people are hurt by despicable and insidious people. Is this world really normal? Does it have to be that everyone has to experience the same pain in person to understand each other? Nagato clenched his fists, and his thoughts became extreme under the influence of negative emotions in his heart. I can't do anything, and I haven't done anything well. Nagato looked back on his life and found that his whole life was a failure. If he could use the samsara eye, then maybe he could stop the Konoha ninja from killing his parents, instead of going berserk and killing the Konoha ninja afterwards. Nagato, who killed the Konoha ninja, didn't feel the pleasure of revenge, because no matter how much revenge his parents would not come back to him. If he could master his own power, he wouldn't kill so many enemies because of the samsara eye. There are some people he doesn't want to kill. The Akatsuki organization is committed to using non-violent means to achieve peace. Killing is the last extreme means of dealing with it. Not only did he couldn't use his own strength well, he couldn't do the daily chores well, his speeches couldn't be as passionate as Yahiko's, and his cooking wasn't tasty. If you think about it carefully, he couldn't even express his emotions well. Even if I'm like this, I want to protect Yahiko, I want to protect Muyu teacher. Nagato's fists clenched tighter and tighter, and he didn't relax even when his nails dug into his flesh. The huge amount of chakra in Nagato's body rioted with Nagato's emotions, and a terrifying aura rose from Nagato's body. Kakuzu turned around and saw that it was Nagato with a surprised look on his face. He didn't know that there was another person besides Muyu in the ninja sect. A strong man. The keen Hanzo also noticed something was wrong, and immediately stopped attacking and used the water teleportation technique. Shenluo Tianzheng. The Rinnegan in Nagato's eyes suddenly shook, and an extremely powerful repulsive force exploded, and all the ninjutsu tools that came towards Nagato and the others were bounced away. Bang bang! Some ninjas who were close were directly embedded into the rock wall next to them by this powerful repulsion. I didn't expect that among the ninja sect, there would be only one doctor named Zhen Guan who was worthy of Randauna's death. Hanzo frowned at the attack, and the strength displayed by the ninja sect far exceeded his expectations. All things are led by heaven. Nagato stretched out his hand towards the rain ninja who was not far away. The rain ninjas were instantly horrified to find that their bodies were moving at an uncontrollable speed. Fire release, Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique. Muyu seized this opportunity and spit out a large number of fireballs to destroy all the ninjas that were sucked over. This sudden change shocked the ninjas present. Is this the power of the samsara eye? Danzo Shimura had a flash of greed in his eyes, but did not take action. Although he really wanted the Rinnegan, Shimura Danzo did not lose his mind. The current situation was obviously beyond Hanzo's control. Hanzo's strength is overestimated. Danzo Shimura's face turned gloomy when he thought of the price he paid in this operation. In order to provoke conflicts, he killed some of his elites. These elites were cultivated by him by spending a lot of money and resources. He would not be happy if any of them died. If the goal is achieved, Danzo Shimura can accept it, but the situation on the scene is going in the direction he least wants to see. There are still masters. Huang Tu was shocked by the strength displayed by the ninja sect. Hanzo led 100 elite ninjas from the Rain Ninja village. They laid traps in advance and had a side advantage. Such sufficient preparations failed to capture the 9 ninjas of the ninja sect. At this moment, Nagato's thoughts were chaotic and his body was acting entirely on instinct. He didn't know what he was doing. There was only one voice in his head, which was to protect his companions and inflict pain on the enemy. Nagato's figure flashed in front of a rain ninja, and he grabbed the opponent's abdomen with his palm, directly grabbing the opponent's soul, and instantly killed another person. Although Nagato's strength was not as good as Muyu's, Nagato's strange methods made the rain ninjas feel bad. Super Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. Since the Sanshao fish was still condensing poisonous mist, Hanzo did not dare to step forward and used water release to hit Nagato from above. But Muyu was only injured rather than losing her fighting ability. Muyu, who re-entered the Breath of Fire Chakra mode, once again let everyone know who the real strongest person on this battlefield was. Fire Release Fire Dragon Dance. A large amount of blazing flames were spit out by Muyu. Muyu spit out the flames quickly to form a small sea of fire and then split to form a fire dragon. Because the temperature of the flame was too high, the humid valley also became dry, and the water on the ground disappeared without a trace under the baking of the blazing flame. The extremely dazzling flame fire dragon engulfed Hanzo's thick water dragon, once again letting everyone know that the flame is not afraid of water if it is strong enough. No Yuren in the valley dared to attack Muyu and the others, and they all quickly distanced themselves, fearing that they would be affected by the terrifying flames. After all, this is a terrifying flame that even demigod Hanzo cannot stop. Only Muyuia Euro's shadow clone launched an attack using water escape, which was particularly eye-catching on the battlefield where all the rain ninjas were defeated. If it were Hanzo 10 years ago, he might have praised Muyu as the strongest fire escaper and taken the initiative to make Muyu famous. But now Hanzo just wants to know how to kill Muyu. The strength shown by the ninja sect is too strong. In addition to Muyu, a top powerhouse, there is also an extraordinary ninja like Nagato. This kind of ninja sect is enough to threaten the status of Rain Country in Rain Ninja Village. Hanzo racked his brains to think but found that he had lost the chance to kill Muyu. Muyu seemed to know the information about his Sanshao fish. When Muyu was injured, the cooling time of Sanshao fish poisonous mist was still 4 minutes long. Nagato broke out and cleaned up a group of rain ninjas, and Muyu killed some more rain ninjas. In addition to the rain ninjas that Kakuzu had killed before, there were only about 20 rain ninjas left on the field who could fight. The terrifying strength shown by Muyu, the large number of casualties among his subordinates, and Nagato's strange methods made Hanzo unable to help but want to retreat. Based on this battle experience, although he could not defeat Muyu, due to the restraint of ninjutsu and the poison of his psychic beast, it would not be easy for Muyu to defeat him. When he returned to the Rain Ninja village, there were still more Rain Ninjas who could fight for him, and although the ninja sect had strong men, there were very few ninjas, and there was absolutely no way they could fight head-on with the entire Rain Ninja village. For the sake of the land of Rain and the Rain Ninja village, I cannot die. Hanzo murmured in a low voice as if to convince himself. Thinking of this, Hanzo no longer hesitated and decided to give up this plan to eliminate the ninja sect. He wanted to retreat. Plan cancelled, retreat. Hanzo took one last look at the extremely dazzling fire dragon. As the strongest water type, he failed because of fire type. This will be an unforgettable defeat in his life. Finally, Hanzo turned into a puddle of water and disappeared. After receiving Hanzo's order, the rain ninjas quickly retreated as if they had received an amnesty. After today, no matter how much the Rain Ninjas respect Hanzo, they have to admit that the strongest position in the Kingdom of Rain has been replaced. The strongest ninja in the Kingdom of Rain is the Ninja Master. Euro, but it's not that Hanzo is stronger than I. It's that I'm stronger, but that I'm stronger. Danzo Shimura looked at the dazzling fire dragon and his heart was full of jealousy. Fear. At this moment, Shimura Danzo's evaluation of Hanzo dropped rapidly. Shimura Danzo never thought that Hanzo could not do anything, and even no one in the ninja sect died. This made Shimura Danzo very depressed. Muyu was only injured, and the Samsara Eye ninja was in full bloom. Wouldn't his root elite die in vain? There was no effect at all. You stay and wait for the opportunity. After leaving such a sentence, Shimura Danzo left without hesitation. The Samsara Eye is very strong, but Shimura Danzo values she's life more. If he personally participates in the battle, it may be dangerous. Shimura Danzo is not afraid of death. He thinks that his death is a great loss to Konoha, and he cannot die for the sake of the village. Hiruzen is too indecisive. Konoha cannot do without me. Shimura Danzo thought in his heart. Although he failed to obtain tangible results, Shimura Danzo still felt that his action was very meaningful. If there had not been this action, he would not have known the strength of the ninja clan, did not know that the ninja clan had the Samsara Eye, and did not know that the ninja clan leader's fire escape technique was the strongest in the ninja world. A failed action could not hit Shimura Danzo. If it didn't work this time, he would think of a way next time. The land of rain is about to change. Huang Tu admired the dazzling fire dragon for the last time, and then left with his subordinates. He wanted to bring this information back to the Hidden Rock village. Even if the other ninjas of the ninja clan were not counted, Muyu, Kakuzu, and Nagato would be a considerable force together. Although Hanzo's reason for attacking the ninja clan was to give an explanation to the Hidden Rock village, there were still some doubts about this incident, and Huang Tu would not act rashly. And with the strength shown by Muyu and the others, the little power Huang Tu brought was not enough. If he really wanted to deal with Muyu, Huang Tu felt that either his father would do it himself or send out a Jinchuriki, otherwise it would be really difficult to deal with. "Teacher, are you okay?" After waking up, Nagato asked about Muyu's condition regardless of his own weakness. "It's just a minor injury." Muyu replied with a warm smile. If Muyu wanted, he could avoid getting hurt. Sometimes getting hurt is better. Chapter 415 Nagato explodes gold coins. Disciple Nagato's trust level has been upgraded, and the current trust level is 3. As Muyu expected, the trust level has been upgraded. Before, he confessed his identity to Nagato, which increased some trust to a certain extent. Now he is fighting to protect him, so it is normal for the trust level to increase. If Muyu had been with Nagato for 2 years instead of 2 months, Muyu felt that he might be able to reach the trust level 4 in one go. After all, the time was too short, but Muyu was satisfied with the existing results. In addition to completing the plan to recruit disciples, Muyu also did some things within his power for the ninja world as he had thought before. He founded the ninja sect in the Rain Country to spread the idea of peace. If the ninja sect continues to develop at the current momentum, not to mention maintaining world peace, there will be no problem in changing the chaotic situation in the Rain Country. "I'll treat you first." Muyu used a shadow clone to treat the ninja clan ninjas, and used the palm magic to heal himself. Seeing that Muyu seemed to be fine, Nagato, who had been tense, finally relaxed, gasping for air with a pale face. Although he was brave and fierce in his rampage, he consumed a lot of chakra and energy. Other ninja clan ninjas also sat on the ground with a sense of relief. Although not much time had passed, this tense life and death battle was particularly tiring. "We actually won." Chi Chong, who was sitting on the ground tired, was a little bit unbelievable. Originally, he thought that the best result was that Muyu led them to escape successfully. After all, the opponent was Hanzo, the strongest demigod in the Rain Country and the pinnacle of ninjas in the ninja world, and Hanzo brought so many elite Rain ninjas. This time was a complete victory for them. No one died, only people were injured. Of course, Chi Chong knew that although he was one of the participants, this victory had little to do with him. It was all Miyu, Kakuzu, and Nagato who made the effort. The best player of the game was undoubtedly Miyu, who stopped the strongest Hanzo and helped them out when they were in the most difficult time. Kakuzu also made a great contribution. If it weren't for Kakuzu who stopped many rain ninjas alone, those weak shinobi clan ninjas would not be able to withstand such great pressure. Before Nagato exploded, he served as a ninjutsu turret output. After the explosion, he quickly solved many enemies and was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Although he won a rare victory, the atmosphere was very quiet. No one spoke. Even Yahiko, who usually spoke the most, was silent. However, everyone had different reasons. Nagato and Chi-Chong were too tired to speak, and Yahiko was too shocked to speak. Even if Yahiko hated Hanzo now, his feelings for Hanzo were real before today. He really admired and yearned for Hanzo. Meeting Miyu and becoming a member of the Shinobi clan, he went a distance in the pursuit of peace. Invited by idol Hanzo to maintain peace in the land of rain. These two things are very happy for Yahiko. The combination of the two should have brought him a dreamlike happiness, but the reality is that the cooperation is just a bait, and Hanzo wants to get rid of the ninja clan. Why did it become like this? Are those rumors all false? Are they all deliberately promoted by Hanzo? Yahiko couldn't figure it out. The person who finally broke the silence was Kakuzu. You are such a strange person. Kakuzu said to Miyu after sewing up his body. Kakuzu didn't know how to evaluate Miyu. Say Miyu is naive, he feels that the whole development of this incident is under Miyu's control. Miyu wants the Shinobi clan ninja to see the cruel reality, so she took the initiative to walk into Hanzo's trap. Can people who do this and think about these things be called naive? Kakuzu thinks that naive people will not do this, and a slight mistake may kill some weak Shinobi clan ninjas. If Miyu is not naive, Miyu's goals and thoughts are naive fantasies that cannot be realized in Kakuzu's eyes. What kind of person is Miyu? Kakuzu is more and more confused as he gets along with her, but Kakuzu is not without gain. He knows that Miyu is very strong, and there is a kind of unfathomable strength. Just strange, that's okay. Miyu smiled lightly, he thought Kakuzu would say more aggressive words. Kakuzu's face darkened slightly, he still respected the strong. You are still crying after winning, I don't know if you think you lost the battle and your companions died. Kakuzu was not so gentle to Yahiko, and he opened fire directly. Yahiko wanted to say something, but closed his mouth again. He felt that the fact that the ninja clan fell into Hanzo's trap had a lot to do with him, and he deserved to be blamed. Why, do you think everything is your fault? Don't think too much of yourself. Kakuzu seemed to see through Yahiko's thoughts. Because Yahiko wanted to explain, but found that Kakuzu's words blocked him. Seeing that Yahiko was being criticized too harshly, Konan wanted to speak up to help Yahiko. But Kakuzu didn't care about gender or age, and attacked both Konan and Yahiko at the same time. However, Kakuzu would not target people under normal circumstances, so he attacked others as well. It's not terrible to encounter setbacks, but it's terrible to be devastated by setbacks. We must learn from the lessons and use them as nutrients for growth to make ourselves stronger. Miyu ended the dispute with one sentence. Kakuzu had to admit that Miyu was very good at speaking nice words, and he understood the truth, but if he wanted him to speak so nicely, then Kakuzu really couldn't do it. You didn't kill me, I saved your subordinates, and the grudge between us is evened. Kakuzu suddenly said. I really helped a lot this time, thank you. Miyu smiled and nodded to thank him. Without Kakuzu's help, this battle would not have been so smooth. No need to thank me, if you really thank me, just give me money. Kakuzu said bluntly. That's not possible, the money I have is for everyone to eat after the meeting, but I can treat you to eat together. Miyu refused to pay. Do you want to eat? Eat. Kakuzu agreed without hesitation, he must eat Miyu hard. Kakuzu believed that Miyu had no money, because although Miyu was very powerful, if he didn't do commissions and didn't steal or rob, he would definitely have no money. Before leaving, Miyu found the kunao that Hanzo had originally thrown to Miyu to commit suicide. The kunao became worn out because it was affected by the explosion. Miyu gave the worn-out kunao to Yahiko. If you really can't let it go, you should learn from this experience. Yahiko nodded seriously and put away the worn-out kunao. He would probably never forget what happened today. Although Miyu said that he would treat everyone to a meal, he still had to go back to the shinobi base first to announce Hanzo's affairs. Some people were also worried that Hanzo would send ninjas to kill the shinobi ninjas who did not attend the meeting. After returning to the shinobi base, Yahiko Shikang was relieved to see a peaceful village. Kakuzu was not worried because he felt that Miyu must have been prepared and left some tricks. Miyu summoned the shinobi ninjas and told them about Hanzo's conspiracy. The shinobi ninjas all looked incredulous. If it wasn't Miyu who was speaking, they would never believe that Hanzo would do such a thing. Some of them were not interested in Hanzo, but no one thought that Hanzo was a treacherous villain. In the impression of the Rain Country ninja, Hanzo was always a broad-minded strong man. I didn't expect Hanzo to be such a person. Are you all right, boss? Hatosuk immediately believed Miyu's words and looked at Yahiko worriedly. Although Hatosuk liked to joke with Yahiko, he also knew that Yahiko would not be in a good mood at this time. It's okay, Hanzo is asking for trouble this time. Yahiko shook his head and said. Yahiko had been mediated by Kakuzu and Miyu along the way, and he had thought a lot more at this time. It didn't matter what kind of person Hanzo was. What mattered was what he would do next. After listening to the whole process of Miyu and others attending the meeting, a large number of shinobi clan ninjas showed shocked expressions again. It's not that they are easily surprised, but the content is too shocking to the Rain Country ninja. The ninjas of the ninja clan all respected Miyu, but in their hearts, Hanzo was still the strongest in the Rain Country, because this was an impression that had been held for decades and was difficult to change all of a sudden. Miyu's defeat of Hanzo was basically equivalent to a shattering of the three views of the Rain Country ninjas, and it was hard not to be shocked. Miyu also knew what kind of impact this incident would have on the Rain Country ninjas, so she gave them enough buffer time and did not arrange any affairs. After a brief rest, Nagato could not help but ask Miyu for advice on fire escape. After this battle, Nagato found that although he was proficient in using various ninjutsu, but there is still a lot of room for improvement, whether it is simple ninjutsu or powerful ninjutsu. Miyu taught Nagato a fire escape ninjutsu while solving his doubts. You taught your disciple the fire dragon flame bomb. Since your disciple is very grateful for the reward, you get the reward lightning attribute chakra nature change, mastery level. Miyu nodded in his heart. This reward is not bad. Although he got the mastery level of lightning attribute chakra nature change by brushing classes, his proficiency is not high. Repeated rewards can increase his proficiency. However, for Miyu, the best reward for Nagato is the usual apprenticeship return to the master, which increases Miyu's chakra every day. Apprentice Nagato diligently practices and increases chakra. Apprenticeship return to the master chakra plus 240. If Miyu wants to brush these 240 points of chakra through classes, he has to take 12 small classes to brush them, but it is only the reward that Nagato bursts out of one day's practice at the second level of trust. Miyu saw the hope of chakra freedom in Nagato. Maybe in a few years, he will not need to shut down the breathing chakra mode in a hurry, and the armed color domineering can be used with other ninjutsu at will without worrying about consumption. Since the content of this teaching is not special, Miyu did not take Nagato to the barrier hut on purpose. Other ninjas of the shinobi clan came to listen to the class subconsciously. Later, Miyu simply taught a fire escape class, and even Kakuzu listened to the class seriously. He defeated the strongest water escape in the current ninja world with fire escape. The gold content of Mu Yu's fire escape is too high. Mu Yu lectured until the evening, and ate casually at the base because of time factors. At night, Kakuzu lay in his room and kept thinking about Mu Yu's lectures. If this guy charges for classes, he may make more than me. Kakuzu admired Mu Yu's ability to explain. Mastering yourself and being able to teach others well are two different things. Teaching others is also a talent. After closing his eyes, Kakuzu suddenly felt like he had forgotten something. I was going to leave, why am I sleeping here? Kakuzu then remembered that he and Mu Yu said that they were going to run away after they had settled their grievances. But I'm going to leave. Kakuzu got up and sat on the bed again, thinking. He found that it didn't matter whether he left or not, because he had no home to go back to. Kakuzu's home used to be Takigakuer, but because he was betrayed by the top leaders, Kakuzu had no home and had been wandering freely in the ninja world, going wherever there were ninjas with high bounties. People like I'm going to leave, and forces like the ninja clan will probably clash with many strong people in the future, and it will definitely be easy to encounter people with bounties. Kakuzu thought a lot. He recalled the first battle with Mu Yu. At that time he felt that Mu Yu was very strong, but according to the battle between Mu Yu and Hanzo, Mu Yu actually showed mercy. Kakuzu also recalled his life when he was sealed in the ninja sect by Mu Yu. In order to deny Mu Yu's thoughts of denying the ninja sect, Kakuzu kept paying attention to the entire ninja sect during the journey. After all, he had nothing else to do. Finally, thinking of today's battle, Kakuzu finally lay back on the bed. Following the ninja sect, he could meet ninjas with bounties and take Mu Yu's classes. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with it. Moreover, he had not eaten the dinner that Mu Yu said he would treat him to, so he had to finish the dinner before leaving, otherwise it would be a loss. But he doesn't seem to be interested in the samsara eye. He is very strong and can suppress Hanzo's water escape with fire escape when it rains. Black Zetsu told Uchiha Madara everything that happened in the rain country. It shouldn't affect my plan in the short term. Uchiha Madara nodded slightly and didn't pay much attention to what Black Zetsu said later. For the rain country ninjas, Hanzo is the strongest person engraved in their minds, but for Uchiha Madara, Hanzo is just a junior who is not very familiar with him. How strong can he be? Uchiha Madara looks down on everyone except Hashirama equally. Keep paying attention to him and collect information about him. Uchiha Madara thought for a while and said. Nagato occupies an important position in Uchiha Madara's resurrection plan. His successor will guide Nagato. If Mu Yu is still with Nagato at that time, then Mu Yu will be an obstacle that must be removed. Looking at Uchiha Madara, who doesn't care much about Mu Yu, Black Zetsu is a little disappointed. He thought Uchiha Madara could come up with some solutions to solve Mu Yu. Black Zetsu attaches great importance to Mu Yu. The level of fire escape shown by Mu Yu after the battle with Hanzo makes Mu Yu's so-called ninja inheritance more credible. How can an ordinary person practice fire escape ninjutsu like this? He has lived for thousands of years, and doesn't he know the limits of ordinary ninjas? Madara is only this far, so it's fine. As long as the Moon Eye plan is completed, the last step will be very simple. Black Zetsu prepared to find a way to solve this man named Hanzo. Chapter 416 Return to Konoha. After Hanzo was defeated, the news of Ninja Master Hanzo's death spread throughout the ninja world at a very fast speed. The impact caused by this time was far greater than any previous time. Kakuzu was not weak in strength, but his reputation was very ordinary in the entire ninja world. Only some strong people or ninjas in the black market knew Kakuzu. Hanzo was different. The wandering ninjas from all the ninja villages and countries in the ninja world knew that there was a top strong man named demigod Hanzo in the ninja world. Even among ordinary people, Hanzo was extremely famous and was a strong man who truly shocked the ninja world. So Hanzo led the ninja army to be defeated by Ninja Master Hanzo. After the news spread, it spread very quickly. This is a shocking event in the chaotic ninja world today. However, the reason why it spread so quickly is not entirely because of Hanzo's fame, but also because someone is secretly fanning the flames. Miyu was also a little surprised when he learned that the news spread throughout the ninja world, because he did not ask the ninjas of the ninja clan to spread this matter. As for the ninjas of the Rain Village, they are even less likely to spread it actively, because after the news came out, the Rain Village came out to refute the rumor, indicating that their leader Hanzo had never taken action and was even less likely to retreat. Of course, the refutation of the rumor by the Rain Village did not have much effect, but further confirmed the authenticity of the news. Because the Rain Village only said it, but did not take any actual action immediately, as if they were afraid of something. In addition, there are too many details in the circulated news, even the location of the battle is very clear, and there are ninjas who went to check the situation, and there are indeed traces of a powerful ninja battle. Under the comprehensive consideration of various factors, Hanzo's defeat was confirmed. Ninja Master Kajai is a top ninja who is good at fire escape. Miyu guessed that it might be Shimura Danzo's doing, which would further intensify the conflict between the ninja clan and the Rain Village. However, Miyu didn't care too much. If the ninja clan wanted to develop and spread its ideas, it would inevitably conflict with the Rain Village. Moreover, this matter was not without benefits. At least the reputation was spread, and ninjas who agreed with the ideas of the ninja clan would take the initiative to join the ninja clan. Iwagakure Village, Tsuchikage Building. Huang Tu personally handed over the information he collected in the valley to Onoki. Lord Tsuchikage, Hanzo is willing to cooperate with us in Iwagakure to eliminate the ninja clan. Do you want to cooperate with them? Huang Tu asked after Onoki put down the information. Although Hanzo can't defeat Kajai, it's not easy for Kajai to defeat Hanzo. As someone who watched the battle in its entirety, Huang Tu knew the strength of both of them very well. In terms of hard power, Miyu is much stronger than Hanzo. She can suppress Hanzo's water escape with fire escape, but Miyu can't deal with Hanzo's toxic fog. In addition, Hanzo's water instant body technique is very exquisite. It is not easy for Miyu to defeat Hanzo. Onoki shook his head and looked at Huang Tu and asked, "Why do we have to cooperate to get rid of the ninja sect? Is there any benefit for us in Iwagakure? If the ninjas on the border are really killed by the ninja sect, I think we can cooperate with the Rain ninjas. We can't let the ninjas of the village die in vain. We have to avenge them." Huang Tu expressed his thoughts. Huang Tu will not act rashly before the matter is investigated clearly, but if it is really the work of the ninja sect, Huang Tu will never let the ninja sect go just because of Miyu's strong strength. A trace of disappointment flashed across Onoki's face. It is a good thing to care about the ninjas of the village, but if you want to become a shadow, you need more. This matter will not be done by the ninja sect ninjas. Onoki searched on the desk for a while and threw a document to Huang Tu. Huang Tu took the information and looked through it, and found that it was all kinds of things that the ninja clan did during their travels, helping villagers solve various difficulties and fighting bandits. This is a ninja force that yearns for innocence and peace. They have no reason to kill the ninjas of the great ninja village, which will bring disaster to the Rain country. Onoki explained. In Onoki's imagination, there could only be one reason for the conflict between the ninja clan and the Iwagakure ninjas, that is, the Iwagakure ninjas attacked the Rain ninja village and happened to be seen by the ninja clan ninjas. But attacking the Rain ninja village is not within the scope of the Iwagakure ninjas' work. The main job of the Iwagakure ninjas in the Rain country is to provoke conflicts between Konoha, Kumagakure, and Sand village. Even if the two sides clashed, based on the performance of the ninja clan ninjas, Onoki felt that they should not kill all the Iwagakure ninjas. Based on his own senior experience in troublemaking, Onoki judged that it was most likely that other forces killed the Iwagakure ninjas and then put the blame on the ninja clan. Onoki couldn't be sure which faction it was, because since the news of the Kaike spread throughout the ninja world, many people have been eyeing the ninja clan and the Kaike, especially the Kaike. Based on the reputation of the ninja clan, it is true, but now all kinds of evidence point to the ninjas in the ninja clan. Maybe this is the personal behavior of some ninja clan ninjas. Huang Tu thought for a while and said. Then you continue to investigate in the Rain country, don't get involved for now. Onoki sighed slightly. If Huang Tu said that the ninja clan had too much potential and might pose a threat to Iwagakure in the future, he wouldn't be so disappointed. Huang Tu was too honest in thinking about this matter. Huang Tu said goodbye with a respectful face and walked out of the Tsuchikage office. There are too few talented people in the village. Onoki thought as he looked at Huang Tu's back. After a long period of recuperation, the ninja power of Iwagakure has developed very well. The number of combat-ready ninjas in the village has exceeded 10,000. However, what worries Onoki is that Iwagakure has not produced a successor that satisfies him. Huang Tu is quite powerful, but his character is too honest and he is not suitable to beat Tsuchikage. Other people with suitable characters are too weak and cannot convince the public. The Land of Lightning, the Raikage's office. The Six Paths Sage's ninjutsu is inherited by Hanzo. Is it the Six Paths Sage's ninjutsu? After reading the information, the third Raikage became a little interested in Hanzo. Although the Rain village is not strong, the third Raikage still recognizes Hanzo's strength. He is definitely a strong man who can beat Hanzo. The Cloud village believes in the existence of the Six Paths Sage, because there are descendants of the Six Paths Sage in the Cloud village, and there are also the Six Paths Sage's ninja tools. Lord Raikage, we should mobilize our forces in the Rain country to investigate Hanzo's ninjutsu. Do you want to accept the offer? Tutai asked. Not for the time being. The third Raikage refused. Although he was somewhat interested, the war was raging, and the third Raikage felt that it was not worthwhile to put manpower and material resources into this aspect. After all, it would take a lot of effort to deal with the enemy. The Land of Fire, Konoha. Danzo walked into the Hokage's office with a gloomy face without knocking. Hiruzen, I'm right, this ninja master should not be underestimated. He has made such a big name in just such a short time. We should. Danzo, why did you come in without knocking? Before Shimura Danzo finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted. The increasingly fierce war had already made Sarutobi Hiruzen anxious, and he decided to warn Shimura Danzo to make him behave himself. Hiruzen, this is not important. Didn't you see what I gave you? Shimura Danzo wanted to continue, but was interrupted by Sarutobi Hiruzen again. At work, you call your position. Sarutobi Hiruzen said seriously. Shimura Danzo's face darkened, and he could only reluctantly call the Sandame. He didn't want to call him, but Sarutobi Hiruzen was too strong. If he didn't do what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, there might be no way to continue the conversation. You are the assistant of Konoha's Hokage after all, don't be anxious when things happen. Sarutobi Hiruzen took off his pipe and spit out a puff and said lightly. Hiruzen, I'm doing this for the village. Shimura Danzo emphasized. Look, you're anxious again. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped the desk twice with his fingers. Third generation, how can I not be anxious about the future of the village? Shimura Danzo said with a dark face. It's too much to say that it's related to the future of the village. His ninja clan is just a ninja organization with less than 100 people. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not agree with Shimura Danzo's words. Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed with Hanzo, but he did not think Hanzo would bring trouble to Konoha. One person's strength is only one person's business, and it is difficult to affect a war. According to Sarutobi Hiruzen's experience, Hanzo is more important than Hanzo in the war because Hanzo's poisonous fog is difficult to break. Shimura Danzo hesitated to speak. There are some information he cannot tell, otherwise it will expose the root's unauthorized actions. Compared to the Rain country, you should put more energy on Kirigakure. The frontline ninjas have sent information that Kirigakure has increased ninjas to increase the invasion of the east coast. This kind of invasion of the country is intolerable. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became serious. The Fire Country daimyo doesn't give Konoha that much money every year for nothing. Now is the time to do something. Shimura Danzo nodded on the surface, and felt a little relieved. With this kind of thing happening, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have no time to investigate the route. He didn't have to worry about his actions being discovered, and he could also take the opportunity to develop the route. This Hanzo seems to have something. It seems that he has become much more famous after the battle. Many people are discussing him. Obito found that Hanzo seemed to be a good opponent to make a name for himself. This time, the discussion about the ninja master was completely different from before. Even some Konoha villagers were discussing this matter. Why, do you want to challenge Hanzo too? Kakashi looked at Obito. He felt that with Obito's brain circuit, he might really have such an idea. Of course not. I think if teacher Miyu goes, he will definitely become famous in the ninja world. Obito waved his hand. He did have the idea of challenging Hanzo, but not now. He had to wait until he felt that he was strong enough. Do you think Miyu-sensei likes to be in the limelight as much as you do? Kakashi felt that Obito didn't need to think about himself and replace himself with Miyu. If Miyu wanted to be famous, she could have been famous a long time ago. Just stopping the Nuob combination of Kumagakura alone was enough to make Miyu famous in the ninja world. Why did Kakashi dare to be so sure? Because Namikaze Minato became famous because of this record. But Miyu was too low-key and never publicized his record. It's not a matter of being in the limelight. I just feel that the title of Ninja Master is more suitable for Miyu-sensei. Obito looked at Miyu next to him. Teacher Miyu, I really think this title is very suitable for you. Those students you have taught all say it's good. You can be called a ninja master only if you are strong and can teach well. But it's not good to steal someone else's title. Why don't you call yourself the great ninja master, Mr. Miyu, to be more domineering? Obito came up with a good idea. Pa! Miyu's finger hit Obito's head accurately. Don't think about these messy things. Shisui is much more skilled than you in the great fire extinguishing technique that we practiced together. Obito laughed a little embarrassedly and didn't care. Things that don't exist won't be hit. In terms of learning, Obito is ahead of Shisui in all other ninjutsu except for the breath of fire, so he never compares the progress of ninjutsu with Shisui, only the specific combat power. Let me show you again, watch carefully. Miyu called Shisui and walked to the open space to demonstrate. Miyu gathered a large amount of chakra in his throat and quickly transformed it into fire attribute chakra, and then instantly spit out a large flame that was enough to form a sea of fire. After a simple demonstration, Miyu began to explain the techniques, and then demonstrated them in slow motion while explaining. Both Obito and Shisui showed a thoughtful look, and quickly started practicing after a break. Not only Obito and Shisui, Miyu also gave guidance to all the disciples who were practicing in the South Forest. After 2 months of accumulation, and with the guidance of Professor Miyu, each of the disciples felt that they were in a surprisingly good state today and had gained a lot from their practice. At this time, Miyu was the real body that rushed back from the Rain Country, not the shadow clone. The enlightenment skills can be remotely blessed with the panel, but the professor cannot, only Miyu himself can play the effect. This is a very embarrassing thing, which makes Miyu can only run back and forth between Konoha and the Rain Country now. Fortunately, the improvement of Yang Seal solved the problem of Shadow Clone Chakra to a certain extent, which can make Shadow Clone exist longer, otherwise it would be more troublesome, because he had to teach students to handle ninja school affairs in Konoha, and he was still the leader of Shinobi Sect, and he had to attend classes to plan the development route of Shinobi Sect. In order to solve the problem of students attending classes, Miyu had an idea to develop a projection ninjutsu that could see each other thousands of miles away, so that students could take his online classes. Since the class was still the main body, it was reasonable that the teaching skills could be triggered normally. "Shisui, the Chunin exam is about to begin, do you want to participate?" After the training, Miyu looked at Shisui and asked. This Chunin exam is different from Obito and others. It is just a Chunin exam held by Konoha village itself, not jointly held with other ninja villages. In fact, it is normal to hold it alone now, and it is rare to hold it jointly. After all, the purpose of jointly holding is to show off military power and attract commissions. The current situation of Konoha is not suitable for a large-scale Chunin exam. "Yes, please." Shisui thought for a while and replied. It is beneficial for him to improve his ninja level. The higher the ninja level, the more important he is in the Uchiha clan. Chapter 417 The Oppressive Feeling of the Sharingan. Perhaps Sarutobi Hiruzen is busy recently, or Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to further train Miyu. Sarutobi Hiruzen directly handed over the Chunin exam to Miyu. Nominally, Sarutobi Hiruzen is still the general manager, and Miyu is the deputy, but Sarutobi Hiruzen is basically just a figurehead. The examination process and the selection of examiners are all decided by Miyu. He can make the decision by himself without reporting to Sarutobi Hiruzen. In a sense, this can also be regarded as a temporary hold of power, because this authority can not only mobilize Konoha's Jonin, but even mobilize part of the Anbu. Even if it is not jointly held with other ninja villages, Konoha attaches great importance to the safety of the Chunin exam. Of course, Miyu has no idea about this, because it is meaningless to him. If this power always belonged to him, it would be useful, but in essence, this power was temporarily lent to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he could take it back with just one word. Compared to being in charge of the exam, Miyu would rather hold the second term of the Anbu training. The S-level reward for the intermediate course is still very good. But it is not very realistic now. The Anbu of Konoha is very busy and has no time to receive training. Although he has no feelings about being in charge of the Chunin exam, this Chunin exam is of certain significance to Miyu himself. Because Shisui will participate in this Chunin exam. According to the experience of Obito and others, if you can perform well in the Chunin exam, the reward can be said to be quite good. Miyu's Ice Release and Golden Skyline are the results of Obito and others participating in the Chunin exam. In addition to skills, the chakra reward is not small. If there is a chance in the future, Miyu wants Nagato to participate in Konoha's Chunin exam as a ninja of the Rain Village. Although it is a bit bullying, the rewards that can be obtained must be taken. "Teacher Miyu, I want to be an examiner." Obito volunteered after hearing Miyu say that she would be in charge of the Chunin exam. "It's not okay to be the chief examiner, I can only be an ordinary examiner." Miyu thought for a while and replied. The chief examiner usually has to be at least a special Jonin, and the rest of the examiners can be Chunins. Even ordinary examiners usually don't choose Chunins who have just been promoted, but Chunins with more qualifications. But Obito's mission record is very good, and no one will say anything if he becomes an ordinary examiner in Konoha, where strength speaks. Because if you really compare, most ordinary examiners' mission records may not be as good as Obito's. Obito and his friends followed Minato Namikaze to carry out many A-level war missions on the battlefield, and ordinary Chunins usually only do C-level and B-level missions. "It doesn't matter if I'm an ordinary examiner, I want to be the examiner of the first exam." Obito looked very excited. Kakashi looked at Obito with a strange look on his face, and for a moment he didn't understand why Obito wanted to be an examiner. It's not like he lost the last battle and spent half a month doing the test, so he became a psychopath and wanted to watch others do the test and enjoy their painful expressions. The first test of the village is still too lax. You can pass it by just throwing a note. Obito expressed his dissatisfaction. Since it is a test of teamwork and intelligence gathering ability, at least it should be done in a more secretive way. Obito also practiced hard to pass the test. He felt that it was too easy to pass the test just by taking the note, and it couldn't serve the purpose of the test. "Let me use the Sharingan to supervise them." Obito shouted imposingly. Kakashi was full. He looked at Obito with a frown. What hatred or resentment? He actually had to use the Sharingan to catch cheating. It's okay, but it's better not to keep the Sharingan all the time, it will put pressure on the candidates. Miyu's expression was a little subtle. Obito's motivation to become an examiner is indeed different from that of ordinary people. Shisui's expression was calm and there was no change. He was absolutely sure to complete the written test. Not to mention the Sharingan, even if the Byakugan was invigilating, it would be fine. On the day of the Chunin exam, Uchiha Taihuo walked into the Chunin exam classroom as a candidate. Seeing Obito in the classroom, Uchiha Taihuo was slightly stunned. Didn't he become a Chunin last year? How could he be in the Chunin exam? Uchiha Taihuo was a little confused. As one of the most talented ninjas of the younger generation of Uchiha, even if Uchiha Taihuo didn't specifically ask about Obito's news, he could hear some information about Obito. He also went to watch the Chunin exam. Uchiha Obito's strength was not comparable to that of ordinary Chunin when he took the exam. After the examiner finished speaking, Uchiha Taihuo was dumbfounded by Obito's speech. My eyes will be on you. You can't pass the exam if you cheat too poorly. Obito opened his Sharingan, glanced at the classroom, and then quickly closed it. Some ninjas with poor theoretical knowledge couldn't help sweating on their foreheads when they saw the blood in Obito's eyes. Hey, are you serious? Let the Sharingan ninja come to supervise the exam. The person who arranged him as the examiner must be a devil. How can he cheat like this? Obito only showed his Sharingan for a few seconds, and the candidates below began to sweat. They had a hunch that this might be the most rigorous Chunin exam they had ever participated in. I didn't expect Obito to become an examiner. Fortunately, our theory is not bad. Shiranui Genma said thankfully. Sharingan invigilation is the first time in the history of Konoha Chunin exam. Compared to the actual combat part, the first round of written test is relatively unimportant. Konoha is even worried that the ninjas will not do it, and will arrange examiners to disguise as students to provide answers. Ebisu wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and nodded in approval. Uchiha Taihuo is in a complicated mood now. The last one in the same class and clan has become an examiner, and he is the examinee being supervised. Because of Miyu's reminder, Obito was not too arrogant, but only occasionally opened the Sharingan to take a few glances. However, this still successfully made the first exam of this Chunin exam unusually calm. Few people made small movements, for fear of being stared at by Obito's Sharingan. When the exam was over, many people breathed a sigh of relief. Obito's opening of the Sharingan gave them too much pressure. It really deserves to be the legendary Sharingan. I didn't expect Obito to be so oppressive. A ninja in the same class as Obito couldn't help but complain. Due to Obito's personality, even if he won the first place in the grade later, no one would think that Obito in a non-combat state could give people pressure. This time, the examiner Obito made them unlock a new image of Obito. Xianjian, Xiao, was I handsome just now? After the exam, Obito smiled and put his hands on their shoulders and said, It's hard to say whether I'm handsome or not, but I feel suffocated like a python entangled when I'm seen by your Sharingan. Shiranui Xianjian said honestly. Ebisu raised his sunglasses and finally closed his mouth. He thought that no one among the candidates present would think that Obito was handsome, and they would only curse in their hearts. Haha, isn't this quite handsome? I really should let Xiaolin come and take a look. Obito thought Shiranui Xianjian's description was very handsome. Looking at Obito who was grinning, the other students decided to withdraw their previous evaluation. Obito in a non-combat state really couldn't give people pressure. Just now, it was because of his special identity. Obito didn't ask Shisui how the exam went. Obito was still very clear about this. In terms of theoretical scores, the only person among Miyu's disciples that Obito can surpass is Might Guy. In terms of the exam items, Mu did not make too many changes. The second exam is still a group confrontation, testing the students' ability to fight together. Of course, if a person is strong enough, the second exam can also become a personal show. This time, Mu did not make it so troublesome. There was no need to collect the scrolls of heaven and earth. The opponent was decided by drawing lots directly. The winning team entered the third exam and the loser was eliminated. Half of the teams were eliminated directly in this stage. Not only is Shisui strong enough, his teammates Inuzuka Midori and Aberame Naya are also strong. If the previous Chunin exam situation was not a bit special, Inuzuka Midori and Aberame Naya's comprehensive strength could be promoted to Chunin. Relying on strong comprehensive strength, Shisui's team easily defeated the opponent and entered the third exam. The third exam was still an individual battle as usual, and the battle was still based on the result of the draw. Although there were no daimyo and a large number of officials to watch the game, there were also many ninjas and villagers to watch the game. It just so happened that the ninja school was on holiday at this time, and some ninja school students would choose to come and watch the game and learn from the experience of their predecessors. Hongdu, Gangzatetsu, and Shinayu Izumo made an appointment to go to the venue of the third round of the Chunin exam that day. I wonder if Shisui will come to watch the game. He must want to know the good news that I won the first place in the practical grade. After entering the venue, Hongdu looked around and said. Since after Shisui graduated, Hongdu finally got rid of her perennial second place and successfully won the first place in 2 consecutive exams in the first semester of the third grade. I think no one wants to know except you. Gang Zisha complained speechlessly. I don't know if it's because she has been the second for too long. Hongdu now emphasizes that she is the first in actual combat every day. Gang Zisha's ears are about to be calloused. He got full marks in the theory exam that year, but he only boasted for half a semester. Some people can get the first place in the grade because they have absolute strength, and some people can get the first place because the original first place graduated early. Shinayu Izumo couldn't help saying. Hongdu set her eyes on Shinayu Izumo and rubbed her hands. Shinayu Izumo didn't even pretend, she just read out her student number. If she can't beat Shisui, can't she deal with you, a little Shinayu Izumo? You know, I'm talking about Kakashi-senpai. Since Kakashi-senpai graduated, there are more people in the school who can be compared with Kakashi-senpai in talent. Kamatsuki Izumo said calmly. Although he hadn't enrolled yet when he was a Chunin, he had heard of Kakashi's legend. After listening to Kamatsuki Izumo's explanation, Hongdu felt that there was nothing wrong. Hurry up and sit down. The exam is about to start. Gang Zisha urged. Kamizuki Izumo silently gave Gang Zisha a thumbs up. Good brothers are still reliable. The venue was full of people, and people they knew were discussing all kinds of miscellaneous things. The ninja world now is more chaotic than more than 10 years ago. This time, all 5 major ninja villages have entered the venue. Some people discussed the current situation in the ninja world. I wonder if there will be dark horses like Uchiha Obito and Might Guy in this Chunin exam. Some people were curious about the next battle. Because Shisui participated in this Chunin exam, many Uchiha ninjas also came. Uchiha Fugaku even brought his son Uchiha Itachi to watch the Chunin exam together. Why don't I take Itachi back? It's too noisy here. Uchiha Mikoto suggested when she saw Uchiha Itachi frowning. The noise of this kind of conference hall is still a bit unbearable for a child. He will become a ninja in the future. It's nothing if he can't stand this kind of noise. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and refused. He had high expectations for Uchiha Itachi, hoping that Uchiha Itachi could become a genius like Obito and Shisui. Uchiha Mikoto hesitated to speak, and finally just stroked Uchiha Itachi's head. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had always been a hands-off boss, also showed up on this day, sitting on the top floor of the venue to watch the exam, while Mu stood behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Mu, you've worked so hard these days. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out the pipe from his mouth and said with a smile. Although Mu did not try new things in the Chunin exam like a pioneering internship, but just held it normally like previous years, for Sarutobi Hiruzen, this is actually a plus point, which shows that Mu is stable enough. Chunin can already serve as the captain of a team. The Chunin exam, which allows ninjas to be promoted to Chunin, is a relatively important event for Konoha. For such a major event, not making mistakes is a great success. I just gave orders, and it was not too hard. Mu replied with a smile. For most things, Mu only needs to make the final decision, instead of doing everything personally. Shadow clones cannot do this. After being removed, they will still be very tired, which affects their learning efficiency. Number 1 Uchiha Shisui vs Uchiha Taihuo. In the gap between the two chatting, the referee called out the list of players for the first battle. This Uchiha Shisui is your disciple, Mu, right? How does he compare to Uchiha Obito? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the center of the venue with an interested look. Since the Anbya would monitor the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that Shisui was a genius, but Mu didn't know that the Anbya was monitoring the Uchiha clan, and Sarutobi Hiruzen also wanted to hear how Mu would evaluate his disciple. Each of them has their own strengths and weaknesses in battle. Obito is better at creating miracles, while Shisui is good at thinking and calmer in battle. Mu answered after thinking. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully. Shisui's battle is about to begin. Itaki, you have to watch carefully. He is the target you will catch up with in the future. Uchiha Fugaku pointed to Shisui's position and said. Uchiha Itaki was very obedient and tried to open his eyes wide and look in the direction of Uchiha Fugaku. In fact, Uchiha Itaki now doesn't understand why he should chase Shisui, and Shisui won't snatch his dango like the old lady in Obito's story, but his father asked him to watch carefully and he should watch carefully. Chapter 418 The Determination to Win. So Shisui is participating in this Chunin exam. Hongdo was a little surprised to hear the referee's voice. Anko hadn't seen Shisui since he graduated, so she didn't know that Shisui had participated in this Chunin exam. We are students from the same class, but some are complacent because they have achieved a little success in the practical exam, while others are about to become Chunin. What a difference in the world! Gang Zisha sighed. Anko's scumbag radar subconsciously activated, and her sight shifted from the center of the venue to Gang Zisha who was sitting next to her. She saw that Gang Zisha's words were full of meaning. Zisha, you are right. I shouldn't be proud of being in the top 4 in the grade practical exam. Shisui is our role model. Shinayu Izumo replied with a guilty look on his face, as if Gang Zisha was talking about him. Anko's face, a trace of guilt flashed across her face. She wondered if she was too violent towards her brother and should be more kind. Gang Zaitetsu gave a thumbs up to Kamatsuki Izumo in a place where Hongdo couldn't see. The cooperation was so good. This was their combination skill. Kanatsuki Izumo smiled back at Gang Zaitetsu and then turned his gaze back to the center of the venue. Shisui and Uchiha Tetsuka stood in the opposite seal. The battle was about to begin. Looking at Shisui, who looked calm in front of him, Uchiha Tetsuka was also surprisingly calm. Although the battle had not yet begun, Uchiha Tetsuka already knew the result. There was no doubt that the winner must be Shisui, not him, Uchiha Tetsuka. The gap between the two was too big, and Uchiha Tetsuka could not see a glimmer of hope of winning. Unlike Obito, when Uchiha Tetsuka met Shisui, Shisui was already a genius of Uchiha, so Uchiha Tetsuka had no psychological burden about losing to Shisui. After all, he had never defeated Shisui since he was a child. The battle begins. The referee shouted after the two men were ready. Fire style, great fireball technique. Uchiha Taihuo quickly formed a seal to condense chakra and spit out a fireball at Shisui. Even if this was a battle without suspense, Uchiha Taihuo had to fight with all his strength, which was the quality that an Uchiha should have. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. Shisui also liked to use Great Fireball as the starting ninjutsu, and he used Great Fireball immediately after the referee shouted the start. Although it was the same ninjutsu, there were differences in the use of the same ninjutsu by different people. There were many factors that could affect the power of ninjutsu, such as the amount of chakra, the level of nature change, and the proficiency of ninjutsu. Shisui, who had awakened the 3 Magatama Sharingan and practiced the breath of flame, could naturally suppress Uchiha Taihuo in all aspects. Uchiha Taihuo could only try his best to dodge the fireball that was swallowed. Shisui, who had gained the upper hand, would not let Uchiha Tetsuka dodge easily, and immediately threw out the ninja tools in his hand. Swish! Several shurikens with tricky angles successfully left scars on Uchiha Tetsuka. As expected of Shisui, he crushed Uchiha Tetsuka in every aspect. Uchiha Inauri exclaimed. Although Uchiha Tetsuka was in a mess, Uchiha Inauri knew that it was not Uchiha Tetsuka's problem, but Shisui was too strong. Even if he, a Chunin, went up, the result would be the same. In Uchiha Inauri's opinion, Shisui could probably fight against the Uchiha clan's Jonin now. Under Shisui's violent attack, Uchiha Tetsuka lay down powerlessly in less than a minute. Uchiha Shisui wins. The referee announced the result of the battle. The audience instantly became lively. Uchiha Shisui is known as a genius in the Uchiha clan, and is also a super genius recognized by all grades in the ninja school, but looking at the whole Konoha, Shisui is not really famous. After all, Uchiha ninjas will not brag about their own geniuses to outsiders, and the ninja school has limited influence. No one will pay attention to ninja school students unless his identity is very special. But it was different after the first game. Anyone with a little vision could see that Shisui's strength was not simple. However, due to the strength of the opponent, they could not judge whether Shisui's strength could reach the level of Kakashi Obito. Before, there was Uchiha Obito, and now there is Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha is worthy of being the first rich family in Konoha. A ninja couldn't help but sigh. It is too difficult to come up with such a genius among civilian ninjas. It is really 1 in 1,000, and Uchiha has produced 2 in a row. Listening to the praise of Shisui by others, Uchiha Fugaku smiled faintly. This is the future of their Uchiha clan. The most important thing for a ninja is strength. As long as the strength is strong enough, everything will be fine. Uchiha Fugaku taught earnestly. In Uchiha Fugaku's view, the dilemma of the Uchiha clan is actually easy to solve, that is, to produce a strong enough person to become Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku felt that he had no hope. He was almost 30 years old and it was difficult for his strength to make much progress. But Shisui and Obito were different. They had stronger ninja talents than Uchiha Kagami. If Itachi could also have such talents, then one of the 3 of them would become Hokage in a few decades. Uchiha Itachi could not quite understand what Uchiha Fugaku meant, but he silently kept Fugaku's words in his heart. Battles began and ended one after another, but no one reproduced the suppression power shown by Shisui in battle. After the second round of battle began, Shisui still easily solved his opponent, and the battle process was full of ease and comfort. The talents shown by Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Shisui have surpassed Kagami, but with Minato and Miyu guiding them, there shouldn't be any problems. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought as he stroked his goatee while watching the battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not as crazy as Shimura Danzo in dealing with the Uchiha issue, but he was still cautious about the Uchiha. Because the Uchiha had really rebelled, during the reign of the second Hokage, a hawkish Uchiha named Uchiha Setsuna wanted to stage a coup, and was suppressed by the second Hokage's Anbu. It was this incident that caused the Uchiha to be under the surveillance of the Anbu for many years. Now, because the Uchiha has always been relatively peaceful, the intensity of surveillance has weakened a lot, and generally only 1 or 2 Anbu will be sent for surveillance. If their teacher was not Miyu, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have selected one of them to be trained in the Anbu. There is no malice, it is purely to strengthen the education of the will of fire, but with Miyu around, Sarutobi Hiruzen is still relieved. Round after round of battles have gradually deepened the audience's understanding of Shisui's strength. Only discussing the dominance in the battle, Shisui's performance is stronger than Obito and Kakashi, because even the final winner Kakashi had a very difficult battle after entering the third round of the last Chunin exam. Unlike Shisui, Shisui was still calm and at ease until he defeated the last opponent. Of course, even ordinary people can know the reason, because there were too many strong candidates in the last round, and after the third round, everyone was not far apart, so it was very difficult to fight. But this time it was different. Although there were also good genin besides Shisui, they were not at the same level as Obito and Might Guy. Damn it, I knew I wouldn't be an examiner earlier, I should have participated in the Chunin exam again. Obito looked at Shisui standing on the field and accepting the cheers of the crowd with envy. In the last Chunin exam, he didn't even make it to the finals and was eliminated by Kakashi in the semi-finals. In this Chunin exam, Obito can only say that if he hadn't met Shisui, he could have made it to the finals. You, a Chunin, are going to take the Chunin exam. Kakashi complained speechlessly. You are the only one who is not qualified to say that. Last year, you, a Chunin, had the audacity to take the Chunin exam after being a Chunin for several years. Obito said with a look of indignation. If Kakashi hadn't blocked his way, he would have been at least in the top 2. The corners of Kakashi's mouth twitched. This is arranged by Minato-sensei and the others, not that I want to take it. To be honest, Kakashi himself was a little confused when he was notified to take the Chunin exam. He had to take the exam again after being a Chunin for several years. However, after taking the exam, Kakashi understood that this was Konoha's preventive policy to prevent the Chunin exam from failing and letting Kirigakure win a big victory. Konoha jointly held the Chunin exam not to make Kirigakure famous, but to show its strength to attract commissions. The performance of the candidates was a game between Konoha and Kirigakure. Facts have proved that Konoha's concerns are not wrong. The Kirigakure side is even more unethical. Kakashi feels that several Kirigakure ninjas do not behave like genin at all, especially the team where the shark-faced one is. No, I have to ask Teacher Miyu next time. Obito wants to get the first place in the Chunin exam. Kakashi's expression is a little bit tense. He thinks Miyu will not agree to such a messy idea. If the examinees who did not become Chunin in this exam continue to participate in the next exam, and find that the examiner of the previous exam has become the examinee and takes the exam with him, I wonder how much psychological shadow the examinees will have. Rather than this, you should worry about the civil war in a while. Didn't you notice that the 3 months are almost up? Kakashi reminded. In fact, Kakashi didn't pay much attention to this. The time of immersive training passed quickly. However, recently Might Guy has been trying to challenge Kakashi and wants to use Kakashi's pressure to break through the 8 gates in the battle. Kakashi just remembered to use it as an excuse to delay time. I'm still a little short of haki, I don't know if I can catch up. Kakashi is very anxious now. The price of losing is too painful, even he doesn't want to lose. Hearing Kakashi's words, Obito's expression became serious. He had had enough of the painful days of doing questions. I will never underestimate the enemy again this time. Obito said in his heart. The lesson of failure is too painful, now Obito is determined to win no matter what. Shisui, don't underestimate my determination not to do questions. Obito is very confident. He has studied Shisui thoroughly, plus his own strong strength, he will definitely win this time. Chapter 419 Kakashi's Promotion Reward. Disciple Uchiha Shisui worked hard to practice and achieved perfect results in the Chunin exam and was promoted to Chunin. He received rewards, Chakra plus 1800, Random Blood Limit Extraction Scroll. Although Shisui's first place was much easier than Kakashi, the rewards given by the system were no different. Miyu judged that the rewards for the Chunin exam were fixed like the rewards for the ninja school exam, and were given according to the ranking. Yu went to the kitchen and turned on the faucet to wash his hands, and then prepared to use the blood limit extraction scroll. Although you don't need to use your hands when operating, you still need to have a sense of ritual. After greeting all the great gods in his heart, Yu controlled the click to extract with his consciousness. Random blood limit extraction scroll has been consumed, and blood limit, wood release is obtained. Wood release, not bad. Yu nodded when he saw an additional entry-level skill in the skill bar. The strength of Hashirama Senju is not due to wood style. With Hashirama Senju's chakra, any ninjutsu he uses is very powerful, but wood style is still considered an excellent bloodline limit. Wood style can absorb chakra to suppress the power of the tailed beasts, which is why Kakashi must ask Yamato for help when training Naruto. Yu is also very troubled by the tailed beasts. They are strong and have the terrifying power of the tailed beast ball. It is indeed much easier to fight the tailed beasts with wood style. Of course, this requires a certain level of proficiency in wood style. After all, even Yamato has a mastery level in wood style, but his proficiency is not high. He, who has only a basic level of proficiency in wood style, probably can't even grow a tree that is too tall. Yu's mind was in a state of panic. He used the last scroll of nature change experience on wood release. This was one of the upgrade rewards he received for the training of 700 students. He received 2 in total, and the other was used on ice release. Because Yu's 7 natures are all at the mastery level or above, according to Yu's experience, it will be more difficult to improve the proficiency of high-level skills. For example, if you repeat the same ninjutsu 3 times with a skill with a little proficiency, you can upgrade from entry level to proficient, but the proficiency added by obtaining the same entry level skill after the proficiency level will be reduced. 18 repeated entry level skills cannot make the proficiency level skill become proficient. Skill, wood release, proficiency, 1000/3000. With the use of the scroll, Yu's mind appeared a lot of experience in practicing wood release, and he instantly changed from a person who had never practiced wood release to a person who knew a little about wood release. Then Yu went to the south border forest to test his wood release. Before the test, Yu first used the perception ninjutsu to sense the surroundings, and then opened the transparent world and the white eyes to confirm that there was indeed no one around, and then began the formal test. Yu put his palms on the ground and quickly transformed the chakra condensed in his body into wood release chakra to activate wood release. Under Yu's gaze, the tender sprouts burst out of the soil and grew into a tree 8 or 9 meters high at an unscientific speed. What a magical property! Yu exclaimed after checking the tree he created. It stands to reason that this tree should be very unhealthy with such a forced growth, but the fact is that this tree is not healthy, and it is even healthier and more vital than a normal growing tree. After actual testing, Yu can confirm that the change in the chakra nature of wood release itself carries a strong vitality. However, this vitality is only reflected in the trees created by wood release, and can only be used as a ninjutsu to exert its power. The vitality of the wood release nature is like the burning of the fire nature. It is the effect of the nature itself and cannot make the person using wood release have a strong vitality. How to improve the proficiency of wood release? Should I start another training? Yu fell into thinking after burning the tree he created. Compared with ice release, wood release has more strategic value for Yu, which can enrich his means of dealing with the tailed beasts, so Yu wants to improve his proficiency of wood release. Yu is willing to practice by himself. He has never been idle since he traveled through the Naruto world, and he doesn't mind turning some of his time into wood release practice time. But the efficiency of practicing by himself will be very low. Yamato has practiced for more than 20 years and has just reached the mastery level. Unless Yu's talent for wood release is the same as his talent for sealing techniques, he will not be able to practice anything by himself even if Uchiha Madara takes action. Yu has a clear self-awareness of this point. Even Hashirama Senju himself did not become invincible in the world after practicing wood release for 2 or 3 years. Since he can't practice by himself, he can only cheat. Muyu's current idea is to start special training and then brush 2 nature change experience scrolls for wood release. It's not that Muyu doesn't dare to expose wood release to gain wood release experience, but that he can't do it. Muyu has also done a lot of S-level evaluation lectures and figured out the mechanism of S-level evaluation rewards. The first major factor of S-level evaluation rewards is to reward what you teach, but this factor has a prerequisite, that is, the student's gains. The more students gain, the more rewards they provide, and vice versa, the less students gain, the less rewards they provide. This is one of the reasons why there was a gap between different properties when Muyu taught the change of properties before. People's chakra attributes are not balanced. Wind is very rare, while fire, earth, water and the like are relatively common. Muyu doesn't think those students can understand the wood release he talks about. The blood limit depends on learning and metaphysics, which is difficult to popularize. The next day, the disciples took the initiative to invite Muyu to be the referee of their civil war. Everyone is getting stronger and stronger. If you want to decide the winner, you will inevitably get hurt. It is safer to have Muyu on the scene. Of course. Kakashi and his team had not been able to hide it from Muyu from the beginning, but nothing happened, so Muyu did not show up. Muyu felt that regular civil wars were indeed a good method, which could give disciples more motivation to practice. It's still a little short, it would be better if it was a little later. Kakashi sighed slightly. His armament haki was still stuck at the last point, he could use it, but not every time. This was a fatal flaw for Kakashi, who had a strong burst. If he couldn't use the slash that he had put all his strength into, then he had not learned armament haki. Shisui, I will definitely be the winner this time. Obito, who had read Shisui's detailed information overnight, was full of confidence. This time he had intelligence and would not be careless, and his winning rate against Shisui was over 90%. Obito, how did you know that your opponent would be Shisui? Kakashi looked at Obito in surprise. They were drawing lots for a random battle and there was no fixed opponent. Obito's face froze after being reminded by Kakashi. Although he was a little panicked, Obito still had a tough mouth. I will win no matter who my opponent is. Obito seemed to have already reserved the first place. I will win. Kakashi recalled Obito's expression 3 months ago and imitated it. As Nohara-rin covered her mouth and chuckled, Obito's face gradually turned red. 3 months in the west, 3 months in the east, Kakashi, don't underestimate my growth during this period. Obito said loudly. Kakashi smiled but said nothing. How could he not know how much progress you have made after practicing together every day? Muyu coughed twice, and began to draw lots for the disciples. Don't be Kai, don't be Kai. Obito put his hands together and prayed in his heart. He was not afraid of Might Guy, but Obito was afraid of the punishment for losing the first round. Might Guy was his opponent with the lowest winning rate. He would rather fight Kakashi. After the last battle, Obito thought about how to beat Might Guy, but found it too difficult and the conditions were too harsh. Obito vs Kakashi, Shisui vs Kai. Muyu announced the results of the draw. Obito breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't have as much chance of winning against Kakashi as Shisui, but he was still much better than Might Guy, which was a blessing in disguise. Shisui looked at Might Guy and suddenly felt a lot of pressure. He lost to Might Guy in the last civil war, which made Might Guy win the title of the strongest disciple for 3 months. Obito and Kakashi stood opposite each other and made the seal of opposition, and both sides were burning with fighting spirit in their eyes. They both didn't want to lose this battle, not only for the punishment, but also for personal reasons. How can I lose to you under Xylan's gaze? Feeling Nohara-rin's gaze, Obito exerted 120% of his strength. This time there was no carelessness or complacency. Obito remained cautious throughout the whole process and did not fall into Kakashi's battle trap. The two sides fought back and forth, and the fire escape and dazzling lightning escape sword techniques continued to bloom. Kakashi wiped off the sweat on his forehead caused by the hot flames, and kept running to dodge the high-temperature flames. Obito used his Sharingan to the extreme to prevent himself from being caught off guard by Kakashi's high-speed slash. The overall strength of the two sides was almost the same. After several fights, they were evenly matched, and no one could defeat the other in one breath. Under the pressure given by Obito, when Kakashi tried to use the armed color for the third time, he suddenly realized something and successfully entered the armed color, no longer needing to gamble on luck and feel. Kakashi wins. After the last clash of fire and lightning, Miyu announced the result of the battle and treated the two together with no Hara-rin. Under your guidance, the disciple Hatake Kakashi has worked hard to practice and has improved his overall strength to a certain extent. He has obtained the improvement reward Thunderbolt Flash and Super Speed, Mastery Level. Many memories of Thunder Blade technique suddenly appeared in Miyu's mind. Miyu is not unfamiliar with this skill. This is the thunder breathing move in Demon Slayer. It is the ultimate Thunderbolt Flash. It is extremely fast and powerful, which is very suitable for the current Kakashi. Obito, who was receiving treatment, lowered his head. He did not dare to look at Nohara-rin, fearing that he would see a disappointed expression on Nohara-rin's face. Obito had no excuse for this failure, because he had gone all out and did not underestimate the enemy or be careless. I will win no matter who the opponent is. Kakashi imitated again after sensing Obito's disappointment. Damn Kakashi! Obito, who could not hold it back, suddenly raised his head and looked at Kakashi and cursed. When Obito looked up, he noticed the expression of Nohara-rin beside him. She was not disappointed as he thought, but only encouraged and cared for him. Chapter 420 Flame Emperor. The battle begins. With Miyu's order, Might Guy directly opened the fourth gate of the 8 gates and rushed out with his breathing concentrated. Facing Might Guy, who used all his strength, Shisui did not dare to be careless. He immediately opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan and concentrated all the breath of flame. This was the first time Shisui used the 3 Megatama Sharingan in a formal battle. In the Chunin exam, no opponent could force Shisui's Sharingan out. He solved all opponents with fire escape and physical skills. Under Shisui's 3 Megatama Sharingan, Might Guy's extremely fast speed slowed down, and his physical skills became observable. But Shisui still did not choose to fight with Might Guy in physical skills. Although his pupil power could allow him to see through Might Guy's movements, his body might not be able to keep up with Might Guy's rhythm. Rock breathing is the best breathing technique for improving the body. Combined with the first 4 gates of the 8 gates, any physical technique of Might Guy has a good power and cannot be measured by normal physical techniques. Unlike Obito, Shisui regards all the disciples except Nohara-rin as imaginary enemies, and uses this to analyze the battle plan in detail. Shisui believes that if you want to defeat Might Guy, you have to delay Might Guy's peak period. 8 gates plus rock breathing are powerful, but they put a lot of pressure on the body. The longer it is delayed, the better it is for Shisui. However, this plan is simple to say but difficult to do. Because Might Guy is not only strong and fast, but also masters the terrifying golden skyline. Shisui will be sent away by Might Guy if he makes a mistake. In the last battle with Might Guy, Shisui experienced the golden skyline once, and he still couldn't resist it even with the armament haki. In terms of power alone, the golden skyline is the strongest physical technique Shisui has ever seen. However, Shisui also knew that his armament haki was not bad, but he had not yet mastered it. With his highly proficient instant body technique and the 3 Megatama Sharingan, Shisui did not let Might Guy touch the corner of his clothes. But such a dodge was not easy for Shisui. High-intensity use of instant body technique would make his legs tired, and highly concentrated mind would also consume more energy. In order to make himself more relaxed and to consume Might Guy more, Shisui dodged and released various fire escape techniques. Although his body was very strong, Might Guy would not resist ninjutsu without necessity, and he dodged while chasing. This fight is too boring. They didn't even meet each other once. Obito couldn't help but complain. In actual combat, any tactic that can win is a good tactic. Kakashi said lightly. If he were put in Shisui's position, Kakashi would also adopt this delaying tactic. Because Shisui's speed is not bad, his insight is strong, and he has enough chakra, he is qualified to compete with Might Guy for consumption. Kakashi himself cannot use this tactic when fighting with Might Guy, because Kakashi will be consumed first, and he can't outlast Might Guy. Thunder breathing consumes a lot of chakra and physical strength. Kakashi has more chakra than ordinary people, but he can't compare with Shisui, an Uchiha with 3 Megatama Sharingan. In Kakashi's imagination, he had to burst out to the extreme and use a stronger attack than Might Guy to defeat Might Guy. I didn't say it was bad. Obito curled his lips. He just complained that in a real battle, you must fight as you can, if he can think of it. Shisui ran away from Might Guy's pursuit. The figures of the two kept flashing in the forest, and one tree after another fell in the chase between the two. Golden Skyline. In the end, Might Guy won his victory with a golden line, and Shisui was still caught up. If the advantages of Obito and Shisui are combined, maybe it will work. Kakashi analyzed in his heart. If Obito has Shisui's level of instant body technique and combat wisdom, or Shisui has Obito's level of fire breathing, then there is a good hope to defeat Might Guy. Akai wins. Mu Yu announced the end of the battle. Shisui's loss was expected by Mu Yu, because Shisui was not only inferior to Might Guy in comprehensive strength, but also restrained by Might Guy. Illusion is Shisui's strength, and Might Guy happens to be the type of person who is least afraid of illusion. With the increase of one and the decrease of the other, it will be even more difficult for Shisui to defeat Might Guy. The mid to late training plan that Mu Yu customized for Shisui will gradually reduce the proportion of illusion. On the surface, ninjutsu and taigen are the 3 indispensable abilities of ninjas, but Mu Yu, who is familiar with the plot, knows that this is only for ordinary ninjas. Even the Mangekyo illusion is difficult to play a big role in the late stage of the gods' battle, let alone ordinary illusions. Illusions can't go far, at least the local illusion system of Naruto is like this. The last opponent is you, Kakashi. Is this our bond? Might Guy was already excited before the battle started. Kakashi looked at Might Guy with a black line. There were only 4 people participating in the battle. What bond is there? After resting and recovering their strength, the two began to prepare for the battle. Kakashi's eyes became sharp. This time he has a good chance of getting the title of Mu Yu's strongest disciple. Compared to 3 months ago, he has completely mastered the armament haki, while Might Guy's 8 gates and rock breathing have not made much progress. The advantage is mine. Kakashi's breathing gradually concentrated, and he instantly entered the transparent world state at the moment Mu Yu shouted start. Kakashi knew that Might Guy's 8 gates was only 1 point away, so he didn't want to give Might Guy any chance, and directly attacked Might Guy with full strength. Thunder breathing fully concentrated on amplifying the body and thunder properties, and the thunder attribute chakra enhanced the power, followed by the perfect force of the transparent world. Finally, Kakashi transferred the armament haki to the blade of the White Fang short blade to make his momentum reach the peak. Even if Might Guy also took out his full strength, he still felt a huge crisis in such a Kakashi, and scars soon appeared on his body. The hot and stinging slash on his body did not make Might Guy retreat, but laughed excitedly. Kakashi is Might Guy's recognized enemy. Might Guy has always believed that Kakashi can catch up, just as he believes that he can become the strongest in physical skills. Kakashi showed such a strong suppression force, which was undoubtedly a response to Might Guy's expectations. How could Might Guy not be excited? 8 gates, the 5th gate, Duman, open. Might Guy was not defeated. His strong resilience allowed Might Guy to enter the 5th gate at the limit and increase his strength. Feeling the large amount of chakra that suddenly emerged from Might Guy's body, Kakashi's face changed suddenly. The later the 8 gates were, the stronger the increase was. The improvement brought was not a little bit. The situation was reversed instantly. Might Guy not only got rid of the disadvantage, but also gained a greater advantage than Kakashi just now, forcing Kakashi, who had consumed most of his chakra, into a desperate situation. Kakashi had no other choice but to give it a try and bet his last strength on a slash. The dazzling lightning slash collided with the golden thread, and the torn lightning silently announced the final result of the battle. It's still a little short. Kakashi, who had exhausted both chakra and physical strength, sat on the ground powerlessly. Because he had just succeeded in training, his armament haki strength was average and could not be compared with the powerful chakra added by Might Guy's 5th gate. A guy won again, so amazing. Nohara-rin praised. In her opinion, Kakashi and Obito were already very powerful, and Might Guy actually defeated them twice to win the final victory, which made Nohara-rin very impressed. Listening to Nohara-rin's praise and looking at the weak Kakashi on the ground, Obito felt extremely aggrieved in his heart, and his desire to defeat Might Guy became stronger and stronger. Shisui thought, how long does it take for me to practice to get the title of the strongest disciple back? Everyone is tired from fighting, so we don't need to practice anymore. Let's take a break and eat hot pot. Miyu took out various tools from the scroll and said with a smile. Miyu's words dissipated the extra atmosphere on the field, leaving only joy, and all the disciples looked happy. It's not the point that we don't need to practice anymore, the point is to eat hot pot together. Miyu opened the panel while processing the materials. Disciple Might Guy has worked hard to practice under your guidance and has improved his comprehensive strength. He has received the improvement reward Explosion Fist, Mastery Level. Miyu didn't remember which world this skill came from at the first time. It sounded too ordinary. When the practice memory appeared in his mind, Miyu knew that this was a fighting skill in Pokemon. In Pokemon, this is a skill with a low hit rate but will confuse the opponent if it hits the opponent. After localization, the confusion effect has become a temporary disorder of the opponent's chakra. This is not a very special effect. The Raise Nan can also cause a temporary disorder of the opponent's chakra when it hits a person. However, Miyu was still very curious about the techniques in the Burst Fist, because the Raise Nan is a ninjutsu that relies on the extreme compression and rotation of chakra, while the Burst Fist is a physical technique. After sorting out her memories, Miyu found that the two were actually somewhat similar. When pouring all the strength of the body into the fist, a large amount of chakra is condensed and compressed in the fist, and finally all exploded in an instant when it is swung out. Although it is a physical technique, it is not very suitable for a Kai. Miyu thought in her heart. After opening the 8 gates, the chakra on Might Guy's body was too violent, and it was impossible to complete this kind of delicate operation of chakra. And the Burst Fist is a bit proficient. If you are not proficient in using it, it is easy to spend some time on compressing chakra, resulting in the failure to immediately send out the Burst Fist to let the enemy be on guard. Miyu thinks this is probably the localized effect of low hit rate. Have a good rest after going back, and I will teach you something new tomorrow. After eating hot pot, Miyu patted Kakashi on the shoulder and said. Kakashi's eyes lit up instantly. Generally, what Miyu specifically mentioned would not be bad. Teacher Miyu, do I have it? Obito asked expectantly. Pa. Miyu tapped Obito's head with her finger. Let's practice the fire escape technique we are learning now first. It is very happy to learn fire escape technique and physical technique under Miyu, because Miyu has many high-level skills in both aspects and has a deep understanding of these two aspects. Perhaps it was the stimulation brought by Might Guy's 2 consecutive titles of the strongest disciple that made Obito and Shisui particularly motivated in their practice, and soon they also got the breakthrough reward. Under your guidance, the disciple Uchiha Obito has worked hard to practice and has improved his comprehensive strength to a certain extent. He has obtained the improvement reward Great Flame Ring of Feng Di, Mastery Level. Under your guidance, the disciple Uchiha Shisui has worked hard to practice and has improved his comprehensive strength to a certain extent. He has obtained the improvement reward Water Instant Body Technique, Mastery Level. Chapter 421 High Level Decision. Muyu taught Kakashi the Thunderbolt Flash Speed, and then taught Nohara Rin the Explosion Fist and Water Instant Body Technique. Nohara Rin has a good chakra control ability, and practicing the Explosion Fist has a unique advantage. If she can learn these two skills well, Nohara Rin's combat ability will be greatly improved. The Explosion Fist can be said to be an upgraded version of the Strange Power, with stronger power and more effects. The skilled Water Instant Body can greatly improve Nohara Rin's mobility. The Great Flame Ring Ante Muyu has not taught Obito and Shisui for the time being, and plans to teach them after they have finished learning the current fire escape. In fact, the power of the Great Flame Ring Ante is not as good as the Fire Dragon Dance developed by Muyu himself. After all, the Fire Dragon Dance can be regarded as the ultimate level fire escape developed by Muyu by integrating many mastery level fire escape experiences. However, the Fire Dragon Dance has two high requirements, so you can learn the Great Flame Ring Ante for a transition. Master Hanyu, please go to the Hokage building with me. The third Hokage is looking for you. When Muyu was about to have dinner, the Anbu suddenly came to the door. Muyu didn't say much, nodded, and followed the Anbu to the Hokage building. Looking for me at this time, it shouldn't be about the ninja school. On the way, Muyu thought about Sarutobi Hiruzen's purpose. Even if he is the Hokage, he should be off work at this point, which means that Sarutobi Hiruzen is currently working overtime, and things related to the ninja school are not something that Sarutobi Hiruzen needs to work overtime to deal with. War. Muyu thought of a possibility. Originally, as a teacher of the ninja school, unless Konoha is beaten to the point of despair, he would not be allowed to go to the battlefield as a ninja school teacher. But Muyu is different. Even if Muyu hides a lot, Muyu's apparent strength has surpassed most of the Konoha ninjas, and he can be called a strong man. As a strong man, Muyu certainly cannot enjoy the same treatment as ordinary ninja school teachers. After all, the role played by the strong in the war is very different from that of ordinary chunin. If Muyu had not shown his extraordinary teaching ability, he would have been sent to the battlefield long ago. Dong. Muyu knocked on the wooden door of the Hokage's office. Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice came from the office. Muyu pushed open the wooden door and walked into the Hokage's office, while the Anbu stood outside the door and did not enter with Muyu. As soon as Muyu walked into the office, she saw Sarutobi Hiruzen with his hand on his forehead, looking a little tired. Sandame-sama. Muyu greeted Sarutobi Hiruzen with respect. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly in response, and then said in a deep voice. Muyu, the village is under great pressure now. The three ninja villages of Kirigakure, Rock Village, and Cloud Village are eyeing Konoha covetously. Kirigakure has even entered the land of Fire Country and invaded the east coast of Fire Country. In the afternoon, Sarutobi Hiruzen held a high-level meeting with three other Konoha high-level officials. They all agreed that they should give priority to solving Kirigakure that entered the land of Fire Country and must strike hard. After hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Muyu had the answer in her heart. If the village needs it, I can rush to the battlefield to support it immediately. Muyu said with a resolute look. With Muyu's current strength, he can run away even if he can't win on the battlefield, so he doesn't need to worry about safety issues. In addition, Muyu wants to use the battlefield to train his disciples. Now the situation in the ninja world is becoming more and more chaotic, and Uchiha Madara may take action at any time. He must try his best to improve the strength of his disciples. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a satisfied smile on his face. Muyu's will of fire is too strong. With your teaching talent, Muyu should cultivate the next generation in the rear, but at this moment the village needs your combat power, and we must drive the enemy out as soon as possible," Sarutobi Hiruzen said seriously. Since the Kumigakure lost a top-level combat force in the replacement of the Jinchuriki, the high-level meeting decided to transfer Orochimaru from the battlefield of the Land of Hot Water back to the Land of Fire to deal with the Kirigakure. In order to make up for Orochimaru's strength, the high-level meeting sent Minato Namikaze to the Land of Hot Water to prevent the combination from attacking. Kirigakure is one of the 5 major ninja villages after all. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought that Orochimaru alone was not enough. After sending Inoshikacho and a group of Sun-level ninjas, he thought of Muyu. Muyu is proficient in 5 chakra attributes and masters ice escape, and even learned the Flying Thunder God technique. He has defeated the Sand Village hero Yekeng in the record. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought carefully and found that Muyu was not famous, but her strength had surpassed most of the ninjas in the ninja world. It was Shimura Danzo who first proposed to send Muyu to the battlefield, and Sarutobi Hiruzen disagreed at first. Because there are many strong people like Muyu in Konoha, but Muyu's teaching ability is unique in the entire ninja world. As the person who discovered Muyu, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew Muyu's teaching ability very well. It's not like he had never taught Asuma ninjutsu, but the effect was far less than Muyu. But after Danzo analyzed the pros and cons, and with the pressure from the Fire Country daimyo, Sarutobi Hiruzen after careful consideration, it was finally decided to let Muyu join the battlefield to expel Kirigakure. Because of Flying Thunder God, Muyu has a strong ability to save his life and can escape even if he is defeated. After receiving the task, Muyu left the Hokage building to summon the disciples other than Might Guy and told them about participating in the war. The reason why Might Guy was not notified was because Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Muyu a list of support troops, and Might Guy's team was also among them, so Muyu did not specifically notify them. Muyu notified Kakashi and the others because Kakashi's team was not among them, and Muyu wanted to take them there. Battlefield. Shisui's eyes flickered. Among Muyu's disciples, he was the only one who had not been on the battlefield. Obito looked indifferent. He already had a lot of battlefield combat experience. The first time was when he encountered an accident during internship and participated in a big melee on the battlefield. Later, Namikaze Minato took them to the battlefield to perform many war tasks. Since the Sandame gave me some important tasks, I can't take you to fight every time on the battlefield like usual. Muyu reminded. Although he would definitely send shadow clones to protect his disciples, Muyu didn't want them to know about it, as this would prevent them from facing a truly desperate situation. Obito's expression changed. Without the protection of Muyu, the risk factor would be greatly increased. All his experiences were backed up by someone, sometimes Muyu, sometimes Minato Namikaze. Teacher Muyu, I think there should be a vice captain. If you are not here, the vice captain will take command. Kakashi thought for a while and said. Although Obito rarely failed at critical moments, Kakashi didn't want to gamble. If he became the vice captain, he could legitimately command Obito. Well, the 4 of you can vote for yourselves. Muyu nodded. Finally, Kakashi won the title of vice captain with a 3-vote advantage. Except for Obito who voted for Nohara Rin, everyone else voted for Kakashi. Chapter 422 Participating in the War. Muyu asked the disciples to check their belongings and made sure that nothing was missing before taking the disciples to the battlefield on the east coast of the Land of Fire. Xiaolin, why did you vote for Kakashi? Obito couldn't help asking Nohara Rin on the way. Compared to Kakashi's 3 votes and his 0 vote, Obito was more concerned about Nohara Rin voting for Kakashi instead of himself or him. Because this gave Obito a feeling that Nohara Rin trusted Kakashi more than him. I feel that Kakashi is very suitable to be the vice captain and will be very reliable. Nohara Rin thought for a while and smiled softly. Nohara Rin trusted Obito in other matters, but when it came to leading the team, Nohara Rin still felt that Kakashi was more reliable. This was not an empty guess, but a conclusion drawn by Nohara-rin based on their experience in carrying out missions. Kakashi could always analyze the most beneficial actions for them based on the current situation, and Obito might perform exceptionally well when encountering a powerful enemy, but it was limited to fighting, and it was impossible to expect Obito to formulate tactics. However, it was impossible to directly speaking the truth might be a bit hurtful, so Nohara-rin just said what she felt. Obito's face fell all of a sudden. Is there anything more uncomfortable than a girl he likes praising another boy in person? Of course there is, that is, the boy being praised is his mortal enemy. Damn Kakashi! Obito roared in grief and anger. At this moment, in Obito's mind, Kakashi's image changed from a friend with a bad personality to a naturally evil Hitaki kid. Obito felt even more uncomfortable when he thought about the recent civil war he lost to Kakashi and had to do a lot of questions. When he thought about how it would be even harder to catch up with Kakashi after learning the powerful new moves taught by Miyu, Obito instantly felt that it was even more difficult. In just 1 minute, Obito remembered all the things that Kakashi did to make him uncomfortable. It's all Kakashi's fault. This time I must beat him on the battlefield. Obito secretly became fierce in his heart, and a flame ignited in his eyes when he looked at Kakashi. Feeling Obito's gaze, Kakashi turned back slightly and looked at Obito for a second, then turned back with a calm face. Obito's brain circuit is too strange, he does things carelessly, and he is easy to get excited. Kakashi is worried about Obito's safety and proposed to Miyu to have a vice-captain. With the identity of vice-captain, Obito will have to obey even if he doesn't accept it. After all, this is Miyu's personal decision, which may be better for Obito than the words of the Hokage. Seeing Kakashi's indifferent face, Obito became even angrier. Kakashi's words are simply saying that you fell down before I was serious. Shisui saw Obito's expression, opened his mouth but didn't say anything to comfort him. Self-awareness is very important. If Obito has the illusion that he can lead the team just to comfort him, it may cause problems in the future. Everyone is a fellow student who lives together day and night, and they know each other well. On the surface, the vote is a multiple-choice question, but in Shisui's opinion, there is only one answer, that is Kakashi. Apart from other things, Kakashi beats everyone in terms of experience alone. Because he graduated early, Kakashi is already a ninja with 5 years of experience. After arriving at the ninja camp, Miyu was invited to a meeting before she had time to talk too much with the disciples. As soon as Miyu entered the big tent that served as a meeting room, she saw many familiar people. The first person she saw was the expressionless commander of the army, Orochimaru, sitting at the front of the long table. Miyu calmly gave Orochimaru an appraisal. Name, Orochimaru. Chakra, 142,000. Potential, S. Skills, Yin Attribute Chakra Property Change, Mastery, 4800/15,000, Wind Attribute Chakra Property Change, Mastery, 3040/15,000, Fire Attribute Chakra Property Change, Mastery, 2008/15,000, Water Attribute Chakra Property Change, Mastery Level, Earth Attribute Chakra Property Change, Mastery Level, Shadow Snake Hand, Mastery Level. Orochimaru's panel is a bit similar to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he also has too many ninjutsu, including S-level Forbidden Ninjutsu and D-level Ordinary Ninjutsu, which is very complete. However, unlike Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru's highest proficiency is the snake ninjutsu he developed himself, not the ninjutsu of the 5 basic attributes. From the panel, Orochimaru should be the one who has the greatest hope of inheriting Sarutobi Hiruzen's skills, with many mastery level property changes. As for why Orochimaru did not choose to inherit Sarutobi Hiruzen's legacy, Miyu thinks there are 2 possibilities. The first is that Orochimaru feels that he is not as talented as Sarutobi Hiruzen in ninjutsu, and if he follows Sarutobi Hiruzen's path, he can only become the 3rd generation, so Orochimaru chooses to go his own way. This guess is based on the proficiency of Orochimaru's skills. Although the nature of the mastery level has changed a lot, the proficiency is not particularly outstanding. The second is that Orochimaru's desire for immortality exceeds his desire for strength. Is Sarutobi Hiruzen's path strong? Of course it is strong. It is difficult to have an opponent unless you encounter a cheating ninja, but combined ninjutsu obviously cannot live forever, so Orochimaru gave up combined ninjutsu and studied forbidden techniques. This is Muyu's guess based on the level of Orochimaru in the original work. There is still a lot of room for improvement. Muyu recalled the panel identified by Orochimaru at the previous senior ninja meeting and thought to himself. Maybe because of the war, they frequently fought with strong men of the same level. Although they did not make as much progress as young people like Minato Namikaze, strong men like Orochimaru and Jiraiya were also making progress. Muyu's eyes slightly shifted. Sitting on the right of Orochimaru was Narashikaku, who had a pineapple head, one of the contemporary Inoshikajo. Name, Narashikaku. Chakra, 23,000. Skills, Yin Attribute Chakra Nature Change, 2,600/15,000, Shadow Imitation, Mastery Level. On the left was Hyaga Hisashi, the younger brother of the current Hyaga family head. Name, Hyaga Hisashi. Chakra, 28,000. Skills, Gentle Fist, Mastery, 2,640/15,000. Muyu-kun, please take a seat. Orochimaru spoke first, and the magnetic voice sounded in the tent. You should all know Muyu-kun, so I don't need to introduce you in particular. Orochimaru looked around and asked. The jonins in the tent nodded and greeted Muyu. Of course I know her. Muyu is so young and promising. She is an excellent jonin in Konoha. I was fortunate enough to hear about Muyu's achievements in the Grass Country War. Although Muyu defeated Ye, although Kang's deeds were not widely publicized, Muyu was still well known in Konoha. After all, he taught more and more people and made some contributions on the battlefield. Since they were in a meeting, the senior ninjas did not say much and soon fell silent. Then Orochimaru looked at Narashikaku. Narashikaku nodded and stood up. I will explain the current situation on the battlefield below. If you have any questions, you can ask them directly. Narashikaku said seriously. In fact, half of the senior ninjas in the conference room had just been transferred here not long ago, including Commander Orochimaru. Ninjas of Orochimaru's level are naturally qualified to obtain various detailed information provided by Konoha, while some ordinary senior ninjas do not have this treatment. Of course, this is also due to a certain degree of confidentiality. Narashikaku's job today is to let them understand the battlefield situation and the tasks they need to complete. Narashikaku first circled the login point and main activity range of Kirigakure on the big map, and explained the approximate number of Kirigakure's troops in the Land of Fire and their combat methods. The Kirigakure Ninja Corps is usually equipped with at least one Kirigakure ninja who has mastered the Kirigakure technique. When the number of people is not superior and there is no perception ninja, try to avoid direct confrontation. Narashikaku reminded. He did not explain the effect of the Kirigakure technique. The Kirigakure technique is the most famous ninjutsu of the Kirigakure village. All the people present are Konoha jonins, and they would not be ignorant of this common sense. A Konoha jonin frowned slightly. The Kirigakure technique is indeed very difficult to deal with. It directly turns the normal battlefield into a battlefield where the enemy is in the dark and we are in the light. Hyaga Hayashi's expression did not change. This is exactly why Sarutobi Hiruzen sent a large number of Hyaga ninjas to the Kirigakure battlefield. The Byakugan of their Hyaga clan is the best perception ninjutsu. Finally, Narashikaku talked about the Kirigakure strongmen who deserved attention on the battlefield. Karatachi Yagura is extremely good at water escape. Although he looks young, he is actually an experienced old ninja. He is the strongest Kirigakure ninja who has appeared on the battlefield so far. Mizuno Tsuki-kan, a Kirigakure village snow clan ice escape ninja, is good at bloodline limit ice escape and has strong strength. Karitachi Zangetsu, a Kirigakure village Kirigakure clan ninja, is good at water escape and can use water transformation technique that is immune to physical attacks. He is very powerful. All members of the 7 ninja swordsmen need to pay attention. Each ninja in the 7 ninja swordsmen is an elite among the Jonin. Their strength should not be underestimated. The combined strength of the 7 is extremely dangerous. Please be careful when you meet them on the battlefield, Narashikaku said with a serious face. In terms of individual strength, any one of the 7 ninja swordsmen could not compare to the 3 he singled out, but the 7 ninja swordsmen often go out as a team to assassinate, and Karitachi Yagura and his team would not do that. The Jonin in the tent wrote down all the information that Narashikaku said. The Hidden Mist village is the most low-key large ninja village. Because it rarely participates in wars on the mainland, other ninja villages know less about them. For example, many Konoha Jonins have only heard of the 7 ninja swordsmen, but they don't know their specific abilities. Miyu showed a thoughtful expression. After all, there is a gap between reality and comics. Even in Konoha, he knows some excellent Jonins who are not in the plot. It is reasonable that 2 unknown strong men popped out of the Hidden Mist village with few plots. After speaking, Narashikaku sat down and nodded to Miyu. Due to his position, Narashikaku got the specific strength information of Miyu specially provided by Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, he is a military advisor. If he doesn't even know the strength of his own personnel, then he can't make the most appropriate battle plan. After reading the information given by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Narashikaku was a little surprised. Since Miyu and Jiraiya fought against the tailed beasts in the battlefield of the Land of Grass and were reported in the Konoha newspaper, Narashikaku was not unfamiliar with Miyu. However, the information provided by Sarutobi Hiruzen still shocked Narashikaku about Miyu's strength. As an auxiliary to help Jiraiya repel the Jinchuriki, it is completely different from Miyu defeating the Sand Village hero Yekeng alone. Narashikaku was not at the scene of the war in the Land of Grass. According to the article in Konoha News, Jiraiya was the biggest main force, and Namikaze Minato was the strongest helper, followed by Miyu. And according to the length of the article, Miyu, the second auxiliary, is far behind Namikaze Minato. What is the nature of Miyu defeating Yekeng alone? Yekeng's reputation in the Sand Village is stronger than Namikaze Minato's reputation in Konoha. The difference in the significance of the 2 achievements is too great. Narashikaku believes that if Sarutobi Hiruzen had not been concerned about the Sand Village's thoughts, Miyu would have stepped on Yekeng's reputation to become famous in the ninja world. Miyu doesn't even need to say it herself. Konoha will take the initiative to help Miyu promote. After all, this is a ninja from their own ninja village. Promoting it can attract commissions. But the situation is a bit awkward now. Sand Village is the only big ninja village that has not gone to war with Konoha. If Sand Village is unhappy about this and declares war on Konoha, then Konoha will really be picking up sesame seeds and throwing watermelons. So Konoha can not only not help Miyu to promote now, but also be careful that this information is known by too many people to prevent it from being widely spread. In Narashikaku's heart, Miyu is the second strongest on the battlefield, and his strategic position is second only to Commander Orochimaru. However, Narashikaku is not sure whether Miyu can beat Mizuno Tsuki-han or Kizuki. Ninjas cannot judge the winner before they fight. As for Karitachi Yagura, Orochimaru will be the opponent. Miyu smiled in response. Narashikaku is a smart person, and it is easier to deal with smart people. Miyu, please stay. After the meeting, Orochimaru called Miyu alone. Narashikaku had information about Miyu's strength, while Orochimaru had more detailed information about Miyu. He even knew that Miyu was a root ninja before. The source of this information was not someone else, but Orochimaru's partner, the root leader Shimura Danzo. In the information passed by Shimura Danzo, Miyu was a good assistant that he had won for Orochimaru by arguing with the third generation, and he could definitely help Orochimaru to achieve success and gain military merit. Lord Orochimaru, is there any task that needs to be assigned to me? Miyu turned around and asked calmly. Before setting off, Miyu had received instructions from Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo said that Orochimaru was also a member of the Root family, and Miyu and Orochimaru should communicate more, get along more, and help each other. In addition, Shimura Danzo gave Miyu the task of helping Orochimaru gain military merit, and emphasized that this was Miyu's most important and highest priority task on the battlefield. Miyu certainly wouldn't take Shimura Danzo's words to heart. He was strong enough to ignore Shimura Danzo, and he was willing to pretend just to avoid trouble. But with Miyu's strength, he was helping Orochimaru by just making a few moves on the battlefield, and he didn't need to pay special attention to it, so Shimura Danzo's mission was actually equivalent to no mission. P.S. It's another day of visiting people everywhere. Today's meal can be described as a battle. It feels like there are 30 people. It's really not good to have a good meal. Chapter 423 Malice Hidden in the Dark. I just have some doubts and want to ask Miyu-kun a question or two. Orochimaru stood up and smiled slightly. Of course, Orochimaru would not tell Miyu about the route directly in public, and Orochimaru did have some questions to ask Miyu. Miyu nodded and followed Orochimaru, and walked with Orochimaru to a remote and deserted place next to the camp. Danzo should have told you what you need to do here. After walking to a big tree, Orochimaru stopped and turned to look at Miyu. The relationship between Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo is a bit complicated. Nominally, Orochimaru can even be regarded as Shimura Danzo's subordinate, because he has a position in the root. But in fact, Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo are equals, and both sides can be said to be collaborators. They have many collaborations, including human experiments to study Hashirama's cells and research on forbidden techniques. However, their most important collaboration at present is the position of the fourth-generation Hokage. Although Shimura Danzo wants to become the fourth-generation Hokage himself, Shimura Danzo is not stupid. Under the current circumstances, it is almost impossible for him to become the fourth-generation Hokage. Shimura Danzo has mastered the wood release ninja, but his wood release ninja is too young to grow up, and he has not obtained the Samsara Eye and the inheritance of the ninja sect. For Shimura Danzo, becoming Hokage is the best development, but if this road is not feasible, then there is only one choice left for Shimura Danzo, that is his partner Orochimaru. The other two popular candidates for Hokage have a general relationship with Shimura Danzo. If they become Hokage, it may affect Shimura Danzo's existing power in Konoha. But Orochimaru is different. Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo have a deep cooperative relationship. If what they did is exposed, it is enough to make them both lose their reputation in Konoha. In other words, they are grasshoppers on the same rope, and no one dares to betray each other easily, because they both have too much evidence. So Shimura Danzo can rest assured to fully support Orochimaru to become the fourth-generation Hokage. When Orochimaru takes the position, with the relationship between them, Shimura Danzo will definitely gain more power than now. After all, if Orochimaru dares to say that I am the Hokage, then Shimura Danzo really has the ability to make Orochimaru regret it. I will do my best to assist Lord Orochimaru in gaining military merits. Miyu replied calmly. With the help of such an excellent ninja like Miyu-jun, the harvest this time should be great. Orochimaru praised generously. But it's really surprising. I didn't expect that there is a genius like you, Miyu-jun, in the root. Orochimaru looked at Miyu with curiosity. It's not that Orochimaru looks down on the root, but the fact is that there are only talents in the root, no geniuses. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen will not let the real genius go to the root, Orochimaru can see that Sarutobi Hiruzen has been consciously controlling the overall strength of the root. Lord Orochimaru, you are too kind. When it comes to genius, you, one of the three ninjas, are the real genius," Miyu said in a business-like way. Miyu has always been very self-aware. Except for the sealing technique, which is mostly practiced by himself, his other abilities are basically obtained by cheating. He was able to develop the ultimate fire escape technique, Fire Dragon Dance, not because Miyu had a good talent for fire escape, but because Miyu had obtained the perfect fire attribute chakra nature change and a large number of mastery-level fire escape techniques from the system. Miyu had countless memories of practicing fire escape techniques in his mind. The same goes for breathing techniques. Miyu was able to develop new breathing techniques because he was already extremely proficient in breathing techniques. As long as he was willing to work hard and spend time, it would not be difficult to develop similar breathing techniques. I don't think so. At least you have surpassed me in the development of bloodline limits. After all, I have not successfully cultivated bloodline limits. Orochimaru shook his head slightly and said Orochimaru is willing to spend so much time studying various ninjutsu and forbidden techniques. Of course, he has studied blood limit, especially in wood escape. Orochimaru spent a lot of time. However, rather than saying that Orochimaru is studying wood escape, it is better to say that Orochimaru is studying the vitality of Hashirama's cells. Compared to the power of wood escape, Orochimaru hopes to obtain the huge vitality of Hashirama's cells, because ninjas are too fragile. Miyu-e-jun, I wonder if I can see your ice escape. Orochimaru thought for a while and said. Orochimaru is not very interested in ice escape, but he is quite interested in Miyu who has practiced ice escape. Miyu nodded and agreed, condensed chakra in the palm of his hand and then transformed it into ice attribute chakra and released it all. Freezing ray. A blue-white ray shot out, instantly freezing a small area next to Orochimaru. Papa! Orochimaru clapped his hands twice. I am looking forward to your performance on the battlefield, Miyu-kun. Orochimaru remembered that Miyu was good at 5 major attribute ninjutsu, and could combine various ninjutsu to increase power. Even the ice escape that he had just learned not long ago had such a level. Orochimaru wanted to know how powerful the ninjutsu that Miyu was good at would be. In order to let the disciples get used to the days without the teacher leading the team, Miyu quickly arranged a B-level war mission for them to investigate the village suspected of being haunted by the 3-person mist-hidden team. Since the main body was free, Miyu did not send the shadow clone to follow directly, and let the main body follow behind, leaving the shadow clone in the camp. Of course, in order to prevent accidents, Miyu left the flying thunder god Konoha in the shadow clone, so that even if an emergency occurred, he could know in time and rush back quickly. There are 6 villages in total. Do we need to act separately? 2 people in a group, it will be faster. Obito made a suggestion after listening to Kakashi's mission. It would be faster if 4 people acted separately, but even Obito didn't dare to act so recklessly on the battlefield. It was okay for him, Kakashi, Shisui and the others, but it would be difficult for Nohara-rin to meet the enemy. It's not safe. If you want to complete the task quickly, move faster. Kakashi rejected Obito's proposal. If Miyu was there, Kakashi would agree, because Miyu's flying thunder god could provide quick support, but they don't have such good conditions now. They don't even have a perception ninja now. If their companions meet the enemy, it's difficult to know in the first time. Although the ability of the transparent world is somewhat similar to the Byakugan in some aspects, it is far inferior to the Byakugan in terms of distance and cannot serve as a perception ninjutsu. And Kakashi's physical strength does not support Kakashi to use the transparent world as a perception ninjutsu, which is his trump card in the battle. Safety is still the most important thing on the battlefield. Nohara-rin agreed. You can use shadow clones. Obito and I will each separate a shadow clone to investigate the village outside the main body, which can improve efficiency. Shisui thought for a while and said. It is also very important to maintain the state on the battlefield, so Shisui took the initiative to propose that he and Obito use shadow clones, because their chakra is much ahead of Kakashi and Nohara-rin. That's fine. Kakashi agreed to Shisui's proposal after a little thought. Since it is a B-level war mission, it is almost certain to encounter enemies, and it is a good choice to collect intelligence with shadow clones. Feeling that Shisui helped him save face, Obito put his arm around Shisui's shoulder with a smile on his face, thinking that it is necessary to form a united front with Shisui against Kakashi, and Shisui does have what he lacks. Next, Shisui and Obito each sent a shadow clone to investigate other villages, while their original bodies followed Kakashi and Nohara Rin to investigate. Facing the ninjas of their own official Great Ninja Village, the villagers of course knew everything and told all the suspicious people they saw in the past few days. Just when Kakashi and his team were investigating the second village, Shisui had a memory of fighting with the Kirigakure ninja in his mind. They are in Tanishita village, probably with one leading Jonin and two Chiyunins, and Obito's shadow clone is still stalling for time. Shisui quickly organized his words and said. His shadow clone was cancelled by the shadow clone himself, with the purpose of letting the main body know the information over there. Although they are quite powerful, it is too much to think that two shadow clones can defeat the Jonin team, and the main body must participate in the battle. Hurry up! Kakashi immediately gave the order, and then rushed out in the lead. It's just that a team of this strength is a piece of cake for them now. Except for Nohara Rin, any one of their team has the ability to kill ordinary Jonin head-on. Although Nohara Rin cannot defeat the Jonin in terms of force, self-protection is not a problem, and she has a strong auxiliary ability. In other words, the actual combat power of their 4-person team is 3 Jonin plus a special medical Jonin. The Kirigakure ninjas wanted to retreat immediately after they found out that the Konoha ninja they killed was actually a shadow clone, but Kakashi used his thunder breathing to the fullest speed and turned into a lightning bolt to block the 3 Kirigakure ninjas. Although Kakashi looked like a new ninja who had just graduated, he was so cool that the Kirigakure Jonins did not dare to underestimate him. Hearing the sound of the fast-moving people coming from behind, the Kirigakure Jonins frowned and launched an attack on Kakashi without caring about Kakashi's performance. Hurry up and kill him, there are Konoha ninjas behind. The Kirigakure Jonin threw out the shuriken and ordered 2 subordinates to attack Kakashi. Although he was anxious, the rich experience of the Kirigakure Jonin told him that this was not the time to be anxious. If he rushed forward and was killed by Kakashi because of misjudgment of his strength, his 2 subordinates would definitely die. On the contrary, if his 2 subordinates could find out some information about Kakashi, he would still have a chance to escape. 2 Kirigakure ninjas rushed out together, one used water escape ninjutsu to spit out water and rushed towards Kakashi, while the other drew out the long sword behind him and slashed at Kakashi. Flash! Kakashi concentrated his breathing to increase his strength, and all the chakra condensed in his legs was transformed into lightning chakra and burst out in one breath, and finally drew out the white fang short blade and swung it forward. Swish! Kakashi disappeared from the spot, and the Kirigakure ninja who rushed towards him and swung his sword burst into blood, and the Kirigakure shuriken and ninjutsu all fell on the open space where Kakashi had stood before. What a fast speed and slash! The pupils of the Kirigakure Jonin shrank suddenly. He didn't expect that Kakashi killed someone while dodging the attack. Wait, this look is the strongest genius of Konoha, Kakashi Hatake. Looking at Kakashi's white hair and the lightning on his body, the Kirigakure Jonin finally came up with Kakashi's name. Before the war, the Kirigakure distributed the intelligence of Konoha's geniuses in the Chunin exam to the Kirigakure, increasing their priority. If they encounter them, they will kill those young geniuses first. And Kakashi Hatake is the most dazzling genius among them. After all, he defeated everyone and fought to the end. The guy who was still taking the Chunin exam last year has such strength now. The Kirigakure Jonin was shocked. At first, he thought Kakashi would be like Yagura Kyujitaki, who looked young but was actually just short and had a baby face, but now it seems that this is a real young genius. The Kirigakure Jonin ran to the side without hesitation. Although there was hope of winning, he didn't want to fight a battle where he would probably die, and Kakashi's teammates were still on their way. Fire style, Phoenix Claw Red. Several kunai with flames flew towards the direction where the Kirigakure Jonin was retreating, forcing the Kirigakure Jonin to stop. The Kirigakure Jonin turned around and saw a boy who looked even younger than Kakashi standing not far away, panting slightly and still throwing kunai. The ninja I just met. Thinking of Obito's face, the Kirigakure Jonin was speechless. Did he meet Konoha's genius team? The team was full of geniuses. Illusion instant body technique. Facing the enemy, Shisui had no intention of showing mercy, and directly opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan to perform the illusion instant body technique to fight the enemy. At this moment, Kakashi killed another Kirigakure Chunin again with an extremely sharp slash, and quickly rushed to Shisui's side to help. When Obito and Nohara Rin arrived, the Kirigakure Jonin was already seriously injured. Kakashi killed the Kirigakure Jonin with one sword before Obito could show his strength. Almost. Obito scratched his hair unwillingly. If he had been faster, he would have caught up. In fact, Obito could have been faster, but he was worried that Nohara Rin would be in danger if she traveled alone, so he did not keep too much distance from Nohara Rin. The mission is successfully completed, go back. Kakashi said vigorously. Kakashi traveled at full speed and fought the enemy with all his strength. Most of his chakra and physical strength had been consumed, so he wanted to go back as soon as possible, otherwise they would lose one combat power if they met the enemy. Obito could only walk back to the camp with a bitter face. He originally wanted to suppress Kakashi, but he didn't even have a chance to show his strength. This mission made Obito realize one thing: sometimes speed is really important. The disciples were safe and sound, and Mu Yu also went back. Seeing Mu Yu leave, the hidden Jew showed up. This guy's desire for protection is too much. He has to protect secretly even when performing B-level missions. Jew had a headache. This was not convenient for them to carry out their plans. Chapter 424 The 7 Ninja Swordsmen. Although he was on the battlefield, Mu Yu's life became easier. Because here he didn't have to take care of the ninja school and disciples, and Orochimaru didn't assign him combat missions for the time being. Not only Mu Yu, but also many of the recently supported Jonins, in addition to Orochimaru himself, were not assigned combat missions. There is no doubt that Orochimaru wanted to give Kirigakure a hard time and catch Kirigakure off guard. In order to disguise it more reasonably, Orochimaru only restricted most of the Jonins, and did not restrict a small number of Jonins and all the middle and lower nins. After all, Kirigakure had entered the Land of Fire, and it would be unreasonable for Konoha not to increase its troops. Orochimaru created an illusion for Kirigakure. Konoha wanted to strengthen Kirigakure's battlefield strength, but because of other battlefields, the forces that could be mobilized were limited. In order to arouse Kirigakure's desire to launch a large-scale attack, Orochimaru even took the initiative to expose the information of the troop station step by step to lure Kirigakure. It must be said that Orochimaru's plan is very good. In the eyes of many Kirigakure ninjas, the Konoha ninja troops fighting with them are just paper tigers that look strong. Yes, it is a paper tiger. Although it is still the strongest ninja village on the surface, it has repeatedly fought on multiple fronts. Although they have won many victories, they have already shown signs of decline in actual combat. There are many ninjas who have come out to fight, but their quality is low. If Konoha really still has the power to deal with Kirigakure, then it is necessary to specially transfer Orochimaru from another battlefield. Send a large number of Chunin and Genin to perform tasks on the battlefield. Lord Yagura, some intelligence personnel have discovered the information about the new camp of Konoha ninjas. I think this is a good opportunity to eliminate Konoha's living forces. Mizuno Tsukihan said at the Kirigakure combat meeting. Although Yagura Kujutsu doesn't look big, he is a real veteran Kirigakure ninja. Even Mizuno Tsukihan, one of the main forces of Kirigakure, has to use honorifics to Yagura Kujutsu. The information about the new camp was discovered so quickly. Can you confirm the accuracy of the information? This may be a conspiracy of Konoha ninjas. Yagura Kujitsu asked lightly without any change in his expression. He just looks like a teenager, and he has long passed that reckless age. A reliable adult will not take risks easily. I don't think so. According to the intelligence we have collected these days, although Konoha has sent reinforcements, their overall strength is still inferior to our Kirigakure. They are unlikely to want to have a large-scale head-on collision with us. Mizuno Tsuki-han expressed his guess. Kurotsuki Yagura showed a thoughtful look. Of course, he also knew the information that Mizuno Tsuki-han knew. Recently, he could clearly feel that there were more Konoha ninjas, but they were basically middle and lower ninjas. There were jonins, but very few. According to common sense, this is a manifestation of the lack of strength of a ninja village. But Konoha's nine-tailed Jinchuriki has not appeared in any battlefield so far, and Kutsuki Yagura is very worried about this point. If the nine-tailed Jinchuriki secretly came to the east coast, then the strength of Kirigakure might not necessarily have an advantage. The destructive power of the Jinchuriki is too terrifying. Not to mention the ninjas below the Jonin, even ordinary Jonins can hardly play a role in the battle with the Jinchuriki. Yagura Kujitsu is confident that he can deal with Orochimaru, but he doesn't think that Mizuno Tsuki-han and Kizuna Zangetsu can deal with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, not to mention that the other party also has the current Ino Shikacha. I don't want your opinion, I need the facts. Yagura Kujitsu shook his head and said. If the Nine Tails Jinchuriki is in the Konoha camp, how should we deal with it? Yagura Kujitsu looked at the Kirigakure and asked calmly. We are the only ninja village that has invaded the land of fire. It is not surprising that Konoha uses any means to deal with us. Mizuno Tsuki-han was speechless for a while. Even though he was the current patriarch of the Snow Clan, he didn't have the confidence to say that he could deal with the Jinchuriki. The tailed beasts are the ultimate weapons of the 5 major countries, not to mention that the Nine Tails is the best among the tailed beasts. The other Kirigakure ninjas looked at each other for a while and no one spoke. I can understand that you want to make achievements, but we don't need to be too anxious. Konoha should be anxious now. Yagura Kujitsu broke the silence and said. He did not blame Mizuno Tsuki-han. After all, not every ninja is good at thinking, and some ninjas are only suitable for combat. Kirigakure really does not need to be too anxious, because Kirigakure does not have 3 big ninja village enemies like Konoha, and Kirigakure is now only at war with Konoha. Now the only ninja in the ninja world that is treated the same as Konoha is Kumigakure, which is also at war with 3 big ninja villages, namely Konoha, Sand Village, and Rock Village. However, unlike Konoha, Kumigakure is more likely to take the initiative to start a war, while Konoha is passively accepting it. Are you going to do nothing? Mizuno Tsuki-han was a little unwilling. This time, we were lucky to get the intelligence. If Konoha found that the problem had moved to other places, it would not be so easy to find. You are too extreme. War is not just about all-out war and truce. We can test it first. Kyujo Yagura said with his hands folded on his chest. In Kyujo Yagura's opinion, Mizuno Tsuki-han is a bit of a diode. He just said that a large number of ninja troops would be sent directly to besiege, so how could it be said that he would do nothing? After making the tentative arrangements, Yagura Kujitsu dismissed the meeting and sent his confidants to summon the 7 ninja swordsmen. Originally, the 7 ninja swordsmen were directly under the Mizukage, and in theory only the Mizukage could give them orders. However, during the war, special matters were handled specially, and the 3rd Mizukage gave Yagura Kujitsu the right to command the 7 ninja swordsmen. Go and destroy the logistical support of the Konoha ninjas. Most of the Konoha ninjas that have been active recently are Chunin and Genin. It's very easy for you. Yagura Kujitsu marked the location on the map and showed it to the 7 ninja swordsmen. Kirigakure is famous in the ninja world for its assassination ability. As assassins, They also have quite good intelligence capabilities and will not lose to the Konoha ninjas in this regard. Yagura Kujutsu's purpose is very simple, that is, to efficiently slaughter the low-level forces of Konoha in order to test whether Konoha really does not have enough strength or is just pretending to be a paper tiger. He had wanted to do this a long time ago, but the Konoha ninjas were very cautious before, and there were not so many teams coming out together. Tisk, Chunin and Genin? A mission to bully the weak. Biwajozo, who was carrying a beheading sword, showed a disdainful smile. Biwajozo could easily kill 10 Chunin and Genin, and Kujutaki Yagura actually asked the 7 of them to hunt this ninja team together. Biwajozo couldn't think of any other description other than bullying the weak. It is indeed bullying the weak, but if it is a mission, you can only carry it out, right? Kurakurega looked at Biwajozo and said lightly. Zigwishin Pufferfish Ghost, Kurishi Kushimaru and other members of the 7 ninja swordsmen looked at Biwajozo. They were not companions who went forward together. If Biwajozo really didn't perform the mission for this reason, and they were the first to stand up and clean up the mess. Tisk, do you still need to say this? Biwajozo replied with a mocking look on his face. Although he was reluctant in his heart, he didn't refuse to complete the mission, because he was a Kirigakure ninja, and the highest priority for Kirigakure ninjas was the mission, and everything else could be put behind. So you guys are here too, Kai? Why didn't I see Teacher Chen? Obito, who met Might Guy's team by chance, asked in surprise. Teacher Chen has something to do and will come later. Might Guy answered honestly. What a coincidence, then we are all teams without instructors now. Obito scratched his head and said when he thought of their current situation. Although Miyu was on the same battlefield with them, he was unable to lead them to complete the mission because of the heavy responsibility he had. Didn't Lord Minato come to this battlefield with you? Ebisu asked curiously. He felt that Namikaze Minato would not be such an irresponsible person to leave his disciples on the battlefield, and none of Obito's team became a Jonin. Minato teacher is in another battlefield, and it was Miyu teacher who brought us here, but he has other important tasks and can't take us to do the mission for the time being. Obito explained. So that's it, this is the bond between us. Might Guy made an expression of sudden enlightenment, and then looked at Kakashi with excitement. Kakashi. He didn't say anything, how did it become a bond with him again? Since your instructor is not here, you must be more careful when performing the mission. Kakashi reminded him after thinking of something. Since there is no Jonin leading the team, even if Ebisu and Shiranui Genma have been promoted to Chunin, Might Guy's team cannot accept missions above B level, but the situation on the battlefield changes rapidly, even B level missions are prone to accidents, and they need to be vigilant at all times. The main reason is that Might Guy's team is not strong enough. Ebisu and Shiranui Genma are excellent among their peers, but the battlefield is not a battle between peers. No one cares how old you are in a war. To put it bluntly, it would be safer for Might Guy to perform the mission alone. If Might Guy encounters 3 Jonins alone, Kakashi thinks that Might Guy can escape safely with all his strength, but it is not certain if Ebisu and Shiranui Genma are added. Because Might Guy can't abandon his companions and Ebisu and Shiranui Genma can't run away from the hands of the Jonin, Might Guy can only bite the bullet and fight head-on. You are worthy of being a close friend. Teacher Chen has also reminded us of this. Might Guy gave Kakashi a thumbs up. At this time, Obito suddenly had an idea. Everyone can't perform high-level tasks without a mentor, so if they form a new team together, can they take on A-level tasks? Why don't you guys join us, Kai? Then we will be a team of 7 Chunins, and we should be eligible to take A-level missions. Obito expressed his thoughts. Obito was really helpless. Before coming to the battlefield, he wanted to perform well on the battlefield and suppress Kakashi. As a result, Kakashi always took down the enemy first and dealt the most damage with his speed. After several missions, Obito only fought with the Kirigakure in the first mission. He didn't do much in the rest of the missions. Because the ninjas they encountered were too weak, they encountered a jonin in the first mission, and the rest were all mid and low-level ninjas. Obito knew that it was not their bad luck, but the reason for the mission. It was normal not to encounter jonin in B-level missions, and it was an emergency to encounter jonin. So Obito wanted to perform higher-level missions, encounter stronger enemies, and have more opportunities to perform. Of course, Obito was not stupid. He would not clamor to do S-level missions. This was pure death on the battlefield. You can't just join other teams like this. Shiranui Genma said with some uncertainty. Your tone can be more certain. Of course not. Ebisu shook his head and said. This is on the battlefield. How can we allow the ninjas to merge and form teams at will? That would be a mess. Theoretically, it's not possible, but I can ask Teacher Miyu. Kakashi thought for a while and said. Kakashi thinks that merging with the Might Guy team is very good, which is beneficial to both sides. The Kakashi team has obtained the powerful combat power of Might Guy, and Ebisu and Shiranui Genma are also safer. With the strength of the 7 ninjas, it is no problem to perform A-level missions. In fact, when Kakashi and others usually perform A-level missions in Konoha, they don't need Miyu or Minato to take action, unless there is an accident. Team up with close friends? I think it's okay. Might Guy also wants to fight with Kakashi. After discussing for a while, they finally went to find Miyu to ask. It's a good thing to want to take on greater responsibilities. I'll go and talk to Lord Orochimaru about it. Miyu encouraged the disciples and said that he would help them solve it. This is also a good thing for Miyu, which can make him more relaxed and not spend too efforts to protect disciples in different places. Since they are all on the same battlefield, Miyu must treat them equally and take care of all the disciples. Although Uchiha Madara will definitely not attack Might Guy, the tragedy of Might Guy in the original work happened to Kirigakure, so we have to be on guard. For his help in making achievements in the future, Orochimaru did not hesitate and directly agreed to let Might Guy's team and Kakashi's team fusion to form a new team, and enhance the task authority. Since there is no instructor, we need a vice-captain. Originally, I was the vice-captain of our team, but after all, a new team has joined. For the sake of fairness, let's vote again. Kakashi took the initiative to propose re-election of the vice-captain. If only Might Guy joined, it would not be necessary, but now the whole Might Guy team has joined, and re-election is very necessary. Only when the vice-captain is recognized will everyone really obey. The final election result is that Kakashi was elected as the vice-captain again with an overwhelming advantage of 6 votes. Except for Obito who voted for Nohara Rin, everyone else voted for Kakashi. Might Guy gives people a sense of security, but Shiranui Genma and Ebisu think that Kakashi is more suitable for the position of giving orders. Usually, Ebisu thinks about things that their team needs to think about. Now there is a better candidate, Ebisu will definitely not do it himself, he has no confidence that he can compare with Kakashi. Chapter 425 Another Double Accident. Might Guy once performed tasks with Kakashi and Obito during his trainee ninja period. Because they were both Miyu disciples, Kakashi was not worried that Might Guy's joining the team would affect the overall team cooperation. But Shiranui Genma and Ebisu also joined. After careful consideration, Kakashi decided to maintain the status quo and complete the B-level tasks to run in the team. After a period of running in, he would upgrade the task level. Kakashi does not need Shiranui Genma and Ebisu to make too much contribution. After all, there is a gap in strength. Kakashi is mainly worried that insufficient running in will bring negative improvement to the team. Shiranui Genma and Ebisu are not the kind of people who are both bad and playful. They consciously assist others and do not rush up to show themselves in battle. After a few days, they have run in well. It's so comfortable to team up with you. The mission was completed without knowing it. I really want to keep teaming up. Shiranui Genma said in a joking tone. In fact, this is also Shiranui Genjian's true inner thoughts to a certain extent. It is indeed easy to team up with Kakashi and others, which is easier than doing D-level missions in Konoha. Because the enemies are not enough for the main players in their team, the main players can't get a few shots, let alone assists, and they are rewarded for being soy sauce. Ha ha ha, after all, we are an elite team. Obito smiled proudly. Although the ninja level is still only Chunin, the comprehensive strength of their 4-person team has long surpassed the normal team with a leading Jonin. I will tell Mr. Chen about your proposal. Ebisu said faintly. Shiranui Genjian's face froze, and then he smiled embarrassedly. There is no need to report this little thing to him. After being taught by Mr. Chen for so long, Shiranui Genjian still doesn't understand Mr. Chen's temper. If he tells this, he will definitely be beaten up. Mr. Chen usually doesn't put on airs and is very easygoing, but Mr. Chen has his own set of requirements for the growth of his disciples. They can choose not to complete tasks beyond their capabilities, but they cannot enjoy the results of the tasks as a pendant. In fact, Shiranui Genjian also understood that it was not that Teacher Chen was rigid and thought that getting something for nothing was bad, but that it was not conducive to their growth. After all, Teacher Chen, who was still reading that kind of book in public at his age, was not rigid at all. After completing 2 B-level tasks, Kakashi felt that they were almost ready and started to accept A-level tasks. Something worth mentioning happened in the middle. They met Might Guy's father Might Guy at the camp. Combining the experience at the camp with the actual situation on the battlefield, Kakashi had a hunch that a large-scale ninja war would soon break out on the east coast of the Land of Fire. Konoha not only transferred Konoha's signature strongmen such as Orochimaru, but also summoned a considerable number of Jonin and Chunin. Even low-key strongmen like Miyu were sent to the battlefield. This was obviously the rhythm of doing something big. Kakashi was not too worried. With their ninja level, they could not accept 2 important combat missions. Self-protection in the melee was not a problem. Finally, we started doing A-level missions. I hope we can meet stronger enemies this time. Obito clenched his fists and showed an eager expression. Hearing Obito's words, Kakashi stopped moving forward. This is not an ordinary mission. If there is an accident in the war mission, we may encounter powerful enemies that we cannot resist. Kakashi did not want Obito to maintain this mentality on the battlefield, which would easily cause problems. I am not Kakashi, so there will not be such an accident, right? Obito felt that he could not be as bad-mouthed as Kakashi. Kakashi's highest record was that he had 4 consecutive missions with accidents. The most serious one was that he directly entered a ninja war with thousands of people. Kakashi looked at Obito speechlessly. It was indeed uncommon to have major accidents, but the point was not this. He just wanted Obito to adjust his mentality. I mean, you should be more serious and careful in dealing with war. It doesn't mean that there will be accidents in this mission if you say so. Kakashi explained helplessly. Obito scratched his head, as if he understood, but also as if he didn't understand. Kakashi gave up explaining when he saw this. He once again felt the power of Miyu's teaching ability. Miyu was able to teach Obito to pass the theory test. He was a godlike teacher. If it was Kakashi, he would have collapsed before Obito got impatient. The mission went smoothly. Kakashi and his team successfully found the enemy described in the mission. The enemy's combat power was not too variable. There was 1 Kirigakure Jonin, 2 Kirigakure Chuyunins, and 2 Kirigakure Genin. But not long after the battle began, the perceptive Kakashi suddenly felt something and immediately withdrew. Swish! 2 sharp kunai carrying lightning pierced through the air and pierced into the open space where Kakashi had just stood. He actually dodged it. Kuroki Reiga was a little surprised. He, a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, did not hit a boy who looked about 10 years old. Even if there were various factors, he would definitely be laughed at if it was spread out. As Kuroki Reiga expected, his teammates laughed without hesitation. Kuroki Reiga, Didn't you have enough food when you came? Tsuga no Nobi laughed loudly. Kuroki Rega had a dark face and didn't explain. The attack just now was indeed a bit embarrassing. The sudden change made Obito and others temporarily stop the attack and look around vigilantly. Saved. The besieged Kirigakure Jonin breathed a sigh of relief instantly, and looked at Kirigakure Rega and Tsuga no Nobi, who were coming over with a surprised expression. As a Kirigakure Jonin, of course he couldn't not know the Kirigakure Ninja Swordsman 7. The first time he saw them, Kirigakure Jonin knew he was saved. The Kirigakure Jonin didn't care about his severely injured subordinates, and immediately used the instant body technique to close the distance with Kuroki Rega and Tsuga no Nobi, who were coming over. Two new enemies, you can't run away. Obito didn't panic. Even if the two new enemies were Jonin, they could handle them with ease. But what Obito didn't notice was that Kakashi's expression gradually became serious and even nervous. Oh no! Kakashi's heart skipped a beat after seeing the person coming clearly. How could Kakashi, who likes to collect intelligence, let go of the enemy intelligence on his battlefield? He instantly recognized that the two people were Kuroko Rega and Tsuya Ito from the 7 Ninja Swordsmen. If it were just the two of them, Kakashi wouldn't be under too much pressure. Their 7-member team has 4 Jonin-level combat forces, plus a medical special Jonin and 2 Chunins. It's hard to say who will win or lose if they fight. But if Kakashi remembers correctly, on this battlefield, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist like to act collectively, which means that when you see one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, you have actually met all of them, but the others have not come out yet. No matter how confident Kakashi is in the strength of their team, he is not sure to fight against the entire 7 ninja swordsmen. The 7 ninja swordsmen together are equivalent to the powerful people at the level of the famous ninja world. Even if Konoha's Ino Shikacho comes, he is slightly inferior. Obito, and everyone else, don't act rashly. Kakashi took a deep breath and said. Make some noise to attract reinforcements? There is too much uncertainty. Maybe the enemy will come first. At this time, Kakashi was thinking frantically about how to keep more people alive. Obito looked at Kakashi with a puzzled look on his face, and searched for information about the Kirigakure in front of him in his mind, but he didn't get an answer in the end. Ebisu raised his sunglasses, his fingers trembling slightly. This seems to be the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure. They like to act collectively. Maybe the remaining 5 are hiding in the dark. Ebisu's heart was beating wildly, and the moment he recognized it, he couldn't help sweating on his forehead. This was too exciting for him, to encounter such a powerful enemy with terrifying strength in a war. I'm so unlucky today. Shiranui Genma swallowed his saliva, as if he had seen his own tragic death. Shiranui Genma believed in the strength of Kakashi and Might Guy, but the enemy he encountered this time was different. Kakashi and his friends are genius ninjas, while the 7 ninja swordsmen are the strong men who have grown up in the ninja world. Shiranui Genjian has never wanted to see Teacher Chen so much. He really hopes that Teacher Chen will use the Konoha Dragon God to come down from the sky and knock the enemy away. But Shiranui Genjian knows that this is impossible, because Teacher Chen has not yet come to the battlefield, and of course it is impossible for him to come down from the sky to save them. So it's the 7 ninja swordsmen. Obito finally remembered some information about the enemy when he heard Ebisu say the enemy's title. Obito didn't succeed in memorizing their appearance, but he still remembered some basic information. There are 7 members in the 7 ninja swordsmen, and each of them has a ninja sword with special abilities. Thinking of what he said before he set off, Obito's expression became subtle. The crow's mouth turned into himself. It turns out that you can't talk nonsense before you set off. Obito regretted it a little. Might Guy's expression also became solemn. Obito knew the information about the 7 ninja swordsmen, and Might Guy naturally knew it too. I hope this is not a group mission, Ebisu prayed silently in his heart. If it was just 2 people, they still had a little hope. But the next Biwajozo who came out completely shattered Ebisu's luck. Biwajozo slowly walked out of the darkness carrying a huge ninja sword, and glanced at Kakashi and others with a bloodthirsty face. We really met a weakling who is particularly easy to bully. Let's end the battle quickly. Biwajozo put down the beheading sword from his shoulder, leaned on the beheading sword with one hand and said. As soon as Biwajozo finished speaking, the orange-haired ninja with a relatively large body came out. Biwajozo, these are not weaklings who are easy to bully. 3 of them are Konoha geniuses who need to be killed first. Zigwashin Puffer Ghost said in a deep voice. Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy, Uchiha Obito, these 3 must be killed here on the spot. Different from Biwajozo's idea, Zigwashin Puffer Ghost thought that they were lucky this time. Killing 3 Konoha geniuses is much more meaningful than killing a few ordinary jonins of Konoha. If Kakashi and the other 2 are not killed here now, in a dozen years or so, Kirigakure and Konoha will go to war again. Maybe Kakashi and the others will become Kirigakure's new strong enemies. Aren't geniuses who haven't grown up weak? Biwajozo laughed disdainfully. Who wasn't a genius before? When he was a genin and chunin, he was also a well-known genius ninja in Kirigakure. As the 7 ninja swordsmen walked out one by one, Kakashi's heart sank to the bottom. Not to mention others, even 7 ordinary jonins are not easy to deal with, and the 7 ninja swordsmen who are famous in the ninja world are obviously not ordinary jonins. In addition to the jonin of Kirigakure who they have not killed yet, the enemies they need to deal with now are 7 titled jonins plus an ordinary jonin of Kirigakure. Obito walked silently in front of Nohara-rin and protected Nohara-rin behind him. They encountered an unprecedented major crisis. Even the 2 previous encounters with the Raikage candidate were not as dangerous as now. The 7 ninja swordsmen may not be able to beat the combination of Kumigakure, but when they met the combination, they either had Muyu or Namikaze Minato by their side. This time, Muyu and Namikaze Minato were not there, so they could only rely on their own strength. Everyone subconsciously moved towards Kakashi, including Obito. Kakashi was not the strongest in the team, but as the vice-captain, he was the absolute core of the team. The reason why Obito still didn't vote for Kakashi in the second vote was not because Obito didn't recognize Kakashi as the vice-captain, but because he knew that his vote was insignificant. If he didn't vote, others would definitely vote for Kakashi, and Kakashi was the vice-captain in the end. Instead of voting to admit defeat, it would be better to vote for Nohara-rin, and it could also express his attention and recognition of Nohara-rin. Kakashi, what should we do now? Shiranui Genma couldn't help but whispered. Kakashi sighed slightly. He was just a slightly better chunin. In this situation, he couldn't come up with a perfect solution in such a short time. Kakashi quickly scanned the 7 ninja swordsmen. They stood very loosely, as if they didn't regard the people opposite them as normal enemies. But Kakashi knew that this was just an appearance. The seemingly loose standing actually blocked most of their escape directions. If they wanted to retreat and escape, there would definitely be 2 people among the 7 ninja swordsmen who could instantly block their retreat. What should I do? Kakashi asked himself in his heart. As the fastest burster in the team, Kakashi has the best chance of escaping successfully, but Kakashi can't think of running away no matter what. He can leave, and Might Guy can also leave, but what about the rest? Kakashi doesn't want to abandon his companions now. Kakashi silently pulled out the white fang short blade on his back. Since he doesn't want to run, the only thing left is to fight. Even if the enemy is the famous ninja swordsman 7, he has to fight for his teammates. This is his responsibility as the vice-captain.